Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where we take calls from the general public, usually on TikTok Live, but we're hoping today through this phone number. So we expect a couple of things to go on in here. First of all, we expect there to be lots of troubleshooting on the air today, so sorry in advance for that. But we also, are just going to deal with maybe the audio quality not being good or some settings needing to be worked out as we figure out throughout the day. That's the plan for today, to start taking calls from the public through a telephone number without, what else do I mention at the beginning? See, I'm all flustered by troubleshooting. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you'll find out when the calls start because there'll be a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first oppositional call starts at the top of the comments below, as well as more detailed timestamps in the description telling you how the rest of the episode's going to go. What's in the news? Spider-Man has been freed. Spider-Man has been bailed out of jail because it turns out for a 5th degree assault, the bail isn't that much. It was like $300 or something. So Spider-Man's free. I thought he'd been sprung on Saturday, but I guess it makes sense he wouldn't be released until the bail hearing. It was misinformation that he'd been sprung, but he is now sprung, which is good for the people of Minneapolis. Because my whole thing is that, I really talk about somebody like Jake Lang, the white nationalist that came to Minneapolis for a fucking hate rally on Saturday and did get his ass whipped by Spider-Man. It's just different than when we're talking about somebody like Savannah Hernandez or Charlie Kirk, or just like one of these people who don't go out and actually commit violence. Fucking Jake Lang is a violent, dangerous criminal. He was doing some violent and dangerous and illegal things at the time that Spider-Man assaulted him. So, quite frankly, I just support Spider-Man on this one. I think he was defending the city of Minneapolis. As a New Yorker, I'm happy. I'm real happy to see. I was real happy to see Spider-Man here in Minneapolis on Saturday. We should maybe have Jessie, are you ready to do potentially a test call? Let's get the backup accounts in. We're still doing that the normal way. Yeah. Let me get the multi-guest request queue open. I have forgotten how to do everything. That's what happens. We change one thing about the show, and then I feel like I have no idea whatsoever what I'm doing. All right, you're Oskar Quentin 2, which means this one's going to be Oskar Quentin 3. So let me hop in and get in that request queue. For those who maybe just haven't been following, the sign today is about the fact that we essentially have been running out of callers. It's not just a my show issue either. It's. Maybe I should be in the corner, by the way. What? Maybe I should preemptively be in the corner. I mean, maybe. That's the idea. I mean, here, let's just get these in and muted. Got that one. That one, and then here's the call-in line, which is finally working. I don't know why it's saying that this one's still connecting. I'm here though. Hold on. I'll let you back in a second. We didn't do this one properly. Yeah, sorry everybody. Today's show is not going to start very quickly while we figure all this stuff out. All right, I'm going to request to join. Let's accept this one in. Join and mute. There we go. All right, now you should request on call-in line. Accept. And I mean, hopefully we can just leave the line open, I guess, until... Should we have Raven call? Yeah, Raven, if you would call the phone number. Yeah, definitely call the phone number.
Still on call with you.
Are you on a phone call with the other number I was testing from?
You hung up?
I did hang up.
That's why I couldn't hear you on my test.
Gotcha. Let's see. I can't see the full number. Yeah, we have to figure out how to get the sign in frame for everybody. I will say, if you're watching on TikTok, it's not really all that important that you see the number. I guess it'll be annoying to not have it all the way on the screen. Because for TikTok, you can just request in. I guess not everybody has guest request privileges. So maybe we'll get some calls through the phone number from TikTok. But what's important is for it to be on the YouTube screen. And we were a little rushed this morning. Just we found when we got into the office this morning that the call-in line had.
We've got a call coming already, but it's not Raven.
It's not Raven. I mean, we can try to pass it through.
All right, we'll send.
We're sending it.
Call from
Law of the Wild.
Oh, perfect.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
They ended the call.
Hey, okay. I mean, it sounded good on my end. Minnesota Pride Mama says denied. Yeah, I think he disconnected, right? I heard like the hang ups signal. It sounded good. Like it sounded nice and clear.
Hello.
Sorry for the troubleshooting, everybody. We'll get good at this, and then the show will go back to its normal busy self. Oh yeah, the framing is bad on TikTok. There we go.
Wait,
Right.
I didn't realize it was you. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try and send you straight through, okay?
All right, Jesse's connecting somebody. Has somebody?
I didn't. Okay, USB 2. Oscar,
Yeah. Who's there?
Hey,
no,
it's me.
They're in the ether. They're in the ether.
Is this
All
a
right, I think
caller?
it's working.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
not a caller, it's the caller.
It's the caller. Sorry, we're just getting started.
Yeah, sorry.
Is this
I
actually a
can't quite tell if
caller?
you're talking to.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
Law of the Wild. How you
it's
doing?
around Law of the Wild. Yes.
Here's the
Doing
big
all right,
question.
doing all right.
Here's the big question. If I say echo, I want you to say echo right back so we can check what the delay is. Echo.
Sure. Echo.
See that? I feel like that's going to be a problem. Let's try that again. Echo.
Echo.
Interview me. Ask me some questions, Law of the Wild. Let's see if this delay is workable.
All right. So, Oscar, I saw you fighting side by side with Spider-Man, and he has been released on bail. You, of course, did not get any charges. And what are your thoughts about Spider-Man's alleged conduct?
I think that his behavior was potentially defensible because what Jake Lang was doing was very dangerous and illegal.
So this would be, so he's been charged with assault in the 5th degree, which is causing harmful or offensive contact towards somebody. So you believe that he may have a defense for defense of self or others related to this?
Yeah, I think that if people are doing what Jake Lang was doing, I think that the public apprehending them is reasonable.
So
I mean,
Jake Lang did pepper spray you, didn't he?
I don't think he was wielding any pepper spray. I think it was just his henchmen who were pepper spraying me.
Yeah, in the vehicle he definitely had pepper spray, but so I guess my thought is if the people who were in the bed of the truck were pepper spraying people and Spider-Man was acting in defense of people who were being pepper sprayed, that would be a pretty viable self-defense claim.
I think so. I mean, some people would call it vigilante justice, but I don't think that's the right word when the crime is happening right now, right?
Right, because in order for Jake Lang and crew to be able to utilize pepper spray, they have to have been in fear of harmful or offensive conduct against them. And, when you were sprayed, all I saw was you walking behind the truck.
Yeah, well, I was walking beside the truck when I first got pepper sprayed. I was exercising my First Amendment right to flip Jake Lang off and call him a bitch. And apparently that was reason for me to be maced half a dozen times, according to them.
So in reality, Spider-Man was preventing further offenses against you or other protesters who were merely utilizing their speech.
I think that's reasonable to say, yeah.
Okay, I think that's a very reasonable defense.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. But I will also just point out, I mean, you're the lawyer on the line. Maybe you can speak a little bit about this. A 5th degree assault charge is not that serious a charge, right?
No, I mean, generally it's a fine and certified as a petty misdemeanor in Minnesota. It's not even doesn't even end up being a criminal offense.
Really?
Jesse's here. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I know that he's trying to gather up some other superheroes for some patrols on Wednesday evening, I believe. I'm trying to make myself available to maybe see what's going on with that. Cause yeah, I think that like you can come be hateful on the street. Like that's not the part that we take issue with. I will point out that the Westboro Baptist Church has been peacefully being shitty for a while. Like, they mostly do just stand around with hateful signs and be gigantic assholes. But driving a vehicle down the street and pepper spraying, I think it's appropriate for you to catch hands if you get up to that type of shit. I'd throw hands on somebody macing members of the public, even if they weren't driving a vehicle down the street. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how law enforcement deals with this. But for now, I'm enjoying very much that we made Jake Lang look like a little bitch.
Yes, it was shockingly easy to do. So I have a couple of thoughts on this. I did see some people in the comments asking if Spider-Man is free. He has been identified. He is out on bail right now. The way Hennepin County works is for misdemeanor level offenses, they have just a bail schedule. So basically, they have the bails already identified based off of the type of offense, so you don't even need to go before a judge. Jake Lang's currently being held on either a gross misdemeanor or a felony, depending on which level of charge. Mm-hmm. I'm actually sitting right around the corner from the courthouse right now, trying to see when his bail hearing is scheduled. Should be today, but could potentially be tomorrow if the judge finds probable cause based off of the affidavit from the state to hold him until tomorrow. But Spider-Man is out right now. He's being charged with a misdemeanor offense. And yeah, I do think that, when I was watching, it did look like Jake Lang. It looked like they had him set up so that he could drive down 4th Street and they could try to corral the protesters off the streets by keeping the protesters on the sidewalk. And then they would have a justifiable reason to stop them from entering into the streets. And I don't know if this was Jake Lang's intent or if somebody screwed up, but it looked like he turned onto the sidewalk in between 4th Street and the City Hall and then started going through the crowd where the protesters already were. So there are definitely a lot of grounds for both the charges against him, because that's driving on a sidewalk through a crowd of people, even if it's at 2 miles an hour, still is a likelihood of damage to person or property, which is enough for a riot charge if you're assembled with 3 or more people. But also grounds for self-defense from people who are concerned about getting hurt.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and they were shoving people with the vehicle. They were doing the thing that you see people do sometimes when they're being aggressive with a vehicle in a crowd, where they slam on the brakes and then they rev the engine on the gas pedal and then they pop the brakes, releasing them for a moment. So the car aggressively lurches forward and like pushes on you. And that happened to me. I got pushed in the legs, and I saw a lot of footage of a bunch of other people in front of the vehicle getting pushed, including law enforcement, for the record. I don't know. I would wager that some people perhaps experienced some subdermal hematomas of the sort that perhaps Jonathan Ross allegedly sustained on the day that he killed Renee Good. Yeah.
Well, from what I saw, is a police officer had a ankle sprain because of the vehicle. That the vehicle had caused the ankle sprain, which would be a felony 4th degree assault if they wanted to hold the driver of the vehicle responsible for that.
Why don't, like, it's like, we can sit and talk about the legality of this, and you and I both face up to this all the time. It's what we spend most of our time thinking about these days. But I can just take a step back from it and be like, how did they get away with that without law enforcement shooting them? I would be so afraid for my life if I was in that truck, because of the what law enforcement, the way that law enforcement reacts if anybody the fuck else does that sort of thing. I'm still just kind of sitting here 48 hours out. I'm still just blown away. That was the biggest question for me for that day. Will law enforcement protect Jake Lang? And my jaw's on the floor about what I saw.
Yeah, there's a lot of considerations that go into that. Discharging a firearm into a crowd of people is not without risk. So I think that there's always concerns about that. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm keeping a spreadsheet of everybody who was arrested that day around that time for charges relevant to this type of offense. So I'll be keeping tabs on everybody. Mostly just called in to help you test out the line and get everything fine-tuned there.
Well, no, it worked out. We got a little convo out of it, got a little update for everybody who's curious about Jake Lang's stuff. But I think this was a success. I think the conversation worked. I think I can hear you, and I'm excited to argue with some new chuds, because I've been getting real sick of just like banning the same fucking 6 trolls that have been bothering me for 2 weeks.
Yeah, hopefully it does open up some new doors, and hopefully the account isn't immediately banned for things that people say, but at least they're going to have their phone number attached to it, so there is some level of accountability that could be had there.
We do have spam filtering on, such that we should only get numbers that are like attached to an actual provider account, instead of we shouldn't be able to you shouldn't be able to call into the line with a burner number. That shouldn't work. But
I did see people asking in the comments if I'm representing Spider-Man. I am not. I would absolutely love to, but there's very strong rules about soliciting clients. I would do it pro bono if he was to reach out to me. But Oskar, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna keep tabs on what's going on today. I'll keep the Discord updated if you guys aren't in the Discord. And I wish you the best of luck, friend.
Thanks very much for the help, and of course for all the help this weekend.
Yes. Take care.
Goodbye. All right, so there's the hang up chime. So as it sits, I guess, Jessie, you can put the you can set the audio for the call system back to your headset. And maybe we'll write like a little batch script or something that does that with one click. In the meantime, I could just take somebody from the queue, so we can kind of go back and forth. But I'll take a moment to say that if you do want to be in the Discord that Law of the Wild just mentioned, there is a link to do that in the link tree in the bio, as well as links to all my other social media, so you can follow me in all the places. But I will say, make sure that you're following the 3 accounts that are on the screen right now. The call-in line was this call-in line account. Oh, I always point the wrong way. This one right here, it exists to protect the show from getting like a flag or like a TikTok ding from anything that the caller says. So give this account some love. Make sure you're following there. Throw it some roses or whatever you want to do. We're gonna try to keep the account healthy, so maybe it'll become impervious to the odd little flags that we expected to get. We do also have a bunch of other accounts that we're working on setting up for that purpose. So show it some love, and then show the backup accounts, Oskar Quentin 2 and Oskar Quentin 3, which is actually called Oskar Quentin Music. I just put the name Oskar Quentin 3 on it because those are the accounts that the show is going to be hosted from if this main account gets banned, which I expect to happen at some point or another. Thank you very much, Zachary, for the $5 on Venmo. Zachary sent a message that Venmo's taking forever to load. He said, "It was great meeting you and everyone else on Saturday. Hope the call-in line gets some new blood today." Yeah, I am just so sick of TikTok callers, so we'll be able to just hopefully get somebody new. I want to put this phone number on a bench in a red town somewhere. Say, call in if you support Trump, please. Because I miss the calls where somebody's just like actually a Trump supporter and like just doesn't know everything about this. Like just doesn't know what the hell is going on. But without further ado, Jessie, you good to manage the call-in line, and then we'll have to figure out like how we want to deal with holding them if we have another caller from elsewhere.
Give me literally 1 second here. I'm gonna fix the profile picture and then join back in.
Yeah, sure thing. I'll kick you for now, and I'll talk to In Valhalla Nirvana, who's in the queue. So maybe we'll get a good call through the TikTok system, but that's kind of the idea, is to hopefully move away from that. So forgive me the troubleshooting today, because this is our first day taking phone calls, and we're trying to figure out how to do this right. But the audio quality is good. All the Wild sounded good to me. Hello, how old are you?
All right, I'm 21. I just wanted to apologize to you, Oskar.
Okay, for what?
I've kind of been disingenuous with our debates and kind of thought you were disingenuous, but yeah, I was watching your stream when you went downtown and I saw how you interacted with opposition, and I didn't really know the full thing about him going up on the sidewalk and shit, because I think that's totally disgraceful, and like I would have feared for my life. Like either left or right, whoever would have pulled up on the sidewalk. I watched that stream and I saw you interact with opposition and you seem genuine. I just wanted to apologize.
Hey man, the chat might not believe you, but I think I believe you. I think I maybe
I'm being genuine, dude. I'm a liberal. I really am. I try to entertain when I go on these live streams. I try to elicitate things out of people. You know, I do think you're genuine and you want the best for the country.
I just think that, yeah, I mean, you know, like I have to do the douchey social media influencer thing of like flexing on it. But at the end of the day, part of what I came to downtown on Saturday to do is show that I sing the same tune before and after being maced half a dozen times. Like, I don't, like, this is real shit. This is real life. When I tell people to stop being fucking disingenuous, stop wasting my time, stop trolling some of the shit that I've got, gotten at your throat about, like, it's because, like, this is fucking real life. And you got to see that for me, like, this isn't just this fucking call-in bullshit. Like, I did my show on Saturday, but instead of doing it from here, I did it from the streets of Minneapolis where this shit was happening. And if Jonathan Ross was there, he would have shot the driver in the face, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I think it would be disingenuous for me to say that things like I don't agree with that, but I do agree that driving a car at a crowd is different than that too. What he was doing was a lot more extreme. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and saying that you saw, but I think I'm going to move on for today.
Yeah. Have a good one, man.
See, that's interesting. I didn't get a single caller yesterday. We did the show. We did a shorter show because after 2 hours of just not getting a single caller who was interested in talking to me about it, I said, fuck it, I'm just going to go hop around some other lives, troll for some other people to have a conversation with. I ended up debating with RC on Michael Unmuted's live, and I convinced him that, yes, like, what Jake Lang did was bad and that the officers, like, probably would have shot him if they were treating the left and the right fairly. It took some arm wrestling because RC's a real bitch, but he just got, like, cornered enough on it. But I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like, I am willing to get maced for this as the video's evidence. Oh, cool. We got call in line back. All right. So let's like call in line in. There we go. YouTube caller. Well, it might just not just be YouTube. We could advertise the number elsewhere. We could like finally get people from Instagram and stuff to call in. But for those who are just joining and aren't aware, we finally have, I always point the wrong way. This way, this is a call-in account where there's a Google Voice number, this phone number right here, that if you call, it will connect you to an iPhone that is connecting through this account. So the voice that's being piped in that the show is hearing, the voice that I'm hearing is coming through this TikTok account. So if they say the N-word, we might have to burn this TikTok account down. But the show won't get a ding. It'll be like anybody else slur and running. So we'll have to figure out how to deal with it if we get a slur and run on the phone line, because I feel like we'll have to at least disconnect it for like 10 minutes as we normally would. And then we can go back to taking TikTok callers. But for now, nobody in the TikTok queue. Jessie.
I had to do a pinned comment because nobody can read your handwriting.
Oh, fuck you. Maybe I'll make another one. At least I got it right. I already made one where I fucking had the wrong number on there. Which thankfully is a number that didn't go anywhere. But yeah, mods just keep spamming the number in the chat periodically.
No, it's pinned.
It's pinned. Yeah. Just look at the pinned comment, everybody. Raven was in the producer's chair yesterday, so you didn't get much time on the air other than walking by the door, Jessie. Do you want to talk about Saturday? You were there. You ate some fucking mace for the first time, right?
Yeah, first time getting maced. I was fine. Evan Stead's on a fucking tirade because he also got maced for being an instigating POS.
Closer to the mic, Jessie.
Evan Stead also got maced for being an instigating POS, so that's when they got me.
Yeah, that rapist does like to show up at things and like pretend they're about him. He said that he was leading the charge against Jake Lang, and we were all like, "We don't claim you, bitch." There was actually
a moment, if you watch the photos, where Jake Lang was getting into the vehicle and he was almost unprotected from Evan Stead's POV, and he just stood there and looked at him like, "Ooh, yeah." So.
Pinned comment we're talking about is on YouTube, not on TikTok. But with
TikTok, you guys can just request to join.
Yeah, we can talk to Earl Dobbs and see if he's a Trump supporter. If he'll connect. He just showed up in the queue, so he should be here. Take your phone out of your pocket and come join the show. How old are you? Hello? Earl? No, he's not here. Goodbye. That's it. I thought that when we got the number up on the screen, it would be busy right away. You are checking, right? You got you can hear the phone if it rings, right? Is Spider-Man my sidekick? I don't know Spider-Man. There is an exclusive interview with Spider-Man on my Instagram that Derek, Dr. Dankenstein 42069 filmed and collabed on me. I think that's on his TikTok account as well. So we did get a good some good sound bites with him about what he was there to do that day and all that stuff. But I don't know the guy. I'm not an accomplice to the assault that he committed, according to Hennepin County. I don't know Spider-Man yet. I did message him on Instagram. I would love to talk to Spider-Man. That would be fantastic. And yeah, I like I keep saying on repeat, I think Jake Lang's different. Like, it's not, I've been telling people that the guy's armed and dangerous, and then he goes around and immediately commits crimes, and he did that again. He showed up riding in a vehicle on the fucking sidewalk with his men macing people. We got somebody? What?
Incoming.
Yeah, all right, let's get him connected.
Should be good to go.
Hello, how old are you?
I'm 27.
27. Do you support Trump?
I voted for him, but I'm not sure if I support him.
Are you still happy that he won the election?
Am I happy that he won the election? No, I don't think that he should have been president. I should have done more homework.
Well, what, is this Ty?
It is.
Who? What do you mean?
It is.
Why
my
you,
name?
Yeah, Ty. Is this Ty?
Yeah.
Why have you called in? You can call in through TikTok. I think I saw you in the queue a minute ago. I saw Serial, right?
I mean, Serial is potentially me, yeah.
Okay. What? I haven't read your Instagram messages. I know you've been spamming a little bit, but I've been a lot going on in the last week.
Hey, that's totally fine. And what you did was like really cool. Like,
honestly, on Saturday,
that looked very hectic.
It was pretty hectic.
Yeah.
Those things tend to go pretty crazy. But I think we're gonna keep the line open, looking for somebody who can't call in through TikTok. That's the goal.
Yeah, but you have a good day, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. All right. See, I don't have a hang up button, so you got to be ready on the disconnect. Yeah, you've got the hang up button. And we can technically, maybe we can figure it out so that it is managed through this computer, but we just have to use different sound devices. So that's more problems to solve another day. But hey, I mean, the call in line works. I can sense there's like a little bit more of a delay, so I might just have to be aware of that. And we'll see if that interferes with the flow of conversation with like other hosts on. One of the tech issues that hosts on TikTok Live run into when they pipe a caller in is that it's very hard to get the sound right such that the caller can hear the rest of the panel if there are other guests on the TikTok Live and that everybody's hearing the right mix. Hello?
Oh, my bad. I put him straight.
Yes.
Hi, how old are you?
60? Oh, no, 59. Almost 60.
In the neighborhood. Do you support Trump?
No. I am
All
a
right.
Republican, but no. No.
We're just looking for Trump supporters. So go ahead and get them disconnected, Jesse. Sorry, sir. See, that's what I didn't want. I don't want the... thankfully that person didn't say anything worth anybody bothering them about, but because their caller ID got read, which is maybe we can turn that off, but the idea is that that's supposed to be in Jesse's ear but not in our ears, so just you'll have to get in the habit of making sure that you switch the audio device over the moment you don't have a caller, so that when a new incoming call comes, it doesn't read it out. We'll figure out all that workflow stuff. Thank you, the Shadow Knows, for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Heads up, the new show number was posted to a Trumper Reddit forum. They are asking people to call and support Trump. Well, I mean, that's good, maybe? Like, thanks for the heads up, but like, is that like maybe what we want? I should go through and thank Berenti for being a member for a month and using his monthly member message to say call in line in the house, and Kronos for sending $2 to say hello, goodbye, I'm too busy for the live day. Goodbye, Kronos, love you, buddy. Pudgy has been a member for a month, so he's used his monthly member message to say manifesting sensing agony to play with Minneapolis Legends after the burial. After the Burial is a band. I don't know them. And also COLIN line. Yeah, glad that's working. And Good Citizen sent $2 to say, where are the last numbers? 08. What are the last numbers? 0877. Yes. Sorry for drawing the sign in a hurry today. We'll get some better signage figured out for it. And then I can hop over onto my other pay methods. See. I get so complacent about being good at running the show, and then I lose my mojo when we change one little thing. Ethan sent $1 to say, I was watching episode 91 before joining. You made a quote from The Office from Kevin saying, "Why say many word when few word do trick?" Are you an Office fan, and if so, who is your favorite character? I haven't watched it in a long time. Like, I'm not like a diehard fan, but I do like The Office. Who's my favorite character? I mean, Dwight. Dwight's just fun. He's a cartoon. But yeah, I mean, that's why there is some inner wisdom to why use many word when few word do trick, which like it's the sort of advice that like the fucking Frill Bros need to follow sometimes. They don't. They just use as many words as possible and as many complicated words as possible, and it's just like a total fucking terrible, ridiculous mess. And it's hard to understand them. So, but yeah, I just like that quote. It's a good meme.
People are trying to call in, and the calls they are hanging up when they get like a fuck ton of dead air. I mean, a heck ton. Sorry guys, I am doing my best.
That's okay, Jesse. We're gonna figure it out. Yeah, I mean, maybe start. I mean, I like don't know about the caller ID thing. Like, it might be good defense to have the caller ID on there, because like I feel like when you call into a radio show, they say, "Hey, this is first name, last name, this age, from this town," or something. You know, like they kind of pre-dox you when you call into like the local radio station. But I don't know. The mods can let us know what they think is appropriate there. Let's also make sure we have the Discord open. I'm sure there's people screaming at us about stuff. Oh yeah, I guess you can call people back.
Oskar, thanks for calling Oskar Quentin.
Oh, see, now I have to learn how to talk over Jessie while she's talking over there into the other microphone. Oh yeah, that's going to be a mental exercise. Let me know in the chat if you can hear Jessie muttering over there, because she's screening calls right now. And I think I can deal with that mentally. I think I can just get over it, but I just need to tune it the fuck out. It will be interesting to see. There's something very different about somebody calling in with a phone number, which, like they said in the who was it said in the YouTube chat, like the Shadow Nose said, like it might just be people getting the phone number from like a Trumper subreddit where they don't even have any idea. Like they might not be looking at me on their phone, they might not be watching the stream, they might not be like aware of what the show is exactly. David says we can hear her, she's very professional. Oh, is Cyclo Bob here bitching in the chat? I guess he's soft banned, isn't he? Isn't he soft banned? What's he bitching about in the chat? Where'd he go? They can hear her faintly. It's okay if you can hear, if you can hear through the fourth wall a little bit that somebody's over there screening calls. For me, it's just a matter of keeping my attention on the show and not getting distracted by it, which will be a little bit of a challenge for my ADHD having brain. Need directional mic. Technically, this mic is directional. I'm supposed to talk into this side of it. I've had it like turned and like realized the show audio ended up being bad. But yeah, I allegedly there's a bunch of opposition who watch on YouTube who have been wanting to call in, and I don't know where they are. So we'll
From that live should be available on YouTube in the lives portion.
That's going to be a challenge. I just want to talk about Jake Lang. I'm so disappointed that yesterday when I had the show, nobody wanted to call in and just say anything about what happened. I feel like there's a degree to which the right doesn't claim Jake Lang because he is zanier than most Trump supporters. Like, he is a real wacky, dangerous weirdo that a lot of people are perfectly happy to be like, I don't co-sign that Nazi fuck or whatever, which is fine. But I think that the problem is like, well, the fucking cops do. They escorted him down the sidewalk. They let him drive a vehicle at a crowd of people, mace a bunch of people. So I just like want some answers about the fact that like people on the left would get shot if they do that. I want to talk to some chodes about that, but I don't know. Need some soundproofing. Yeah. Well, I mean, Jessie is just like 6 feet away from me, like right over there. So it's not so much about,
I need to be in the other room.
I mean, I think that what we should do is set up some sort of automated message that just says like, hey, you've called into the Oskar Quentin show. After the conclusion of this message, you will hear dead air. The next voice you hear will be Oscar's on the air, or something like that, so that people can just sit on hold and wait and hang up or not. Because does it give you like a stacked queue of calls that have come in? Like,
It tells me my missed calls.
Sure.
And I've been calling people back.
Yeah. I mean, one other way to do it would be to like have people send us their phone number and say, just like, we can just go through and say, oh, this is like this is Jerry. Jerry's a 56-year-old Trump supporter from Ohio. What?
So let's not people have send the phone numbers, because there's no private way to do that. I do think, I don't know, because I feel like it's moderately important for me to answer the calls, because like I've been asking, are you a Trump supporter? And that's screened so far 3 calls.
Sure. Oh, did they just say no?
Yeah.
Guys.
No, one of them had a question that I was able to answer for them. One of them was just like, not anymore, and I said call back towards the end. Yeah. We're working on it.
Yeah, what do you think would be the issue with just getting the numbers from them and then calling them? Because we wouldn't release the numbers.
Right, where are they sending them though? That's not going to get
fucking anywhere. DM me. I mean, I think part of the thing here is that we want to be able to reach like fucking Jim Bob, who like doesn't know how to use technology but has a landline and is watching this on YouTube on his TV, and he's like, that fucking prick, I want to talk to him about his, you know, violating Jake Lang's freedom of speech or whatever he's gonna fucking tell me about Saturday.
I understand what you're trying to do, but I feel like the nature of this show being completely online requires like at least a moderate amount of technological literacy.
Yeah.
That'd be like saying as a radio caller, you want somebody who doesn't know how to turn it on the radio to be able to call on the show. Like the limitation is there.
Yeah, I know, but just for a lot of people, it's because they don't have TikTok. So like, I don't know. Lisa Viper's been a member for 2 months and used the monthly member message to say, heard that through sheer and complete accident, you spit mace into Jake Lang's face. Sounds like the closest thing to intimacy he's ever had. Fucking Vern. I did spit some mace into Jake Lang's face. That was. I was like yelling at him while the truck bed was moving past me while I was standing up on the bench, and I like saw him like wince from the, and I was like, where's it coming from? And I realized like while I was yelling at him that I could see it like aspirating out of my mouth like at him. Fuck him. It was an accident, but fuck him. I don't care. Definitely got some in the cop's eyes too. But it's just, there's a point at which when you're getting maced that many times, like it stops hurting anymore. Like the 3rd or 4th time that you get maced, you're still just maced. It doesn't actually make it worse. We decided on the members only stream, or maybe it was in the main stream, I don't even remember, but my superhero name is going to be the Honey Badger. Honey Badger spits mace in your eyes. He don't give a fuck. Yeah, it's, I cannot believe that I tried all day yesterday and the only meaningful debate I got with anybody about what happened was with fucking RC, and somehow I won. I convinced him that like what Jake Lang did was like definitely fully, properly, reprehensibly illegal and shouldn't, well, I mean, I basically convinced him that the law enforcement didn't handle it in a way that's appropriate, that he should have been apprehended on the spot and not allowed to go down the sidewalk.
Somebody in YouTube chat did put in a good suggestion that says, why don't you have it answer with a pre-recording and then call them back?
Yeah. We were in a little bit of a hurry to get the troubleshooting. I guess we should have set up the landing message, whatever you hear when you call, because I think that's what it should be. Instead of having you try to chat people, we should just have like a 20-second, like if you're not, that's part of the screening. It's like, can you listen to a 20-minute or 20-second message that just explains like, hey, you are connected to the show, you are about to hear some silence, that means that you're on hold, and the next voice you hear will be Oscar's voice live on the air. And that's if they can't fucking do that, then, you know, like maybe that's the screening system. So today we'll bumble through. But maybe
Another fun thing that we can do though is I can put through their audio before their microphone so they can hear you say hi, and then you can hear if they say anything deplorable. Or no.
No, that doesn't work.
I can hear if they say anything deplorable before you can.
Well, but that's going to be clunky. Like, that requires you being, like, right there, like, on the button. And I just want to be able to, with as few steps from us as possible, be able to pass it. They're saying in the chat to do, like, Facebook ads and stuff. And I am thinking about that. Maybe reach out to Ari. Well, the whole thing is that we're doing this in a very different way than other hosts have done. I've talked to Ari about my technical solution to this, and we're just kind of bumbling through the same stumbling blocks that everybody goes through with passing calls. But we are doing something that's new that I don't know of any other hosts doing, which is that the numbers are being passed through a TikTok account, so that the show is completely protected from whatever the caller says. That's the thing that people like Ari need to worry about, or people like Pickles need to worry about taking phone calls from people, is like, you need to have some kind of screening, or just, good luck, because people do slur and run, and people, and that hurts the account's standing, because, like, we're going to catch the occasional flag. Like, I get in trouble for just saying the odd thing here or there. I get the odd harassment and bullying flag or misinformation flag or whatever I get. I just got a harassment and bullying flag. Speak of the devil. Fucking unbelievable. Okay, hold on. My live visibility is restricted for 10 minutes. Not eligible for recommendation. Harassment and bullying. Why is the reason? What did I do? Okay, I'm gonna finish saying what I was saying, then we're gonna restart. Okay, so that's a perfect example. I catch a flag for who knows what, and, like, that hurts the account, but, like, not massively, because there's like there's a score it gives me in my, like, professional TikTok thingy where I can, like, look at the standing of my account, and a ding like that takes me from 100 to 99. It's not that big a deal, but we don't want to use up all the leniency we have on fucking call-in line dings. So we're just gonna calling Bob the bitch. I have been calling everybody a bitch for about a month and a half. I don't think you can get a TikTok flag for calling someone a bitch. I think I'm allowed. Anyway, we are gonna start. So here, let's see who's not following, because we only have 5 followers from the 41 minutes that we've been live on TikTok, and there's 500 people watching. So every single one of you should hit the follow button at the top of your screen over here if you're not following me already, and that way when I restart the stream in just a second, you will be connected again right away. If you don't want to follow me, that's fine too. You can just hang out for a second. When the live stream ends, there's going to be my profile picture at the top of your screen. Just click on that, like, wait a few seconds, refresh a couple times, and then we'll go live again. So I will be right back on TikTok. YouTube, you guys don't have to do anything. Let's disconnect all the guest accounts and restart this a little bit. There we go. End live. Ooh, we're not live on TikTok, which means we get to say things like Trump almost certainly raped a whole bunch of kids with Epstein. Love saying that while I'm waiting for the TikTok restart. All right, let's get back into it. That's right, live. Good. Okay, let's see how quickly we get back. Burger World has been a member for 1 month and said, I hope I never have to say his name again as he fades into irrelevance, but shout out for normalizing the use of his first name. Eddie Lang is a wuss. Yes, Edward Jacob Lang is a bitch. Canadian Vicky's also been a member for 3 months. That's a long ass time. Eddie got maced by a mouth. How does that feel? Probably been replaying it in his head again and again while in his cell. Yeah, probably while jerking off. The guy clearly has a humiliation fetish. Oh yeah, let's get the. Oh yeah, wait. Oh, you did it wrong, Jessie. See, because now you put it in the corner. You put it here. We'll disconnect. My controls. See, look at this. We do one thing different. We forgot how to do everything else.
Why can't it be in the bottom?
Because I guess I wanted it on the screen in the YouTube one. But we could also move to just having one guest account in the corner potentially. If we. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's do that for now. If we are just going to keep it connected for the entire time, let's put. Would you switch to Oscar? You're doing Oskar Quentin 2 on that phone, so get that one requested and joined, and then we'll just do the call-in line. We'll just have those 2 up.
Okay, that eliminates producer cam, but it's fine.
Oh, sure.
That's why I was going to put Colin on the bottom.
Sure. But there's that one, and there's that one. Did we hear back about the thing we're doing potentially after the show today? Is that confirmed? We should find that out. So then I can talk about it. Tell people to go watch it. That thing that I'm not announcing right now is maybe happening after the show today. Let's see.
No word yet.
No word yet? Okay. Might be doing a different show after my show today, but kind of last minute on the scheduling for that. I was hoping it would be busy. I mean, the word will spread that the COLIN account is working because it's not the same people who watch the show every day. It's actually very few people who watch the show every single day. Because the show is on the air for 28 hours a week. I had like a caller who like couldn't understand the other day that like most people aren't the same people watching every day. It is mostly a fresh audience every day. The idea of listening to the same show every 28 hours a week is kind of fucking bananas. Did the backup account drop out, Jessie? Gone for some reason. Oh. I didn't do it. There, we're back. Have I heard of Pushing the Limits with Brian Shapiro? Yes. I have heard of that. To be fair, I can only watch about 26 hours. Yeah, it's like 10% of the audience every day are like regular watchers that watch several times a week. And then the rest of the people that make up the 1,000 or 1,500 or sometimes as close as 2,000 people are just like randos that are watching on that particular day. So that's why I need to be so dang repetitive. So sorry to all the regular listeners who hear me say the same thing over and over and over and over again. But that's kind of the way live content production works. The Spoopy said $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say $5 for the next protest milks budget or whatever. Keep it up, Honey Badger. Yeah, I mean, I don't like look forward to getting maced again in the name of the cause, but I expect that I will be maced again. We'll see. I guess paying so much attention to the call-in line, I haven't even considered the fact that this is yet another day where we don't really have a proper debate on the TikTok end, because where have they all gone? Where are they? Should I start complaining for engagement on TikTok? Do we have gifts? What are we doing? The go live flag? I don't know how the gifts work. I don't know how they're supposed to work. We've got a caller. We've got Cam on TikTok. Nope, request canceled. We don't have Cam. They didn't mean to join. Do you realize TikTok is a private company? Does somebody in the chat not understand the First Amendment? Let's see. Where were they? Emily, thank you for the galaxy. Aura Sigma is talking about free speech. I mean, we don't really have free speech on TikTok. If that's what the conversation is. I don't know. TikTok just decides whether or not we're allowed to be up here. So trying to keep them happy. Oh, why did the mods ban me? What happened to free speech? Oh, I don't know what they banned you for. You're not banned if you're in the chat. I don't know what you're talking about. Jake was exercising his First Amendment right, and Oscar didn't like that. Psycho Bob, he was driving a fucking... He and his friends were driving a convoy of vehicles on the fucking sidewalk. That's not protected speech. It's ridiculous. There's also a good argument to be said for the sign that Jake Lang was carrying, which read, Jake Lang loves black people, but hates, and then it said N-words, plural. I think there's an argument for that being fighting words. And as it turns out, Spider-Man's black in Minnesota. So, maybe an argument there.
He is in the multiverse as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I haven't seen Into the Spider-Verse. I've heard it's good, though. Cartoon DeLune is in the request queue. Let's see if we got a Trump supporter. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 47. I'm not a supporter. My bad.
No worries.
Only want to talk.
Yeah, just looking for Trump supporters. We're trying to get a debate in. It's been 2 days since Jake Lang had his hate rally, and there's like nobody but like Psycho Bob just like going around and like throwing a goddamn temper tantrum in all the chats, being like, the First Amendment. Yeah, no, dude, it's fucking nonsense. Psycho Bob is not to be taken seriously if he's saying that Jake Lang was just exercising his First Amendment right. Oh, or a Sigma, we got you in. Mods didn't ban you. They connected you. How old are you?
Yo, what's up, buddy?
How old are you?
I'm 18. I swear I'm 18.
Okay, I'm going to believe you for now. You support...
Hey, let's go. I'm in the live. Let's go.
Do you support
Trump?
Wait,
sorry, 1 second.
We're going to talk to IowaGolfer, see what he thinks today. Let's just get him banned. Mods, get him banned for doing the toilet gag. Iowa, how you doing?
Not too bad, Ben.
Have you watched?
Hey, Ben, I've seen the video. Yeah, I know you walk the walk. Being maced sucks. I've been maced several times. It's not fun.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as people say it is, to be honest.
Yeah, the thing I keep saying about it is that, like, it's not that hard to be brave about getting maced because mace is not going to cause you any permanent damage. So if you can just accept that it's going to hurt, you can just, like, I'm so much more afraid of having a finger blown off or something like that at one of these things than mace. Like, mace is like the least dangerous, painful thing that can happen to you at these things.
When you shower after being maced, lean your head way forward. Don't let the water run down your body.
Yeah. My first shower after I got home on Saturday was pretty fucking miserable.
Nobody told me that, so I hop, skip, jumped right in there, and then I had to call
terrible.
Oscar from the shower. It was like,
it's
why
ridiculous.
does everything hurt?
Yeah, it's bad. Anyway, breaking news. Did you see that New York City is being sued by the Multicultural Business Coalition for $70 million for their state-run grocery stores?
Oh, no, I didn't see that. What's the claim?
Yeah, like a bunch of minority-owned grocery stores in New York City are saying that their state-run grocery stores are going to put them out of business so they can't compete, and they're using their own tax dollars that they paid into the city to do it.
Oh, fuck them. What a bunch of assholes.
Wait, no.
They're immigrants, dude. They're poor immigrants running grocery stores, and you're saying fuck them?
Yeah, hold on, Oscar. That's a hot take.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about it. If they're upset,
I'm with you for the record.
If they're upset about the state offering better, like, groceries for people, then, like, yeah, low key fuck them. Like, grocery stores are broken. The business model's broken.
I agree. Family-run grocery stores are not going to be able to keep up. That puts them out of business.
Well, okay, then what do we suggest that they do? I like the state-run grocery store program. I think it's going to help people.
Subsidize the grocery stores that are already there, that are family-owned. Do something like that.
I feel like that would have been a better approach, yeah.
Yeah, but just straight up putting them out of business like that. I mean, when I lived in a small town, I would go to, like, the family grocers to try and support them, knowing that I was paying more for groceries. If there was a cheaper option right next door that I knew had to be cheaper, I wouldn't have gone either.
Nope. And another thing, too, is that if they get this lawsuit done for $70 million, that's $70 million of taxpayer money that's going to have to go back out of the funds to pay for this.
True.
Let's see. Grocers and bodegas. All right, here I'll have to read New York Post about it. Let's see. Immigrant grocers sue Mamdani over government-owned supermarkets liken plan to Walmart coming to NYC. Immigrant grocers and bodegas sued Mayor Zoran Mamdani over his plan to open 5 government-owned supermarkets, likening his plans to the devastating competitive threat that would be posed by Walmart coming to New York City. The Multicultural Business Coalition, which is comprised of 50 chambers of commerce representing ethnically diverse businesses, filed 2 lawsuits in a New York State court. One of them, 7-page class action on behalf of hundreds of store owners who are members of groups historically discriminated against. Class action alleges that the business owners' civil rights will be violated if the municipal stores are allowed to open according to court papers. The second suit, a 13-page filing in New York State Supreme Court, claims that the government-owned stores would present problems similar to those posed by Walmart, which has attempted several times to enter Big Apple without success. For years, the Arkansas-based discounter has faced fierce opposition from New York politicians, with legislators and labor unions claiming small businesses would be decimated by the retail giant. The municipal grocery stores have pledged to sell food items 30% low market rate, a rate that rivals or exceeds Walmart discounts, according to the second filing. The suit likened the government-owned supermarket plan to allowing Walmart to operate deep discount business while bringing affordability, claiming that the plan would eliminate an untold amount of opportunity for minority businesses and small businesses at large. The suit likewise accused the city and the mayor of failing to perform a proper review before unveiling its plans in July, including a land use study to determine how the taxpayer-funded stores would affect existing stores nearby. There's no, this is a quote, there's no extant evidence that the respondents have undertaken any studies or serious analysis before its current arbitrary site selection, according to the second filing. It is beyond debate that the municipal grocery stores openly compete with grocery stores at large, NBC alleges. The city failed to study the discriminatory effects of the municipal stores on the family-owned bodegas and grocery stores owned by Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, and according to the second filing, which asked the court to force the city to perform an economic analysis. NBC was formed earlier this year to expose the mayor's plan, which will cost taxpayers $70 million to build. The stores will offer a 30% discount on basic items like produce, meat, milk, cheese, and bread. City Hall projects the markdown will save shoppers an average of $90 a month or $100 or $1,000 a year. Okay, I will just say I'm kind of like fence sitting on this one a little bit, but like this last paragraph about NBC being formed earlier this year to oppose this kind of removes the credibility that we started with, because this sounded really official at the beginning to say like, where is it? At the top here it said the Multicultural Business Coalition, which is comprised of 50 chambers of commerce representing ethnically diverse businesses. Well, like when it says it like that, it says like that makes it sound to me like it's an established thing that like existed before this problem, and they're saying that there's a problem with this. But if this coalition was created by a bunch of businesses being butthurt about this, I'm going to continue to sit on the fence about this one, because it makes me skeptical that this represents the actual thoughts of business owners in New York.
I think you need to be careful doing that, saying that people who are terrified for their way of living are butthurt and think they won't be able to survive. I don't think that's a very good take, Oscar.
I agree. Iowa, pause one moment. Oscar, I want you to direct your attention to the YouTube chat, please.
YouTube chat. Whoa. Josh Lost in Time just sent a $200 YouTube super chat. Why did he do that? That was very nice of him. He said, been trying to Venmo you since the live at the protest Saturday, but it's refused to go through. My issue, not yours. This is for any mace care you, Jessie, and Raven needed. So glad you didn't end up in jail. You and Spider-Man are definitely two of a kind. Keep fighting the good fight. Dude, thanks so much.
Josh, thank you so fucking much.
Yeah, dude. It's... The support since Saturday has been really crazy. Lots of people have been sending donations and messages, and kind words and everything all make a difference. And like, we're trying to keep the show growing and keep doing what we're trying to do here. And that's like, when I get these big donations, like that's the thing I have to say is like, that's just a big chunk of like some shit that we need, some gear for putting the show on the road or something like that. So I'm glad that, stepping out and, showing that I do show up for these things. It's meant a lot to a lot of people, and I'm glad it meant a lot to you. Thanks for the donation, man. It's a big deal. Oh, sorry, that took me right out of it. We're reading a fucking New York Post article, which I'm conflicted on them because they're pretty right, but like it is also like local New York. Like as a New Yorker, I know that people do read it. I'm just gonna keep sitting on the fence about this. I have a hard time believing that a coalition that was like formed to attack this policy from the mayor is like offering like anything. What I worry as a New Yorker is that it's the 10% shittiest of bodegas that have the worst practices that have joined this coalition and are upset about it. And the whole point of the program from Mayor Mamdani is to say fuck those businesses, which is why I started by saying fuck them. Like the whole point is to make basic goods competitive by offering a solution from the state, which is like what we do with mail, which is why FedEx and UPS don't like fuck us over completely on small packages, because they could if we didn't have the USPS.
Just to be 100% straight. I mean, if you're looking for competitive, the last place you should be living is New York.
Right. Well, competitive. No, but we're talking about competitive within the market that is New York. Oh, we're losing you, yeah. Iowa. Well, I mean, obviously not competitive on a national scale, but competitive within New York. So I'm highly skeptical to these complaints, but I'm actually going to crowd the panel for a moment. One, because Iowa's service is bad, but I also just want to hear what Raven and Little Sao Paulo have to say about this, because I'm sitting here not convinced that these businesses have a good claim to what they're saying about this situation, and I would love for my friends to try to prove me wrong on this one. How you doing, Little Sao Paulo?
Doing good. How are you guys?
Good, and good to see you as well, Raven. Even though I just saw you like 10 hours ago, 12 hours ago.
I had some thoughts on the New York thing.
Let's hear.
I think it would help if you look at Mamdani's response, because he has already put out a response to this lawsuit. But basically, the summarization is that New York has over 1,000 grocery stores, and there just isn't a lot of evidence to show that 5 city-run grocery stores out of the over 1,000 there is going to make a huge dent in it. The East Coast has experimented with subsidizing certain grocery outlets before, and it didn't seem to lead to devastation for other locally owned businesses. But lastly, Mamdani is also doing other things to help those bodegas and smaller businesses too. He's like reduced the street fair permits. Owners no longer need a separate license to sell products outside their storefront versus inside it. He streamlined inspection processes for small businesses. So, it's not like he's doing nothing for them at all. So I I got to say, I disagree with the criticisms from this lawsuit. Especially since we're just trying to help feed people. That's the end goal.
The view I take on this is say you compare it to like a kid running a lemonade stand, right? You tell a kid, okay, well, you don't have to have a permit to have your lemonade stand, but you're selling it for $1. Well, I'm going to come over here across the street from me and I'm going to sell it for 25 cents.
Well, 70 cents if we're gonna make it fair.
It's the way it is, right? You're going to come in and you're just going to undercut, and you're not going to give them a chance to survive.
Okay, I guess.
I mean, you can give them all these things and say, okay, well, we're going to give you this stuff, but we're not going to give you the opportunity to be competitive because you can't get these products, or we can afford to lose money on this because we have such a massive coffer to pull from where we can just take money.
And the solution I have for this actually would help small businesses to compete against the big stores anyways. If you have a store that makes, well, let me just back up. Big name stores and small family-owned stores are going to have a huge difference in profit, over a year. So if you find a healthy line between the two and say, if you're under this line, we're going to subsidize 30% of everything you sell so you can lower your prices by 30% and we'll match the difference. That way.
I think if you do that though, Raven, this is just my thought. If you take the 30% of what you make from those state-run grocery stores, it's just going to be an even bigger money pit than what it already is. I mean,
it's going to be covered by taxes that cover more than just the people affected by this. So it's going to be pennies, to anybody else.
I mean, financially, Raven's solution is kind of tried and tested by the SNAP benefits program, because if we do like a 30% subsidy and we say we're going to pay for 30% of the cost of these goods so that they're cheaper for the public, instead of giving an individual money to spend on food, you're just making food cheaper for the public with the taxpayers' dollars. So the terms of like the type of effect that can have on the local economy is very similar to giving people SNAP benefits. That's a different way to handle it. But
I do kind of agree with that to a certain point, but then why even open the grocery stores? Why not just give out credits or something like that? Put out I don't know what the hell you call them, bodega bucks or something.
The whole point is to make the whole point in this goal is to make the everyday person feel like they have more dollars in their pocket that go further, right? So if we allow these small family-owned businesses to lower their price tag, people are going to actually be incentivized to shop there instead of, say, Walmart that's not getting this incentive and has to charge more because even though they're selling in bulk, they're selling at a higher price because they don't get this 30% incentive. So the small family-owned business actually looks better to the consumer, incentivizing them to shop there.
Yeah, I kind of get that. I mean, it's kind of like mental gymnastics, I guess. I mean, it looks better. It's not really, but I mean, like I said, it's just if you want to do something like that,
but
that's
who benefits? The corporations are the ones that suffer under my worldview, whereas the people and the small businesses thrive.
Yeah. These are the people that are suing this is the small minority-run bodegas and grocery stores. It's not the corporate entities that are suing them.
But just because we found one flaw in the plan doesn't mean we have to break the whole thing down and start over.
Well, and that's kind of where I want to... Hold on, let me jump in here, because I can just go back to before I heard the news about this lawsuit, because you could have asked me this morning before I learned about that, hey, Oscar, do you think there are any bodegas and grocery stores in New York that are upset about Mamdani's plan to make 5 state-run grocery stores that undercut the market? And I'd be like, yeah, of course. In particular, the shadiest of them are going to be the most upset. So of course he's taking profit off the table for some businesses. So it's not even a little bit surprising to me that some people are butthurt about it. But that is always going to happen when you make some sort of regulatory disruption to a capitalistic system. Like some store owners are going to be mad about not being able to fucking upcharge for their bullshit that they're selling to people, because it is the person most likely to get on board with this sort of lawsuit is somebody who literally gouges poor people for things they need. That's the behavior that we're trying to stop with these sorts of programs. And I said when I heard about the 5 grocery stores that 70% sounds aggressive, like a 30% undercut, that sounds aggressive. I feel like 90% would be a good place to start and maybe keep it there so that they can't, sneaky inflation up the prices on things while people aren't looking. So I think it's I'm not even 100% certain that this program is going to go well. I'm just watching it carefully. But yeah, I'm not even slightly surprised that a bunch of business owners are upset about it and suing the city.
Well, I mean, also, but going back to how, it's 5 grocery stores out of 1,000. I live in an extremely small town that takes 15 minutes to drive from one end to the other. I have a Winco and a Fred Meyer's right next to each other. You can both get groceries at both those places. Winco is far cheaper, but it's literally a block and a half farther away. Sometimes I drive to Fred Meyer, which is about block and a half closer, even though I know I'm going to pay a couple dollars more there, just because I'm frankly that lazy sometimes. So I know in New York, it's got to be the same, right? How many people are really going to go the extra miles to one of those 5-owned grocery stores when they have, a plethora of bodegas and other smaller places near them? Just because the option's available doesn't mean every single person is going to take it. Plenty of people are still going to choose the convenience of their local bodega right around the corner,
Well, I think the point of that is though that the point of these state-run grocery stores is to help people who are like in poverty and can't get ahead. I mean, what is the poverty percentage in New York City? I mean, it's got to be insane compared to the average of the United States. I mean, people who are trying to stretch every penny, they're going to do everything they can to save any kind of money.
Poverty rate in New York's about 25%.
Yeah, 25% of everybody in New York City are going to do everything they can to stretch every penny. So you take 25% of all retail customers away from a certain demographic, or not, that's not the right word, but a certain
Right. But the people upset here is a small number of business owners, not a bunch of poor people. Like the poor people that we're talking about are still going to benefit. Also, Jessie is screaming at me to read the donations. When
you take 25% of those people that would go into those other bodegas, that's a big chunk. I mean, you take away 25% of anybody's business, that's going to hurt them hard, no matter who they are.
Right, but if we're talking about hurting a small number of people hard who are profiting off of something that's evil in order to help the people who are the subject of that evil that I just described. But Jessie's been screaming at me to read donations, so I should do that. Hi-Fi Mike sent $2 to say, if it's bananas, then call me Hi-Fi Bananas. Thank you very much. JL for Jake Lang, Jessie for Mayor, Raven for Supreme Leader, says Nick with his monthly member message. Then Josh again sent a $200 YouTube super chat, which interrupted the show. Fucking crazy. Thanks again, dude. Tavi sent $5 to say, the coalition was co-founded by the Orthodox Jewish Chamber of Commerce, if that means anything. Also, I will say that the Orthodox Jewish community in New York is like, the Orthodox people of all kinds. This is another word for fundamentalist in my opinion. So like, never mind how you feel about Judaism generally. Obviously that's like controversial right now, but like in general, as a New Yorker, I can kind of say like low key fuck those guys and their business practices because they're fundamentalists. They're not kind to women. The group of people that we're talking about. 10,000 seconds sent $10 to say, I'm on the fence about it too, but we should worry more about the poor people. Cheaper groceries would help, or the fewer owners it may hurt. I'd go with reduce harm, which is basically what I just said. Tavi sent another $5 to say, Iowa, the coalition is two people, Frank Garcia and Duvi Honig. They don't really care about the businesses. They just don't like Mamdani, which I'm just not surprised to hear that some people are fucking suing the city about this. That's kind of expected. So I just need a good case for what they're saying. I have not looked at like the sites for these grocery stores. I haven't like judged if I think that this is a good program on the face of it. I just like the attempt, and I'm curious to see how it goes. Ethan sent $1 to say, you always have debates over immigration, abortion, or Trump in general. Is there a certain topic you'd be thrilled on a debate that just never gets brought up by the opposition? Law and order, fairness of the weaponization of the Justice Department, that sort of thing. Charlotte sent $2 to say, no need to read on air. Oh yeah, I will. Yeah, good to consider. Thank you, Charlotte. Appreciate that. And then let me just double check the other methods. And sorry for everybody who's listening to us troubleshoot on the air, because we're kind of doing some new production stuff today that's got me very distracted. But to send it back to you, Iowa, I just feel like right-leaning media is like so quick to say, look, the immigrants in New York don't like this. Oskar was wrong. And I look at it and I'm just like, yeah, I mean, like these types of businesses are disproportionately immigrant owned, but I'm still just way more interested in the benefit to the people of New York than to some small handful of business owners that are upset about being undercut on particular products.
And I think it's important to remember that just because there is a flaw doesn't mean we can't fix it, instead of just breaking the whole thing down.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I was just coming up mainly to get your view on. Like I said, I mean, sure. I've kind of gotten to the point where, where if it affects somebody, I mean, it should probably be looked at,
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that you would. I would almost kind of say that you've kind of turned me into a humanist. I think that's what you call it, where I don't want people to suffer.
That's what it's all about, man. Fucking humans. Yeah.
But then you say, well, it's just a small percentage of people that are suffering, so it doesn't really matter. Well, no,
it's not that it doesn't really matter. It's just that we do have to take in the totality of circumstances. And when we make a disruptive...
What can we do to make everybody happy? Like, we can do a
New
York City
hold on. Iowa,
where they can use those at the bodegas.
The answer to the question, what can we do that will hurt nobody, is almost never anything. Like, there's almost never a solution that just won't hurt anybody. So when we look at disruptive changes to systems that we know are broken and need reform, there will be some people who get the fucking losing end of it. And I'm even willing to point out other policies of Mamdani's. Like, when he worked to balance the budget, there were some things that, as like an educator, I was really sad to learn that they're procrastinating reducing class sizes in New York another 5 or 10 years. And that's just an area of the budget because it just makes the education system more expensive to have lower class sizes. So that's one of the things he did to eke some money out of the budget, out of the deficit, so that he could get it balanced. So I can look at that and be really bummed that happened. But at the end of the day, like, you got to just be able to negotiate. And if somebody says that groceries are going to be cheaper for poor people and save poor people in New York $90 a month, yeah, if you know what, businesses go the fuck out of business all the time in New York. If the bottom end, if the most likely to go out of business bodegas go out of business because of this, that might be a good thing. Like, that might be a correction to a problem, to a business that shouldn't be operating, because the only way they're able to be profitable enough to operate is by gouging poor people for basic necessities. Fuck them if that's their business model, frankly.
Well, like I said, I mean, I've said this before. I've been in New York twice now, and it's the most unaffordable, like, ridiculously priced place anywhere. And I honestly don't know why anybody would want to live there. It's just chaos the whole time. But I mean, I get that there's just a certain buzz to the city that people do like. But I mean, I don't really like it. People are assholes and everything costs a lot of money and it stinks in New York City. I don't really get it.
I mean, I moved away from there for some of those reasons. Like, I hear you. I didn't want to try to, like, be competitive enough in my career to survive in New York. I wanted to move somewhere more chill so I could, like, enjoy my 20s. And that I think was very much the right choice for me. And that's why I'm so happy to have made what I think will be my permanent home here in Minneapolis. But at the same time, the experience of a person visiting New York is always going to be, wow, this place is so expensive because it's the most expensive place in the country. Whereas, like, think about it this way. If you live in New York and you go on vacation somewhere else, everywhere is cheap all of a sudden. Like, that growing up is the way that I thought about it, living in New York, because you have that satiation to whatever the norm is in New York. But like every place, like every city, there is going to be a poverty rate. And we can look at it being 1 in 4 in New York and saying that that's too high. And it's like, what do these sorts of policies do for that greater problem? And I will just say that I don't have to have firm opinions about what the percentage markdown should be, how many stores where they should be, or like any of these exact details. But the straightforward question, will a state-run grocery store program that helps poor people buy cheap groceries fuck over some grocery store owners and bodega owners such that they have to close their doors? The answer is so obviously yes that I'm kind of like taking a step back from this conversation and being like, yeah, of course the losers are going to sue. Like, so what? Fuck them. I think I'm landing back on what I said at the beginning, which is fuck them.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Like I said, it's kind of a hot take, but that's cool. I'm good with it. You said something earlier. Oh, I'm sorry.
I do think this topic is intended to drive an emotional reaction, because, like Sal Pal said, it's a drop in a bucket of people who are actually going to be affected by this. And operational risk management is something we learned in the military. Sometimes you got to understand that you're going into this and you're going to take a few hits, but it's for the mission. You know, we got to accomplish the goal of making life actually affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the bigger goal. So I mean, I'll have to dig a little bit more into that, and it's always hard to follow these things
when
they're
kick me so I can actually get to my actual job.
Yeah, get back to work, Raven. Goodbye.
Now, you said something earlier. You said you want to talk about. Sorry, Salvo.
Oh, I was just going to end on saying, anytime we have an issue that is focused on helping needy people with something as basic as food or housing or education, anything like that, I'm always going to be on the side that is trying to expand access to that. Even if they aren't always doing it the best way, I agree with the end goal to the point where it's like, all right, well, if we mess up a little bit, let's adjust the plan and, still move forward with the same goal. So I'm always going to be on the side of helping out the little man.
Dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to get back to like the thing where it just reminds me of the government cheese program. I mean, do you remember that?
I don't know
Did
that.
you ever have government? Okay, you don't remember the government cheese program?
I don't.
Aren't you? Okay. No, like the government literally had like billions of pounds of cheese that they couldn't get rid of, so they gave it to poor people, and it was just everybody hated it, but they ate the shit out of it.
Oh,
like you had to cut mold off of it and everything. Like that, it's bought from saved a farm out of business, and well, we have to do something with it, so they turned it all into cheese, and then they shoved it all into a cave in like Missouri, and they were like, okay, well now we have all this cheese. What the hell are we gonna do with it? Well, we can either destroy it or give it away.
Yeah, I'm googling, and I'm seeing as conflicting answers on Google. I'm seeing as big as conflicting answers on Google as I am in the chat about whether or not it was good cheese, because the chat is divided, and so are the Google results. But I mean, yeah, that sounds like it was. I need to research that. I'm not familiar with what that program was and who they were bailing out and why. But yeah, I mean, I expect the grocery problem to have its hurdles. I expect them to 30 days, 90 days into it be like, all right, here's what's working, here's what's not working. We're going to change the undercut rate. We're going to change the stock. Like they're going to have to figure it out. I'm just excited that we have a leader who's fucking trying to figure out how to fix some of the ways in which capitalism is just absolutely ass fucking the bottom 25% of the population.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't they tried several times in the United States to do government-run grocery stores and they've all failed?
I don't know. Let's see.
I think they've tried it over the East Coast several times over and over, and it's never really worked long term.
Let's see.
I think like Vermont, I think tried it too, and it never worked. I don't know if it was Vermont. I know it was one of the eastern seaboard states, but it never worked.
Let's see. There's like a couple. Yeah, I'd have to study. There's like some examples here. Washington, Wisconsin, New York. Some of these are old historical examples from like the Great Depression. I don't know. I'd need to look into it. I'm going to leave this tab open and read about grocery store programs. Illinois has the Illinois Fresh Food Fund, launched in 2012, supported the opening of 6 grocery stores in food deserts. As of 2024, 4 of them had closed, so that wasn't a success. But I don't know if they were just trying to start grocery stores, or if they were properly subsidized, or if they were supposed to get afloat, or what. Because that's the whole point of like having a program where like it just isn't going to go bankrupt. Like people, there's nothing that could happen in the market of people buying postage stamps that would cause the USPS to like stop operating this year. If it loses money this year, they'll borrow it from the federal government and figure out paying it back going forward. And they do that every now and then. They're negative. And instead of fucking people over to prevent themselves from going bankrupt, they just let themselves go technically bankrupt for a year and borrow the money from the government and do it again. And I'd be okay with the money being forgiven. Like if the post office just costs the taxpayer some money every now and then, that's fine, because mail is important. And I just feel that way about we lost to Iowa. I just feel that way about food. I'm pretty sure Sal does too.
I do. And, also doing my own research, apparently one of the biggest examples we have of subsidized grocery stores are on military bases. Our military bases apparently get like $1.5 billion to provide roughly 23% in savings on their food. But I get that's not a 100% analogous situation.
Yeah, I also kind of skipped past that when I was looking for examples of state-run grocery stores. The commissary on base isn't really in the spirit of this sort of thing. But I'll open the lineup to see if I can get a call. Thanks for hopping up, little Sal.
Sounds good. Have a good day, man.
We have somebody on, Jesse? Oh, can you come connect them? All right, Jesse's out of the room, but so she'll connect us to somebody who is on the call in line but not connected through yet. I'll take a moment to do the ad read. If you like what we're doing, you can go to the link tree in the bio and find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, just like Skylar did. Skylar found the Venmo and sent me a message that says, ex-Southern Baptist from Mississippi, or MS, is that Mississippi? We cannot heal the crisis without work of the kind that you are doing. We could use innumerable Oskar Quentins. Curious how'd you go about training others to do what you do. So proud of you all for squaring up with those Nazis. Well, I did do a little bit of training because we had some people who were new to that sort of thing that we trained up kind of as we got there. But there's a degree to which, like, I'm a frontliner. When I go to a protest, I'm at the front lines getting maced. You don't have to do that the first time you go to a protest. You can learn and observe from the back and be much safer. Start showing up and start talking to people who have experience. You start getting involved and start getting comfortable with some of the chaos that happens at these things, while exercising just some basic safety.
There were 2 or 3 people from the Oskar Quentin Discord that showed up and supported and got maced. And so if you guys are on the live today, make yourselves known, because we're very proud of you and very thankful you were there with us.
Actually, you talk about that for a moment. I want to use the restroom before we bring the caller in case we get a good phone call and it actually becomes a debate. So I'll hurry, but you hold the air.
Let me find them on the Discord really quick. Maybe. I'm really bad at Discord, gang, if y'all haven't figured that out yet. I'm sorry, my voice is absolutely garbage right now. We recorded a song last night, and it's the hardest one I do, so I am feeling it today. Feeling pretty rotten, but it's okay. Oskar was here early this morning to wake me up out of my peaceful slumber. Who was it that showed up? How do I get to my private messages on Discord? I'm not gonna lie, this isn't my oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna ask you guys, make yourselves known. Oh, Crowbore or Coffee in the Discord was one of them. And then I got the Instagrams of the other two, I think. I don't really want to dox them, but yeah, I have them here. I just don't want to dox them. Okay. We ready?
We are ready to take a phone caller.
Yeah. Luft for thank you, Tori, for pointing it out. I didn't know if that was their Discord, it's their Instagram as well. They were there and they got maced bad. So A+ to them.
Shane, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. They just said good morning. Good morning to you too.
Yeah. I'm gonna call her back, see what happens.
Oh yeah, you had to call him back. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if we have a missed call, then we can just say like, hey, or maybe that's what the message should say. It's like, hey, if we didn't pick up, you'll be called back momentarily. Hang by your phone, something like that. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out the best workflow for getting these calls passed through to the show, and we'll get everybody trained up on it. Because I remember from like before I was doing this on YouTube as well, when I was just on TikTok before, there was a time where I wasn't even recording the streams or like trying to post them or anything. It's just like so much stuff to keep your attention on while you're doing the show, and then when that gets comfortable, we add more workload and the show gets more complicated. And today, with adding the call-in line, it's a whole other thing. I'm still talking about who was macing Jake Lang's guys, his friends, or the people he hired. I almost feel like they were impersonating law enforcement, because I think if I knew that the big guy in the vest who was macing everybody wasn't law enforcement, if I knew that he wasn't law enforcement, I would have tackled him. I would have grabbed onto that vest and he weighed a lot more than me, so I don't know how successfully I would have taken him down, but I would have made his day trouble if I knew that he wasn't law enforcement. But I thought he probably was, because ICE agents tend to fucking look like that. What are we looking for in the chat, Jessie?
None of your business.
Okay. So, what do you mean? It's exactly, the chat is very much my business. I've built a whole business around this chat. Oh.
I don't know how to say that name.
No, yeah. Who was that? Did we learn their name? I don't know if I should be saying names. I don't know if people want their names out there.
Yeah, that's the other problem. We met humans, so we got names.
Yeah, Foxy Roxy wants to say hello. We can take a friendly call quick while we're waiting for the caller to call back. How you doing, Roxy?
Good. I just wanted to talk about perspective of food and affordability and what actually is
majestic disaster.
Given, and what the fact that the price that they give you has not changed, but the price of cost has gone 3 times the price as it was. So now people that are getting the support are having to dip into other funds.
I'm not 100% following. What problem are you laying out?
Okay, so if you receive SNAP, the price has not changed since
the cost of the goods go up, but the benefits haven't been tracking. I mean, that's a problem with the rising cost of living, is that the government programs always lag behind whatever's going on with inflation because it takes a while to adjust policy. So I think that there should be some faster way to respond to that, or potentially just some sort of state option that makes it, a little harder for those prices to creep up in a way that we don't like. But that's the sort of thing that we're talking about.
Right. And the thing is like, I know in our state, they, like, if you go to the farmer's market and you're on that program, you get, some counties offer like extra bucks to get like vegetables and fruits and food goods at the farmer's market. And that's like one benefit of having, is being able to support those local farmers. Plus, you're getting nutrition for the children that need it. And I know that's one thing that's nice about our state, but it's just like, how are you supposed to afford anything? Like, when you have to cut it down to like, you're relying on schools to feed your kids because there is not enough funding or for those lower people. And it causes, to me, it seems like it causes more crime because people are that desperate.
Well, and that's the thing that I always say about these food programs, is that people who are hungry do desperate, horrible things. And I have a hard time blaming hungry people for committing crimes.
Right.
Because, I mean, back before civilization, right? Like, that's what you did when you were hungry, right? You went and killed something. I think we have to understand about society that that's the way it's going to work. And it's such good harm reduction to make people not that desperate. But I think any government approach like this is just gonna result in like disruption that's gonna piss some people off. And I think we need to accept that.
Well, and the more it becomes a problem, the more it gets talked about, and the bigger it's an issue, it seems like. And it's just like, I do not know how people do it like right now in our state. I really don't, because even with a culinary background, even with knowing how to living in that state of, month to month on every single thing, and knowing how to use meat to the possible extent, and it's still not being enough.
On that, I think I'll open the line, hopefully, to get a debate. But thanks for hopping up.
I just wanted to give it an idea about that.
Yeah, no worries. Do we have somebody on the call line, or should I talk to Billy Bob? Have we spoken to Billy Bob before? I think we have. I remember thinking, yeah, this looks like a burner account, 2 followers, 2 following. But I remember talking to him. How old are you?
50.
Yeah, I don't remember our conversation. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm a friendly, but I've got, I was new. So I'm new to TikTok. I've got a burner account just because I don't use TikTok. So,
sure thing. Do you have a quick topic or question? I'm just mostly looking for debates right now.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is the grocery store thing's great, but what's going to pop up immediately in the right sphere is, the Berlin comparison between East Berlin and West Berlin on grocery stores specifically. And Mamdani's idea is great, because what's going to happen is Vons is making plenty of money. That's not the problem. They're going to be fine, but it's a way to shine light on that, they're gouging and, charging 100 times what they should for, ibuprofen or whatever the fuck.
Well, and I'd like to think that if there's a business model shift that needs to happen for grocery stores in New York to respond to what Mamdani's doing, it might be that, hey, you can't overcharge for basic needs because the state-run grocery stores have, keep you competitive there. If you want people to come to your store and maybe pay a little bit more for basic needs because you can't afford to undercut that much, maybe you need to offer something better. Maybe you need to have the best sandwich on the block. Maybe you need to have a wider variety of goods that people can't buy at the state-run grocery store, which is like the sort of thing that I think about with like Aldi, which is the cheap grocery store around here, where I buy 90% of the stuff that I need because they have a small number of SKUs. So if you want peanut butter, they've got 2 kinds, like chunky and smooth. No brand decision. Do you want chunky or smooth? Whichever brand shows up on the shelf that week, they only have one kind of each kind of peanut butter, and that's it. So if you want all that fancy stuff, if you have some particular things that you want, like for me, like I have some pet supply items I don't buy at Aldi because the pet supplies there aren't very good. There aren't many options, and I'm picky for my pets. So like I have to go to another store and buy 10% of the stuff I need, and it's that store that gets to compete with Aldi by just having better stuff, even if they don't compete with Aldi on the prices of basic goods. So for me, I like that sort of dynamic, and that's what I want to see from bodegas and grocery stores in New York. Respond to this in a way that's healthy instead of just complaining about the fact that the government's making your business model of exploiting poor people less sustainable.
Exactly. And I'm glad you brought up Aldi, because Aldi is exactly it is a grocery store that started in Berlin exactly that way, right? The problem isn't capitalism, it's that there's no controls on capitalism and there's no a way for competitors to get in and undercut. So the government's got to step in and be that competitor, right? So Mamdani is doing what he can. What really needs to happen is a crackdown on antitrust on government stores to actually have not gouging, right? But here's the piece that I can debate you on, which is that when it's coming from someone, it's a fucking great idea. But when it's coming from someone that is on the record and saying we're going to own the means of production, it kills everything. It kills everything, because I think it's bullshit when he says that the end goal is to own the means of production. It's not. It's to have like a flourishing society where people can actually fucking live. But owning the means of production, like the DSA has got to be really careful with that.
Well, I mean, they're always going to run into the marketability of that language around it. But I think that like such a good example is the USPS. I don't think it'd be fair to say that the government has seized the means of production for mail. It is just an example of them offering a state option that keeps the competitive capitalistic companies, namely FedEx and UPS, in check about how they conduct their business. Just prevents them from gouging. I mean, that's what I want to see for grocery stores. I want to see them kept in check by a public option. I think that's like the easiest step forward in this thing in the 21st century.
To your protest, I watched it all.
Sorry, you cut off at the beginning there. What'd you say?
I wanted to just comment briefly on the protest, and
sure.
I thought it was great. Here's the things I think that went really well. Like you went right up to the guy's face and did not cross the line in any way, and then you got the mace, and the fucker got arrested. All of this was awesome. You got cred. You have big balls. It's awesome. But I want to go farther, which is that you need the police on your side. And I think the police are on your side. I think you're a little bit too critical of the police, right? Because you look at it and they were doing a good job. They were there to separate so that people didn't
I got to push back hard on that, because they had their backs turned to the criminals who were there doing a obviously dangerous thing. Like, they were already committing the crime for which they were later arrested. And there's all this concern about like when an officer pulls over a black driver and then shoots them because they flinched or reached for their ID or something like that. It's because they're on edge and watching like a hawk and trigger happy. And these guys had people who were actively committing a crime on a city street, inciting a riot, being disruptive and dangerous, and they had their backs turned to them. The driver of the vehicle, we're pretty sure, had a pistol or something that looked like one. There's footage of that. There's footage of my buddy Dr. Dankenstein, Derek, who was there, alerting the police, saying, "Oh my God, he has a gun. The driver has a gun," and they just don't give a fuck. And the idea that they were just, I cannot co-sign that they were doing a good job when they weren't even keeping an eye on the people who were actually breaking the laws. Mostly, because the only people who really broke the law on our side were people who were like, I guess, there's like people throwing things, and then there's people like Spider-Man who like jumped up and assaulted him. But again, like, why their backs are to the vehicle is to me where it just shows that they weren't even concerned with what these people might do, which is obscene. And what they were doing was assaulting the shit out of people. They had people with them who were just macing people left and right. Why didn't the cops tackle the guy who was indiscriminately macing everybody in the crowd, myself included?
Well, I think that they were trying to get the initial problem, the catalyst, the fuck out of there, and then arrest him, which is clearly what they did. It would have been. I mean, if the cops.
Well, here's part of my problem with them saying that they like got him out of there and got them arrested. They didn't arrest them at the scene. They let them escape, and now we don't have footage of their apprehension. And one of the things that's really frustrating to me about this whole thing is that the sort of charges they were facing are the sort that can be escalated from a second or first degree, based on like what sorts of weapons were involved. So had they been apprehended there, which by the way was a perfectly good place to do it because that would stop them from driving down a city sidewalk, especially because on the passenger side of the vehicle, it was just a few feet to the doors of City Hall where the entire lobby was filled with police who were there to respond to the situation. They actually had a reasonably controlled scene on one side, and I just know that the crowd density wasn't there to say that they couldn't have controlled it and kept people their distance away. But what we have now is no footage of the vehicle being searched. We have no way to know if law enforcement found a gun in the cab and said, let's pretend we didn't find this because that'll elevate the charges or whatever. Like we lost the transparency that we're supposed to have about this sort of thing. And just from experience, I can just say no. They absolutely would have been able to control that crowd. It's nonsense to say it was too chaotic there. It's not even the most chaotic crowd by far that I've seen at one of these things. Right. It's not what would have happened if it was the other way around.
I'm not defending the cops. I'm just saying it could have gone a whole lot better. There's a difference between MPD and ICE, right?
Of course, yeah.
So
I've been throwing them the bone of saying that their treatment of the crowd was not terrible. I've been assaulted by MPD a lot. I got shoved plenty on Saturday, but whatever. I'm not gonna fucking pearl clutch about getting shoved when there's like crowd control action happening from law enforcement. I don't think that they were I don't think they used too much unreasonable force with the crowd. That's usually something I bitch a lot about after these sorts of things, and I just don't have that on Saturday. And it's because the crowd wasn't dense enough. There weren't enough people who were like people who don't attend these things might look at the footage and be like, "What? Look at this writhing crowd of crazy people who are all being really hectic." And it's like, no. It's like 12 of us at the front, and then
I watched the whole thing. I mean, there were more people right when he got there, but I mean, look, I'll say what the cops did is sort of similar to what you did with Tom Evans did, right? The guy's like kind of a gross motherfucker, but you still got in the way to make sure that he didn't get his ass kicked. And it was, if the crowd was bigger, that guy would have been pummeled. Like he got shit thrown at him or whatever. Like he didn't deserve that at that time. I mean, I'm like, if what the allegations are true on the rape and sexual assault, that guy needs to get justice for that 100%. But on the streets, that's not the way.
Well, I mean, I think my whole thing, and I'm going to keep standing on this, is that at the time that people started attacking Jake Lang, he was doing a thing that I'm perfectly willing to say to my audience and to the public that is a thing that if you do it, you shouldn't be surprised if the public apprehends you.
No, of course. And this is the other thing too. It's like, in order for this to really be a win, I think, is that you have to keep going in the legal system to make sure, like, seriously, file a lawsuit on assault. You were physically assaulted by the guy. You've got followers. You can do a GoFundMe. Go after that fucker. Like, seriously.
I mean, to what end, right? Like, to what use am I tied up, doing that instead of doing this show? Like, I've been, if I tried to file a lawsuit about it every time I got assaulted by one of these people or by law enforcement, like, that's all I would do. Because the number of times I've been assaulted to the degree that I was on Saturday, I hadn't caught mace that bad during like Metro Surge or anything, but like in terms of chemical irritants and that sort of thing, like the number of times that I've been subjected to that sort of treatment unjustly is in the dozens throughout Metro Surge in the beginning of the year when I spent a lot of time on Whipple at the Whipple building. So I don't see as much value in that when it's been shown time and time again that they just have immunity for these sorts of things and that these sorts of things just like don't get processed.
See the guy Long Island audit.
Law of the Wild's in the chat saying limited damages, Pyrrhic victory only. What was your question?
You ever see this guy Long Island audit?
Yeah. He does the He does like he's one of the First Amendment auditors that like films police and like tries to get them in trouble for overstepping their bounds, right?
Smartly, and it's a full-time job. It's a commitment, which is why you couldn't do it. But what I love about him is I think that that's the actual only real effective way of protesting, right?
They shot Alex Preddy 10 times.
Right. And they still have an investigation, but what is the investigation showing that you can't already see? Like, we know what happened, right? It was a bunch of adrenaline, soaked, adrenaline-soaked cops that were itching for a fight, and then someone stupidly said gun, and they all went fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but there was a person screaming gun on Saturday, and they didn't go crazy. Like that's like the big thing to point the lens at here is that like it's a pattern of behavior that doesn't necessarily make this a particularly lawsuit worthy instance of it from MPD or whatever other agencies might have been there. The problem is just so much bigger than that. There's like a degree to which when people say like, oh my God, Oscar, sue them, you were assaulted. I'm just like, oh, sweetie, honey, like I get assaulted all the time. What are you fucking talking about? That's not new.
Well, I don't think going after Jake Lang makes any point, but I do think that if there's use of force problems,
Law of the Wild's also being very critical of Long Island Audit in the chat. I knew of his work, but I didn't have an opinion on it. Law of the Wild says most of his mouth checks go uncashed. Interesting.
Right, but like he's doing stuff that attorneys would not agree with. He's an activist, and he's pushing the line. But I would argue that protesting on the streets is pushing the line, right? Like, why is it not disorderly? Like, it's a gray area. Like, at some point, it gets crazy. Like, Jake Lang was arrested for rioting. Well, what the hell does that mean? Like, that's a really fungible definition that people with power can exploit. And
I've talked with Law of the Wild how it is pretty slippery, the definitions of rioting. Lucky Phil sent $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say they should have been stopped, ejected from their vehicles, whisked away into City Hall. There should have been no opportunity for Jake to strike a pose on the truck. Having said that, I'm happy Spider-Man punched him in the face. W Spider-Man. And that's just what I'm saying here. Like, I don't at all accept the notion that it's wrong for the crowd to hurt Jake Lang or his men when they are actively assaulting the public in an organized and planned effort that they have since been charged with while driving a vehicle down the sidewalk, and the cops have their backs to those criminals and are facing the public, protecting those criminals while they commit their crimes from the public. No, fucking Spider-Man flew over the cops because he's a fucking superhero and threw hands on the guy. And I'll just keep saying that I think that's defensible. And if the legal system disagrees with me, then I disagree with the legal system. I think Jake Lang's a fucking dangerous criminal, and I cannot accept that there's so much like red tape around the idea that the public should deal with something like that when like so systematically the system has failed to protect the general public from this problematic, dangerous, violent psychopath. I can't throw any kind of bone for MPD for just like they didn't even look at what these people were doing and they were the ones committing the crime. It's insane.
If he didn't go drive onto the sidewalk, if he just had his sign and no mace,
I would have behaved different. I would have behaved very differently there, and I'd be singing a different tune about a lot of the stuff that happened if he was on the street instead of the sidewalk. Absolutely. I mean, I did something I don't do very often. I stepped in front of the vehicle. I put my knees against its bumper and I flipped off the driver and I said, catch that murder charge. Like, I don't care because you're on the fucking sidewalk. Like, if that's how I die, if one of Jake Lang's people fucking runs me over on the sidewalk, fucking do it, dude. Rot in prison forever for that. I wouldn't, you wouldn't rot in prison for that forever if you were on the goddamn street. Because a person who's driving a car on the sidewalk, it's reasonable for people nearby to stop them. It could be a medical emergency. Like, never mind. Like, let's pretend we didn't know it was Jake Lang. Just some random vehicles creeping down the sidewalk. Like, yeah, go. I might be the person who did that. If I saw a vehicle creeping down the sidewalk, I might go break the driver's side window and be like, hey, are you okay? You having a stroke? Here, let me take the keys out of there. Like, you're on the sidewalk, buddy. Like, what's going on? Like, that's...
No, the cop got injured. Like, he got his ankle rolled over with the truck.
What would happen to me if I ran over a cop's foot with my vehicle?
Oh, you'd be arrested immediately.
I don't know if I don't know if they'd be able to arrest me. I think I'd be dead.
You're white, dude. I'm sorry.
Renee Good was white. Alex Preddy was white.
Yeah. It depends on the circumstances. If they got it, no ICE. So the problem with ICE is that they're not trained, and they're trained to escalate. All of this use of force guidelines from ICE is bullshit. It says on the record, but it's documented. They get sometimes no training or 4 hours.
Yeah. ICE are more poorly trained than local law enforcement. I'm just saying you don't have to look hard to find an example of a person who's on the left instead of the right, regardless of their skin color, getting shot for the type of thing that they were doing. It's the same thing I feel about January 6th. Why is it, when I was watching on January 6th, I was watching live, and I thought, oh my God, look at that. They've knocked over those bike rack barricades. They're walking across the lawn. They're not supposed to be there. And when they started climbing the wall and started like getting up to the building, I thought to myself, I think I'm about to watch a bunch of people die. I was sitting there like kind of horrified, like where are the men on the roof with machine guns? Like are we about to see a Gatling gun emerge from somewhere and just mow down this crowd of people? Because I was sitting there thinking, what does the government do if an angry mob storms the Capitol? And we learned basically fucking nothing. And that to me is like completely devastating, because if me and all my friends from the Whipple building went and stormed the fucking Capitol in DC, I believe that they would just shoot us. I don't think it would be like, I mean, you know, in reality, they wouldn't have had to shoot everybody that day to get the crowd to go away. They would have had to shoot like a handful of people and the crowd would have dispersed. But like,
no, the Capitol Police are just like MPD. It would have gone like very similarly. And it's also important to notice that it was a planned riot by the Proud Boys, right? There was, like, you know about all this, right?
You're talking about January 6th?
January 6th.
Well, yeah, but I mean, are you going to say that was a planned riot from like hateful monsters and Saturday in Minneapolis wasn't?
No. What I'm saying is that if the roles were reversed, the cops would not like open fire and mow everybody down. That's just not going to happen.
How do you think it would have gone if the crowd approaching the Capitol on January 6th had been mostly non-white people?
It would have been like 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
I mean, you'd see, it would have been different.
Yeah. People would have been beaten up, skull fractures, but like murdered? No. Severely maimed?
I mean, I argue that if you get shot storming the Capitol, that's not even murder. Like, that's something law enforcement maybe should shoot you for doing.
Right.
Yeah,
Can I grill you on like how is Jake laying a dangerous side? Like, why does he need to be off the streets? What crimes has he committed?
He regularly maces people in public for yelling. That's what he does every time he comes here.
Okay. But that's not why you showed up.
Yes, it is.
No, it's because he's a racist motherfucker.
Well, no, but like if somebody, no, there's other groups, right? Like I was talking earlier today about how the Westboro Baptist Church has been peacefully being hateful pieces of shit for a long time. They stand with their offensive signs, very similar to the level of offensive that Jake Lang has. And it's just different than somebody driving a vehicle down the street brandishing weapons. You can't brandish weapons at people. I mean, we're pretty sure the driver had a pistol, but like we don't even know the answer to that because the cops just didn't fucking listen to us when we said, "Hey, that guy has a gun." Like I'm not really understanding like what about Jake Lang's behavior you think is acceptable.
Well, what I think it would be more effective if the protests like purposely try to comply with the law and not go, well, the rules aren't fair, so we're going to do it, because then it's just going to double down. I think he got exactly what he wanted, which is that the right is really leaning hard on the fact that the left, quote unquote, is militant and they're out to steal your kids and shoot everybody, right? And it works. And that kind of shit that happens where, you know, it could go nonviolent protest, if you can get enough people, is really fucking effective. And then
I just draw like there's so many people where I think that should be the response, and I sometimes see that that's not the response, and that's what I'd say about Savannah Hernandez, that it was unwise for anybody in the crowd to like, you know, get in her personal space at all, which like led to the kind of elbow nudge escalation that led to hands being thrown. I'm not okay with that, but that's because she talks into a microphone and makes shitty videos on the internet. She's not like actually violent, whereas this guy exercises like show of force, you know? Like, what if I dressed up in commando gear and went around with a group of my friends, and like if anybody, you know, even wagged a finger at us for what we were doing, maced a bunch of people in the face, even the people who like weren't doing anything. Like, how many places could I go and do that before they just like fucking arrested me and set the bail so high that I couldn't get out because I'm clearly just going to go do it again? That's what he keeps doing.
So then there needs to be way more protests to hold MPD account to actually objectively enforce the law. But like having a protest against some guy that is like super fucking racist, it just doesn't move the needle. You're feeding into, like, I think it's zero sum. I think that you've hardened in people on the left that Jake Lang is known now and a fucking asshole, because I mean that's what you did for me. But on the right, they're just gonna go, look at all of these fucking idiots.
Well, do you think that somebody who's as crazy as Jake Lang and is thinking about going out in public and macing some people or hitting some protesters with a baton or whatever the fuck violent shit they want to do you think that they're going to be more or less emboldened to do that after Saturday?
No, but you know what? But only because the cops arrested him. If they didn't arrest him, I think there would be more.
Right. And one of the reasons that they were able to arrest him is because he was doing such flagrantly illegal things, which is why I'm so proud of like the fucking mace that I took on Saturday. It's like, yeah, assault me as many times as you fucking want.
Right.
Because maybe each one of these things is one of the things that'll make the charges stick for one of the guys macing me, right? Like whatever the fuck it'll take. I don't give a fuck about myself in that moment. Just do it. And I just think that I will defend Spider-Man for flying over the roof of that car and beating the shit out of Jake Lang, because I think that if you have your buddy driving a truck that you're standing in the bed of and they're driving down the sidewalk and not stopping for the people telling you to stop driving down the sidewalk, somebody tackling you and beating the shit out of you should be allowed. That's just a reasonable thing.
Dude, you got to cut that shit out. Like if your mission, which I really hope you achieve, is that you get 10 million followers and you're getting on mainstream media and you're challenging people of power, you cannot even slightly like equivocate on being okay with that. Like there's just
no, that's where you're wrong. I can say it's wrong to attack Savannah Hernandez. I can say that you shouldn't go fucking execute political commentators with a gun from a distance. Like I can look at examples like Charlie Kirk and say that type of thing shouldn't happen. But if somebody does what Jake Lang did, tackle him. Go for it. Apprehend a person who does that.
Right. No, look,
it's not free speech. It's attacking the public.
So what was your response on Charlie Kirk? Were you like, something?
I'm happy he's dead.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about how he died.
Right. But don't you think there would have been better if he lived and then you could dunk on him in his own thing? Like he was
there's part of me that's sad that I'll never get to face Charlie Kirk, because I also think he was a bitch, and then I'm pretty impervious to the type of disingenuous bullshit that he did when he debated. And I mean, the video of Parker teasing him about how afraid to debate Parker he is, like that was all we needed to see. Like I think it would have been the same thing with me. He was just afraid of people like us. So I can like mourn that, but that really has nothing to do with the fact that I'm just like not gonna sit here and pretend that I feel like a fucking drop of grief for the guy, because he was such a fucking shit stain that I genuinely believe that the world's a better place without him in it. But that the world might be a worse place for the rise of political violence, and him being the example that really raised the temperature a little bit. But again, I'm still just fucking mad that we're talking about him instead of Melissa Hortman, who was a politician who was fucking assassinated in her sleep with her family on the left. But that doesn't get talked about. So you can say that I'm not gonna be successful on social media if I say so controversial a thing as punch a guy if he does what Jake Lang did. But maybe that's what'll get me the platform that I have. I fucking stand on business. And I can say, yeah, if a Savannah Hernandez type comes to your neighborhood, don't attack her. Don't do that. That's why I fucking stopped Chris from continuing to wail on her. Because that's just not the fucking move. But fucking Jake Lang? Like, no, dude. Like, no. Look, I defended Tom Evanstad that morning. Tom Evanstad's a convicted rapist. I hate the guy. You guys can go see the episode of my evening show where I deal with him. And I mostly just let him talk because he made himself look bad. But, like, I defended him because, again, it's just like, yeah, like Tom Evanstad sucks, but he was exercising his freedom of speech mostly there. So like, let's not all get in trouble for fucking wailing on Tom Evanstad. So I stood between him and somebody else in the crowd who was upset and like probably had my fucking hearing damaged by a megaphone defending the fucking rapist Tom Evanstad, because I just know that it's not the fucking move to assault him for, according to the law in the moment, him doing nothing wrong, like standing there being annoying like the rest of us. That's different than this guy who, with his crew of buddies, have armed themselves and have made the vehicle that they're driving a weapon by driving it onto the fucking sidewalk and not stopping when members of the public order them to, which I think is fucking reasonable. I think that if I was driving a vehicle down the sidewalk, I don't get to cry foul when somebody rips me out of it and beats the shit out of me. That's fucking absurd.
Yeah, I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying if you if you have a limited amount of time to protest, I think that you can protest like things that are going to have a lot more traction. That's it. I mean, with Charlie Kirk, the whole thing backfired because they were all mourning, and he's a fucking martyr and a saint and everything, and they went constantly to people that were like, "I'm glad he's dead." And they used that as a tool to show that the militant left is a problem. The left is a problem and not to be trusted. And even though Mamdani is an excellent human being, he's now tarnished with this idea that really this is just window dressing for a militant uprising and taking control over the entire country. And it's causing a crazy amount of fear that needs to be battled with in a different way. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, I think that there's this whole like decency thing about how we need to be the bigger party or whatever, be the bigger people in the room and like not attack somebody like Savannah Hernandez or Charlie Kirk. And I'm so on board with that. And then you can cross a line where I say, oh no, that's a fight on my block, in a way that I'm willing to defend. And Jake Lang is just such a person. He's a different category of character. He's out there trying to make a display that will encourage more people to behave in this way. And people forget that angle on this. And it's like, no, dude, it is actually illegal to do something so horrible as what Jake Lang did on Saturday. And if the public's going to beat the shit out of you for doing it, the public would beat the shit out of me if I went and did what he did with a baseball bat instead of a pickup truck. And they did it with a pickup truck. The idea that you can't throw hands on somebody who's using a vehicle as a tool to commit a crime in that way is nonsense to me. And I think that I spend my days talking to people who largely seem to be of the mindset that you can shoot a guy in the face if he stays on your lawn too long while you're asking him to leave. These are people who love the castle doctrine. These are people who talk about the Second Amendment for self-defense and say like, oh, you do that, you'd catch a fucking bullet. I'm sorry, like where the fuck is the line, and is it in a different place depending on which side of it you're standing? Like I don't accept it at all. I don't think that we need any fucking defense for Jake Lang at all. I think if somebody had thrown a fucking brick and if it had hit him and hurt him, that would have been fucking fine, because what he was doing was dangerous, violent, and illegal. You give up your right to bodily autonomy when you take it away from other people by driving down the sidewalk in a vehicle they have a fucking right to walk on.
But the line was crossed when he used violence. The second he used violence, then he deserves to be thrown in prison. But he can go and say hateful, racist shit as long as it doesn't foment violence.
No, dude, I was standing in front of that vehicle getting shoved by it.
Yeah.
On the sidewalk. Do I have the right to stand on the sidewalk or not?
Of course. No.
And I'll die for that right. Run my ass over. I don't care.
Right, but if you did, you pulled the barrier over like Spider-Man, which is probably like Spider-Man did that.
Dude, I saw that and I thought, man, if we had more coordination, we could have all undone a bunch of barriers and piled them up in front of the fucking car so it can't go anywhere. And then we could have apprehended him on scene. And I wouldn't be sitting here wondering, was it a pistol that the police hid when they apprehended him out of view of the cameras and the reporters and the protesters? No, dude, like I'm just like, why, how are you sitting here complaining about Spider-Man moving barriers in front of the vehicle that was illegally driving down the street at protesters?
Not because it wasn't warranted ethically, because fuck that guy. But I'm saying that you can't give the cops any reason to arrest you guys. That's it.
No, I know. I think that it's reasonable to try to stop somebody from driving a vehicle down the sidewalk. And if you think, oh, look, some bike rack barricades, I'm going to pile these up so this car can't fucking get out of here. Like, yeah, that seems fucking reasonable. Like, if you consider that giving them an inch, then that's the fucking problem. And that's what we need the spotlight on. And that's why we go out and do that, knowing that we might end up in federal prison about it, knowing we might get the book thrown at us, knowing we might get shot for it, knowing we might get run over by a vehicle. Never mind getting fucking maced, because macing just doesn't cause any fucking permanent damage, which is why I don't care how many times I get maced at these things. I just keep fucking sitting through it, and it's squinting through the fucking tears. Like none of that shit matters if we're still going to have people who are going to come on and be apologists for the very people who are protecting these fucking Nazis while they behave violently against me and my community. I don't accept it at all. Like it's no fucking, if somebody like Jake Lang doing that sort of thing, fucking all bets are off. Grab them. Straightforwardly.
Misunderstanding me, which is you standing in front of their civilian truck doing an illegal activity, nothing wrong. You messing with the government putting up barriers and giving the cops a reason to come after you, that's a bad move.
No, dude, I think that would probably file under some kind of affirmative defense. What are they going to charge you with? Public nuisance for moving a bike rack barricade? Like fucking, you can say, hey, yeah, like here's an example. You can break the window on somebody's car if you see a baby sleeping in a car that's baking in the sun. Oh, is it destruction of property? Are you robbing their vehicle for breaking the window? You say, no, affirmative defense. I did do a thing that's usually illegal, breaking somebody's car window. I did it because there was such an obvious and clear direct public need for me to do that for a reason that was obviously good, and a judge will throw out the charges because that's obvious. So yeah, fuck the idea of there being a fucking ticket for you to get issued for moving a bike rack barricade at a protest. Fuck that nonsense. That doesn't matter to me against public safety, and any reasonable judge would throw that kind of fucking charge out. Like I'm just I'm disgusted by that angle on it.
No, but you didn't move the barrier. Why not?
I didn't think to. I wish I had.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. I went from in front of the vehicle to beside it, and I got up on the level and got yelling at him. And when I saw the footage later of Spider-Man right behind me pulling him out, he dragged them over, and he wasn't able to like get him disruptive enough. The cops just pushed him back. I was thinking, oh fuck, we should have all disconnected them from each other and like made a big pile of them in a hurry so that the vehicle like. Yeah, if I was there, I would like with the clarity of hindsight, I can say I would have behaved differently. And I'm fucking mad that the vehicles got away because it creates all this benefit of the doubt about like what weapons they had in the vehicle or whatever at the time they were apprehended, because we just don't have a lens on that, which is why I want to see body cam footage of their fucking apprehension. But even if the weapons weren't found there at the time they were apprehended, maybe they were disposed of. Maybe they threw fucking pistols out the car windows as they were speeding away. Like they just like there's so many things about this that have made it harder for people to see justice for what Jake Lang did on Saturday, because they had the help from MPD. When if it was me and my buddies in that truck, we wouldn't have made it 2 fucking feet. They would have stopped us right there. Popped their tires, smashed the windows, pulled us out, arrested us, done, over.
Yeah. So do you regret not climbing over the front of the truck and punching him in the face?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. Because then you wouldn't
I'm not so sure I'm glad I didn't, you know? Like I don't know, man. Like in reviewing the footage and learning about the charges that they faced and learning that there was a pistol there, like again, like I have to behave with some care about not crossing a serious line, which is why I'm a little more reserved than a lot of the other people at these things, because I'm experienced in that way. I know how careful I have to be. With the clarity of hindsight, I think I should have been more aggressive than I was.
Oh my God, dude. No, like what you do is the perfect move, which is that you yelled in his face, which is your legal right to do. And you. Okay,
here's my specific regret. I regret not being aware that the big motherfucker with the vest that said agent on it that was macing everybody, myself included. I am really sad I didn't know that he wasn't an ICE agent. I thought in the moment he was, because if he wasn't, I would have fucking tackled him. I don't care how unfair a fight it is. I don't care if he would have smashed my fucking face, and I would have put my thumbs in his fucking eye holes.
Yeah.
That's what I regret. I regret not being able. If God had paused time, tapped me on the shoulder, said, Oscar, you know, that guy's not an ICE agent. That's one of Jake Lang's cronies macing you for no fucking reason. I would have tackled him and shoved my fucking thumbs into his eye holes.
I'm just saying, if you want centrists in the Democratic Party to stand behind what a lot of the things that DSA is saying, you can't have that fucking stance.
Fuck them.
That's your cause. Well, what's the point? Like, you just want to be angry, or you?
If a guy comes to your neighborhood and maces you for no fucking reason, you're allowed to beat the shit out of him. Would you agree with that or no?
No, my take is I go.
Then you a bitch. I'm sorry. Then you a bitch. Like that's fucking obscene. Like I think the big problem is that they don't think the people on the left have teeth, and some of us fucking do. And I'm sorry if you think that the correct way to respond to somebody macing you for no fucking reason isn't violence. Then you a bitch.
No, look. Democrats are pussies and they need to have teeth. I'm just saying.
You're calling me a bitch, or are you calling my party a bitch? I'm saying I'm trying to stand out from my party for not being a bitch, and I'm sad I didn't put my thumbs in that guy's fucking eyes because he made my eyes hurt in a way that only lasted an afternoon. I don't think it's all that unfair to say that he violated my right to bodily autonomy and put me in danger, so that I can make his eyes hurt in a way that he's going to remember for the rest of his fucking life.
Because if you want to stand behind law and order and decency in America,
we don't treat Nazis with decency, much less when they're physically committing crimes against the public. Oh, fuck that shit.
The Constitution says that you should.
No, it fucking doesn't. That's horseshit.
Do
you not believe in self-defense? What the fuck are you talking about? The Constitution says I should be decent to Nazis? What the fuck are you talking about?
If Nazis are nonviolent.
I'm sorry. Then we're not talking about Jake Lang, because what he did was violent.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, it's
Savannah Hernandez, non-violent Nazi. I agree with you on her. We're not talking about her. We're talking about Jake Lang. Saturday's not the first time Jake Lang and his men assaulted me, by the way.
So if Savannah Hernandez like got mace out and maced you in the face, would you punch her?
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. I'll fucking say it. If Savannah Hernandez pointed mace at me, yeah, sure, she can catch one. You get look, the don't hit a woman thing, you give that up if you use a weapon on someone. I'm sorry, Savannah. Like, she's a Nazi. The fact that she's a Nazi is more important detail to me than the fact that she's a woman, to be completely clear. But she doesn't do that type of shit, so she doesn't deserve that type of treatment. So we're not talking about her. We're talking about Jake Lang, who does do that type of shit.
So what you're advocating for is vigilante, like when the justice...
Self-defense is not vigilante justice. No. If Spider-Man had gone to their homes and beat the shit out of them while they were sleeping, that's vigilante justice. He was responding to an imminent threat in front of him. Different. I don't know where you sit on the political spectrum, but that's what's going to start fucking happening. The right is going to start saying that it's fucking vigilante justice for us to defend ourselves. Horseshit.
Well, what does your attorney friend say? He said when it's imminent, like imminent in the second. And it wasn't imminent in the second.
Because what they've been charged with have some squirrely, loosey-goosey definitions. Riot charges are real vague in the state of Minnesota. It's hard to say how the courts would treat it. But I have discussed this with Law of the Wild, and he sees the argument I'm making for the fact that these charges against Spider-Man should be thrown out because he was accosting...
And he disagrees with you.
Sorry?
And he disagrees with you.
No, he says I think I might have an argument. It would just it's not obvious what the outcome.
It's never been done before.
I'm sitting here telling you what I think about it. He asked me if I talked about it with the lawyer. I'm telling you yes, and he said I thought I have a fucking case.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't need to keep poking it.
Because if me and my buddies said, hey, we're going to get in this truck and drive it down the fucking street and go bother people, and you saw me doing that, what I'm saying is that the way I understand self-defense means you can grab that person. You are allowed to apprehend a person who's doing something bad. I have put my hands on people in public so many fucking times. I have grabbed the person by the wrist and said, hey, don't fucking do that. She said, don't touch her. She clearly doesn't want you resting your hand on her. You put your hands on her without her permission, I'm going to put my hands on you without your permission. I say that line in bars all the fucking time. I know what it means to step in because somebody's not brave enough to fucking defend themselves. And if I see that shit happening on a bigger scale than some drunk asshole in a bar because it's a bunch of fucking fucking Twitter Nazis in a vehicle who got all fucking hyped up to go crusade in Minneapolis, yeah, I'm gonna fucking grab them. Jake Lang, if you walk and try that shit again, I'm not gonna be so nice to you the next time. I'll say that.
There you go.
100%.
Yeah, that's fine. And look, I'm making this sort of an intellectual conversation. I don't think there's really anything wrong with it. And God, I keep forgetting his name, your lawyer friend, but
Law of the Wild.
Law of the Wild. we're not talking weather underground shit, right? It's not even to that point. But my point is that the optics behind it need to be stressed that, you know, punching Jake Lang on the street because he's macing people and a fucking asshole is a whole lot different than buying like an ice facility, right?
Yeah, but and what the fuck have I been saying, right? Like I'm somebody who goes to these things and de-escalates. I protect Savannah Hernandez, even though I fucking hate her guts. You know, I protected Tom Evanstad, even though I fucking hate that guy. He's somebody who I hate as a public figure, and he's somebody who I hate fucking personally because he and I have had scrapes before, and I defended his ass because all of these claims that you're making about Jake Lang and his guys are the sort of things I can say about those sorts of fucking assholes. So I'm using my platform. I'm using the voice of reason that I have to so many people. Like, a lot of people consider me a voice of reason. So I'm saying, hey, the voice of reason is telling you that Jake Lang had crossed the line. Fucking grab him. I'm not saying in general, you know, I think if he gets released, I'm not saying go grab him as he's walking out of the police station. That would be vigilante justice. Don't do that type of shit. But if you see him committing fucking crimes in public, stop him.
Don't you think that that's what he wants, though?
Give a fuck what he wants. I don't think his worldview is accurate enough for it to matter what he wants. I think it matters what the way people see this sort of thing reacted to, and I think it matters if people learn that law enforcement are going to protect Nazis while they commit violence against the public. We already know the president. We already know that the president will pardon him for that sort of shit. So we can hopefully get some fucking state charges that'll show that if you come to Minnesota and try that shit, we're gonna fucking step on you, whether we need to do it fucking legally or with our bare fucking hands and feet in the street because law enforcement isn't protecting us. Because all bets are off when you violate our right to bodily autonomy. What do people forget what self-defense is? Like, why do I have to be such a bitch? Fuck that.
Fair enough. All right, man. Well, great job. I appreciate it. I'm giving you a chance to yell at someone. So,
I mean, it's hard for me to even tell where you sit on this because I feel like some of this is just you earnestly trying to figure out. I just don't know how you can defend the fact that
I want all of the things that DSA is saying. AOC comes up and goes on a whole tirade on CBS on how they've got a monopoly on medical care. Mamdani's pushing for like reasonable policy, like liberal policies, and I want it to succeed. That's my stance, right? So I'm not arguing on the ends. I'm arguing on the means.
Sure, I think that you think that it's bad PR for somebody like me to say that if Jake Lang or somebody like him, or anybody for that matter, does the sort of thing that he did on Saturday, that you can fucking grab him and apprehend him yourself or stop him yourself. Like, I just don't think it's bad PR for us to say that. I think what he's doing is so fucking different than everybody else, and it just isn't protected by free speech. He could have shown up and done behavior that was protected by free speech, and the crowd I will admit, the crowd probably still would have assaulted him. Sure, we can have an ethical conversation about like the harm he's caused our community and how much I might actually ethically feel about those charges or whatever. But that's just not even the fucking discussion because he gave us permission to put our hands on him by doing something dangerous and illegal right in front of us.
Yeah, but my point is that he's controlling the situation because that's exactly what he wanted to have happen.
He wasn't controlling that situation. MPD was. He had no control over that situation. I spit mace in that motherfucker's eyes. He was cowering after 30 seconds. He had no control over that situation.
So you think that it didn't go the way he planned it?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really know how he expected it to go, but I'm not going to pretend that he had control of the situation.
Important thing to think about. An important thing to think about. What the fuck? He's got a game plan. Like, he's spending a lot of time and money to do something.
I think he's a fucking zealot, dude. I think if somebody would have had shot him, he would have died smiling because he wants to be a martyr for his cause. I'm just saying that he wasn't in that moment in control of the situation. The people who determined how that situation ended were the people commanding the officers that were protecting him. Like that is who is in control in that situation.
All right, man. Appreciate the conversation. Have a good one.
I don't know if I do appreciate the conversation. Justin Howard, get your cowardly ass back up in here. I want to call you a bitch before I move on with my day.
No, dude, we've had someone sitting in the guest request queue for a while on my end.
Okay, do we have a phone caller? Yes. I'll read some donations quick because we've got a few on YouTube. Thank you very much, the Shadow Nose, for the $2. Get in good trouble, necessary trouble. Yes, preaching the words of John Lewis. Jennifer Ferguson sent $5 to say, Spider Pig does whatever a spider pig does. Can he swing from a web? No, he can't. He's a pig. Look out. He is a spider pig. Homer Simpson. Yeah. Tabby sent $10 to say, Jake openly breaks the law wherever he goes. The cops get involved when he's getting his ass kicked. The perfect example was open burning in front of the cops. They arrested him after he was attacked. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that a person burning a book is like as much a reason to like grab them. I mean, maybe swat the book out of their hand and put it out. But driving a vehicle down the sidewalk is just different. Blancs sent $5 to say, the person on the right being explicitly violent and doing something illegal. MAGA, look at the left's response, though. Oh, they're supposed to be so cowardly and do nothing about it. Elusive Viper sent $2 to say, you can't just wish the problem away, Billy Bob. Yeah, that seems to be what he wanted me to do. Rogue Marie sent $5 to say, sending friendly positive vibes for everyone. Thank you. Bunny sent $10 to say, the Nazis macing people had a gun and were fine, but a nurse with a phone defending someone gets executed after being disarmed. The right is full of hypocritical cowards. Glad you are all safe and okay. Live restricted for some audience. Live contains themes that may find uncomfortable and has been restricted reason, violent and criminal behavior. Yeah. Repeated violations. We got to restart. But that's good that we've got somebody on the line. So we'll do a second restart of the day because we're talking about real shit. 720 of you. I expect every single one of you to be here in 30 seconds after the restart because we're going to get hopefully a fresh call through the call-in line. Sorry, everybody. They don't like us talking about what happened. I cannot believe I made it through that whole conversation without getting that violation until the end. We'll be there. We'll be back. 2 seconds. Follow me if you're not following me. In about 10 seconds, my profile picture is going to be about right here on your screen. Just click on it, wait 10 seconds, refresh my page when you get there, and then I'll be live again. See you guys in a sec. Fucking stupid TikTok gods. Fuck them. Fuck those TikTok gods. They tell me I can't say that Donald Trump almost certainly raped a whole truckload of kids with Jeffrey Epstein, but whatever. That gets me a flag for some reason. Ugh. All right, we're back live on TikTok. We'll give everybody a second to get back in there. Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, please don't die for the chuds, but also make it harder for you to fight chuds. We need you. W Honey Badger. We need you keep fighting and yapping. W Honey Badger. Yeah, I mean, you know, I just Jenny sent $1 to say, awkward request, sorry. My only friend ghosted me because I needed him to message me more than 4 times per month while going through cancer stuff, so I didn't feel alone and found out that to be a burden and my feelings around my struggle to be guilt trippy. Can I get a Justin as a bitch in solidarity to make me feel better and a little less alone in this today? The way you say bitch makes my heart happy and chat's heart happy. Please and thank you. I think Justin's a bitch for that. I think he a bitch. Yeah, big old baby back bitch for that, Jenny. That's fucked up. I do think about what Lucky Phil said, you know, like I gotta make sure that I don't like, you know, if I'm gonna die, I should make a bigger splash than fucking Jake Lang, for fuck's sake. If I'm gonna end up a martyr, I shouldn't end up a martyr on his fucking behalf. How lame. But I mean, I don't want to die. So I have to consider that when I'm at these protests. Maybe try not to die is something that I think to myself when I'm in front of a vehicle that's driving down the sidewalk in my fucking city. Johnny sent $1 to say, got my first death threat in Messenger from a top comment on your Facebook post Saturday. I responded and Facebook restricted my message access. How fun. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. Mark Zuckerberg's a Nazi too. Fuck him. But appreciate you putting yourself on the line, I guess, by using your free speech in my fucking comment sections. We ready, Jessie?
Did you read Venmo and stuff?
Yes. Yes. Cash App? No, we're good. We're good to go. You gonna patch somebody through to the call-in line?
Hello?
Nope. All right. We'll talk to Morris. Should I have Morris join in the meantime? Oh, okay. Wait, Jessie's got a queue. Alrighty then. If you enjoy the way we handle the chuds, or if you enjoy the way that I handle literal Nazis when they come to my city, you can support me by going to the link tree in my bio and finding the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee is international. My Venmo is Oskar Quentin, no dash. If you put a dash in, it will go to a different Venmo account that I also own. So I will get the money, but I might not read your message on the air if I don't notice it. Same with the Cash App. My Cash App is, what is my Cash App? I should know before I announce to people what my Cash App is. Where's my profile? Show me the thing. Yeah, just hashtag Oskar Quentin, no dash. For Cash App. Anyway, that's if you want to support the show. You can also just follow for free. Make sure you're following the backup accounts and the call-in account, because we want to make sure that account gets some kind of clout, so it doesn't just get banned right away. Which the hurdle to get over, I think, is that the call-in account is going to be easier to ban than my account would be, just because of the reputation that my account has with TikTok, whereas the call-in account is new. Maybe we'll get over the hump on that.
Yeah, go ahead and take Morris. Love it.
All right, Jessie says I should take Morris. Morris, how old are you?
I am 20.
20, are you a Trump supporter?
No, we have spoke before. I just wanted to give you a personal thanks for standing up to white nationalism. Pretty good
Welcome,
work.
yo. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Oh.
Yeah, everything we have in this country is held up by the global south and extra labor and workers here in the States. So just want everybody to remember that.
Appreciate you, man. Debbie's in the chat for Morris. Yeah, I do appreciate the brief friendly calls. Valhalla Nirvana. Wasn't that like Yeah, weren't they like in the bathtub or something?
No, I think they were friendly. I think they accidentally joined.
I'm gonna accept Minnesota Rebel just because I think they sound, based on their username, maybe they were there on Saturday. How old are you?
I am 34. We've actually spoken before. You're a fellow Minnesotan. I just wanted to say thank you for all that you're doing. And hey, if you ever need somebody to help join your team, do some research, whatever, give me a call because I'm interested.
Hop in the Discord if you're not already. Link tree in the bio for that.
I can't even get on Discord. I had someone ruin that for me. So.
Oh, bummer. Ping me on Instagram. I'll put you in touch with the team.
Sounds great. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, appreciate the kind words. Yeah, man. Fucking like, it's so interesting to me the degree to which the right is like mad that we weren't total pussies about it on Saturday. Like, no, that's no fair. I thought you guys were losers. No, like, don't fucking drive a car down our street. He's lucky to be alive. Like, it's unbelievable. Renee Good's dead. Alex Preddy's dead. Keith Porter's dead. A bunch of other people are dead. Jake Lang gets to do that, and he gets defended by those people. It's fucking disgusting. Oh yeah, Valhalla, not Nirvana. It was just in the chat again. I bet they were tapping on the screen. I forgive them. If you accidentally end up in the queue from tapping on the screen, you a real one for that. No shade. I'm not to a place where I'm just banning anybody who shows up in the queue extraneously. Not quite yet. Thank you, 24 hours in the life for the $2. Justin, what a female dog. Yeah, what a bitch Justin is. Thinking about you, Jenny, and how much of a bitch Justin is. Bitch move. Abandoning somebody who's going through hard stuff. Bitch move indeed. Cosmic Travesty, thank you for the $2. Is based David in the Discord? He should be. Yes, he is.
Continuity of usernames is.
I struggle with that.
Yeah.
David is Rogue Ghost in the TikTok chat. Is he Rogue Ghost in the Discord? He is, right?
Yes.
I think so. Every now and then somebody's like, "Hey, this is I'm Adam. This is my TikTok username. This is my YouTube username. It's different, but you know me as that person. This is my Instagram username. It's also different. But you can call me this." And I'm just like, "Oh fuck. Can we try one name?" But just there's always so much to keep track of, and I'm just terrible with names and usernames in general. We're gonna talk to Gaius J. Caesar. Will we have a debate? I don't know. Hello, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 20.
20. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Why?
ICE and immigrants and those are the main reasons, to be honest.
What's your problem with immigrants?
Just because, like, well, first of all, they're coming in illegally. Okay, I don't like the illegals.
Do you think that's something? You don't like the illegals. Okay, yeah. Do you think that do you think that anybody who commits any crime is somebody that you don't care about at all and you don't value their suffering? Is that where we're gonna go?
Well, listen, man, I'm a type of person like
very clearly. Most of the people you're talking about have only committed a misdemeanor. Does that mean you don't care about their suffering at all? You don't care about any consequences that might befall them?
Misdemeanors are criminal. Okay?
Yes or no? Do you value their suffering?
I value their suffering.
Okay, so I just think that like this whole like, oh, I don't like illegals, you're calling them illegals because they committed a crime. Like, I just don't think that you actually apply that standard to other things.
What do you call them?
Do you hate Donald Trump? He's committed a lot of crimes.
Not really, no. Dude, I committed crimes, you committed crimes, we've all
right. Yeah, yes, that's true. That's true. We have all committed crimes. So why are you so firm about the illegal immigration crime?
Well, because they're not doing anything good with it. You know what I mean? Like,
I think they are. I think that they're bolstering the economy. I think that they're growing more than half of our food. I think that they're building a lot of the houses.
Relax. It's just yapping, bro.
All right, bro. Yes. I'm just gonna do it like you. Then we're gonna get our vocal fry on, and we're just gonna talk about it, bro.
Exactly.
Bro, why do you think that the legal immigrants aren't helping? They're totally fucking helping. What are you talking about, bro?
It's not that they can probably help in certain ways.
Dude, they like really put.
They come and they fuck around.
Dude, they do ridiculous stuff. Nah, dude, all this doing ridiculous stuff, man. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by ridiculous, bro? Like, what do you mean by ridiculous stuff? What are you talking about?
Well, I see. Okay, listen, I don't want to.
I'm asking a question here, bro. I want to know what you mean by ridiculous stuff. What are you doing? What are you talking about?
Being loud in public.
Being loud in public. Is being loud in public illegal?
Yes.
Are they committing social behavior? I'm sorry. Do you have any evidence that they're stealing more cars than other people?
It wasn't a car, it was like the hubcap or whatever, but it's still.
I'm sorry. Do you have I'm gonna need a source for that. What do I Google to find that out?
Well, no, it's just
dude, whoa, dude, stuff you see, anecdotes.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's bullshit, dude. Fuck you. How many illegal immigrants are there?
It's not.
Oh, dude.
You could probably find it pretty easily, honestly.
Dude, there's like 12 million illegal immigrants. How many have you seen steal hubcaps?
12 million?
Yeah, dude. How many? Wow. Bro, dude, how many have you seen? How many? How many have you seen steal hubcaps, bro?
Just one. Or I guess
just one. One out of 12 million? That's pretty low, man. Whoa.
Two. That's two, technically.
Two? Whoa, dude, that's still very low. That's crazy,
bro. Was in the car.
Whoa, what?
And they're going dale, so I knew what kind of.
Wow, that's such a low rate of stealing hubcaps, bro. Wow, so low. So glad that the illegal immigrants aren't stealing very many hubcaps. Wow, bro. Whoa,
dude. If you think about it, it's actually a lot because if there's such little amounts of them.
No, dude,
I've seen them do it already.
Bro, dude, no.
Yeah.
Bro, no.
What's your issue, man?
Dude, I'm just behaving like you, bro.
What's
your issue, bro?
I don't have any issues.
I don't know. I think you got some issues, bro.
Like what?
You saw one person do something once. You thought that means that you know two. You trust. You trust anecdotal evidence instead of data. That's silly, bro. That's silly, bro.
It's not silly. It's ridiculous.
No, I think that's it's totally ridiculous. I think it's very silly.
Yeah.
Wait. How many illegal immigrants have you seen steal hubcaps?
Two. I said, Jesus, you're not even listening, bro.
I saw you steal 10.
No, you didn't.
Deported.
I don't need. If I were to steal,
I saw you steal. Like dude, you know what? I misremembered. I saw you steal 20.
Really?
When you saw an illegal immigrant stealing hubcaps, how did you know they were an illegal immigrant?
Just because, like, they just had that look to them, bro, and their accent. Because they're the ones that are from here. Okay, they wear certain clothes. The ones that aren't from here, they wear certain clothes. Okay.
So you think that you know how illegal immigrants behave based on observing people behave and assuming that they're illegal immigrants because of how they're behaving?
Yeah, that's how it works. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, we do that every day.
There's lots of stuff wrong with that.
No, it's not. Someone walks up to you, right? And he has a tattered shirt.
No,
dude. He's trying to sell you insurance. Okay, you're probably not going to buy it from him, right?
I can't even ask him to turn his camera on, so I'm just going to kick him. Not fucking serious. Taffybot sent $5 to say vocal fry makes you sound kind of like Bill Clinton. Thank you very much for that. I'm not trying to sound like Bill Clinton, but maybe I do. Dude, bro. Just fucking vibes, man. Like. The dude bro defense, of course. Peter sent $15 on Venmo. I swear the sound of about 95% of Trump supporters' voices makes me want to rip my ears off. Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking dreadful listening to these goobers talk. They never have anything substantive to say. But they could at least try to say it authoritatively instead of just being like, "Oh, bro, dude, no." I'm like, "Oh, no, but that's not in alignment with my racism." Like, fucking, god damn it! Like, do we got anybody in the phone queue, Jessie? Nope. Oh, dude, I'm gonna be a Trump supporter for the rest of the live. I think that illegal immigrants are like my dad said that they commit lots of crime. Yeah, I think it's bad to commit crime. That's my impression of all these fucking chuds. Is he mad in the chat? He's not racist. Is he racist? Does he not have camera privileges, or does he not have or is his account private? I don't know. I guess that's always been my problem with people saying that black people can't be racist, because if you say that you like saw a Mexican dude stealing a hubcap and that you know he was an illegal immigrant because of the way he looked or whatever, like that just feels like it's something that we could call racism. I don't know. We've had that debate on the show. But I don't know. It's shitty, that's for sure. Like, racism might not be the right word based on how we choose to define that word, but it's shitty. Definitely shitty. Brian, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Venmo, fix your darn app so I don't have to keep refreshing everything. Making me laugh out loud at work with the vocal fry. Sorry for the vocal fry, everybody. It is just like the most like low effort way to talk. Like, if I want to like use as few calories as possible while I talk, I just like I just croak my way through it, you know, bro. Yeah, bro. Xenophobic. Yeah, see, Benji says it's definitely racism. He's profiling based on race, and that's one definition of racism. But there's a lot of people on the left want the only like valued definition of racism to be one that involves like benefiting from a systemic system of racism, which to me is, I don't know. We've had that debate. I think there's a good argument for that, like being the term. It's definitely bigoted. That's the word that we can all agree on. It's definitely bigoted behavior. And like, you know, you can say Hispanic isn't a race, but I just think that like if I was a white person, every time I saw a Hispanic person, was like, oh, that person's probably a piece of shit. Like, that's obviously racist. Just not interested in these like reductions by absurdity where it's like, oh, you think you're going to win if the reason you're saying that you're not a racist, if your argument is a semantic one, I think the question is like, is what you're doing is bad? This is maybe what we should look at. Is he tokenizing his who's this Roughhouse Genetics? Is he just spamming about me? Is it me? Who are you talking about? I don't even know. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, did you or did you not have sexual relations with that woman? I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I haven't listened to Bill in like years. I only know like old Bill. David's here. Based David. $5. Trump supporters don't know how to use the actual phone part of their phone. They spend all day on Twitter and their family never calls them. Yeah, that's why they've lost the app. Roughhouse Genetics is saying that he's a bigot. What is going on in my chat? Why are none of the cowards in my queue? Wow. I mean, I thought the phone number meant we were going to get callers. Well, it'll like I said at the beginning of the show, it'll probably take a little while for people to learn that we've got the phone number working. And maybe we'll have to figure out some sort of better management system, because it seems like we had some calls and missed them. But people should keep trying. The chat is wilding. We officially got rid of MAGA. Maybe we did. I don't know. We're surviving the two restarts today. Make the phone number bigger. I suppose I could do that. I could like make it closer. Oh no! Now it's gonna be out of frame. It's gonna be behind me. No, I shouldn't have moved it. It's pinned in the chat on YouTube. People can see it. MAGA is still here. Yeah. Then he says it's now out of frame. It's like, it's a shame how wildly TikTok varies whether or not, like, where the edge of frame is. It's different for everybody's phone. I think we might have a caller. We'll see. Link tree in the bio if you want to support the show. Kind of a boring show today while we get some tech issues figured out and just kind of, I guess we had a little bit of a debate about Saturday.
Sorry, I think I blocked your call by calling you back.
But
Are you ready? Alright, sending you right up to be on air.
See, my brain doesn't want to talk over Jessie. Oh, hello. How old are you?
40.
40. Do you support Trump?
Can you explain why I would be offended by being profiled and having my citizenship status?
What happened to your citizenship status?
Why would I care about being profiled and having my citizenship status checked as an American? What would I have to fear?
Are you saying that because these issues don't affect you, you can't understand why you should care about them?
I'm saying you're self-touching about profiling isn't an argument, and I think we should profile, and you can't give me a reason why we shouldn't. We have drunk checks, so what's the problem with checking people's citizen status in our country?
It restricts their freedom based on the color of their skin. That's shitty.
Why could you say so?
No, because it's reported to be shitty for people that happens to. I think it'd be shitty if it happened to you. I don't think you'd like it.
Okay, so pejorative is your only answer? That's your only argument is for your pearl clutching?
I'm sorry, do you think that you should have to carry your papers, sir?
Yeah, I would have no problem if the federal law came up to me and asked to see if I was a citizen. I'd actually feel happy about that.
Okay.
So, do you have any argument against that?
You know, there's a lot. There's a lot of background noise. Is there anything you can do to improve the quality of the call?
How about address what I said, because you clearly heard what I said.
I can understand it. It's a little grating, and I want it to be a little better than that. And I didn't hear every word of it, so I'm not exactly sure what you said.
Okay, what would you like me to clarify?
The connection of this call.
Yes, that's how it is.
I'm not understanding it because there anything I can hear the background noise and the connection's pretty poor. We've tested our phone line pretty thoroughly. We know the call quality can be a lot better than this. Is there anything you can do about the quality of the call?
Hey, can you hear me?
Are you using a Bluetooth device?
Yes.
Disconnect the Bluetooth device. Talk to me directly through the phone. That usually fixes it.
Hello?
I think that's better. How old are you?
40.
40. Okay, yeah, I think that's much better.
Yeah, so I'd have no problem having a federal law enforcement come up to me and check to see if I was a citizen of America. I'd actually feel pretty comfortable about that.
Do you think you should be able to be stopped in your car?
Why not? We already do it for drunk driving.
Yeah, if you get pulled over in one of those like pretext free.
No, we actually have check. We have
at a checkpoint, you can crack the window, say I'm free to go, right? And the officer will say yes because they don't have probable cause to stop you.
Okay, if they have if they have a checkpoint to check to see if you're drunk, what are they doing?
They are checking if people will voluntarily reveal that they're drunk driving, but they don't have probable cause to stop you at such a checkpoint. You can just.
You think
I've done it. I've been pulled over. I've been stopped at such a checkpoint.
You've been pulled over. So you've been stopped. You didn't voluntarily stop.
You have to stop, but you don't have to get out of the vehicle, and you don't have to provide any information.
You were stopped. You didn't voluntarily stop, correct?
Yeah.
Well,
but I wasn't.
Yeah, just law. Goodbye.
You're gonna run now? Yeah, it can be an interesting type of caller that that we get through the phone line. So that was, I mean, I ain't gonna kink shame. Some people like licking boots. Yes, I am. Fuck that guy for that.
It's really funny because he was like so respectful trying to get the call connected. Like we went back and forth and I had to call him like 3 or 4 times trying to get it working. And he's like, yeah, that's okay. You could just call me back, or like I'm gonna place you on a brief hold. Then like the call went long. I'm just gonna call. Like, would you like to call back? Yeah, you can call me back. That's okay. Like, oh, your connection's a little unstable. Try to get to a better area. Da da da. Like he was just so respectful. And the second he gets up here, he's like, and that's why I hate immigrants. It was like.
Well, he also like did the thing where he like had this counterexample about drunk driving stops, and then he just like he was expecting me to be like, oh, I don't know, I guess like, oh, that is a big, and I was just like, actually at those you can just leave, you don't have to stop. So he got the little ECW that you do have to bring your vehicle to a stop, and then you can ask if you're free to go, and they have to say yes. And he did the popcorn thing where he's like, that was enough of a W for him to be like, yoink, I win, we can mistreat minorities now, and then like fucking run away. Fucking. All right, let's talk to Barbie. Justin, you a bitch. Get in the queue, dude. Tell me that shit with your face. Barbie, how old are you? I don't think Barbie meant to join. Nope, don't think so. I can hear myself. Let's see, Crystal. Hello, how old are you? Don't think Crystal meant to join either. Hello. Goodbye. Light Blinded Fool sent $10 to say, today's stream brought to you by Racist, Rapist, or Both. The exciting game show where you decide which category the caller falls into and nobody gets any points. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Best Bipper in BLS? I don't know what a Bipper is. I don't know if that's offensive or not. Hello, how old are you?
Hello.
Hello, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born?
2008.
Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
What color is a sign that tells you where a hospital is? Yeah. Bipper in the Bay is someone who steals.
Yep, I saw that. But thank you, holy crap, guys.
Can't talk.
Am I having an episode? Okay. The first time I Googled it, the AI was like, actually, that's a name that was given to the Gravity Falls character. That was a combination of Bill Cipher and Dipper. I'm like, you really think that's my first Google? You think I'm Googling this because I want to know about Gravity Falls lore? Wait.
We getting a caller?
No. Specifically an L for me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, thank you, AI. I have no idea anything about Gravity Falls. Thank you for filling me in.
How old are you? Hello? Bleeding Crystals, how old are you?
Oh, I joined by accident.
No worries. No biggie. Splishmellow sent $5 to say, genuinely thank you for saying Justin's a bitch. Made my day a little bit better. Well, sounds like he is a bitch. So we should say it. We should say that Justin is a bitch. Not in the chat, though, because I'll get a flag for harassment and bullying if you spam that. So you can maybe say Justin is a bee. Something like that. Do we have like a bee emoji? Justin is a bee. You can do a bee emoji for bitch. Fallen Angel. Fallen from where? Hello, how old are you? David's in the chat. He thought I was the bitch. David, you are not the bitch. You are a bitch. Get it straight. Bitch.
Can't even be number one.
Nah, dude. He's not even actually number one bitch. Like Jake Lang's a bigger bitch than David. We'll talk to Rodney. We'll see if he's a bitch. I hope not. Hello, how old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's a conservative and Republican.
So do you support a president that's of your party regardless of what they do?
To support presidents and their party regardless of what they... I don't... I support the president, bro. I support the president, bro.
I'm sorry. The question again was, would you support the president, no matter what he did, if he was of your party and your general political affiliation?
Yeah, and then you're going to bring up how he's liable for grape rape.
That's one of the things I could have picked.
Yeah.
I don't think I was going to pick that one. It's not where I was going to go next. Yes or no? Do you support the president no matter what they do?
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid. Why would you do that?
Well, because if I didn't support the president, but then I still lived in the country that the president is the president in, then I would have cognitive conflict. You know,
you can be upset about the circumstances of your life. You don't have to, you don't stop existing if you don't like the government of the country you live in. Like, what are you talking about?
No, I never said that you stop existing. You would just have
but you said, what cognitive conflict would there be? Like, a thing is happening. I don't like it. What's the conflict?
Cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance is holding two beliefs that are incompatible with each other.
Right, so the two beliefs would be that you don't like the president, but yet you still are under the regime of the president.
No,
so that would cause
that's just not because I could say that I could say that I don't like the sheriff, but he's arresting me. He's still allowed to arrest me if I commit crimes. Like, I'm still in his jurisdiction. Like, that's not how that works.
No, that's a false fallacy, what you just provided right
It's a false fallacy. Dude, I don't think it is. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. What do you mean?
Yeah, because we're talking about the president, and again, you holding the belief that
But the president is the president whether or not you believe it or support him. That has nothing to do with you.
Your action, right. But your action can be either leave or do something else to make you not.
Did you support Joe Biden?
I supported when he gave back student.
Did you support? No, you know what I'm asking. Did you support him in the way that you're saying that you support Trump right now?
Yeah, even though he was fried and all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh, why would you say that he's fried?
I mean, bro, he looked like he was zooted. You know what I mean? Like, he looked like he was under the influence the whole presidency. And
I don't think you and I agree about what support means.
So, okay, what does support mean then?
I think that I'm real unhappy that Donald Trump is president. I really wish he hadn't won the election. That to me is not supporting him.
Okay, I mean, when Biden won, I didn't really necessarily care. At the same time, when he started to do things, I did care. Like I said, when he gave back.
Oh, that sounds like okay. Great. So that's what I mean when I say that I don't support Trump. I don't like the things he's doing. Do you think that that's cognitively dissonant?
Well, yeah, because it sounds like you will never support him regardless. Like, he can give you $1 million and you still wouldn't support him, which is the cognitive dissonance.
You are correct that I am not corrupt enough to be bribed for my political opinion. That is correct, but that's called integrity, not cognitive dissonance.
No, the dissonance is no matter what happens, you will always be in these beliefs.
Why are you accusing me of that? Why are you accusing me of that?
Well, you just admitted to that.
No, the reason I don't support Trump is because of the things that he has said and done and continues to do. And you're suggesting that I'm judging the things that he says and does and continues to do based on some prior hatred of him. I didn't have any prior hatred of him. I thought it was kind of funny when he ran in 2015. I thought, what a joke. Donald Trump's running for president. How silly. I didn't realize how big a problem it was going to be. Like, I didn't think, no, it's not.
So yeah, you just admitted to having your biases back then. So
I just admitted that I didn't start with as concerned a position on Trump as I had, and then watching his behavior made me more concerned about him.
Okay, so all right, so you're saying that you're concerned, right? And your beliefs are that you don't necessarily like the things that he does, right? Now, the reason why it's not matching
I wouldn't say necessarily. I'd say that I'm staunchly against the things that he does, that he's a huge threat to the safety of democracy in America. Like, he's a big problem. Yeah. It's not, there's no, I don't quite like it. It's like, no, he's breaking the rules of the office of the president. He's violating the Constitution. He's defending people who've murdered people in broad daylight in my neighborhood. Like, some bad stuff he's doing.
So the reason why it does not match your actions is because it seems like you are not doing anything to stop it. You're not getting him impeached. You're not changing your geographical location. There's many things that you can do, and you are not taking action other than going on TikTok Live and spreading your bigotry. That's the only action that you're doing.
You're accusing my political. You think that I'm a bigot? I would like to point out that if we just accept for a moment that you don't like my political positions, that's fine. I think it's silly that you think they're bigoted. We can talk about that in a moment. But I would argue that getting my voice heard by so many millions of people that do hear my voice is a pretty effective way to elicit change in a country that isn't, at least on paper, a democracy, because people do vote, and the votes do make a difference in terms of who's in control, even if the system's pretty broken. So I think I'm doing quite a lot, actually. I'm pretty proud of that. I think it's silly that you're
paid from this?
It's my full-time job.
So yeah, I would actually say that grifting is not really an action of anything other than grifting. That's all you're doing is grifting.
How am I supposed to pay my bills?
Go to 9 to 5 like a normal person that you're advocating for.
So people aren't allowed to work in politics? They're not allowed to you think that being a political commentator is not a legitimate...
So you're a congressman, right? You're running for something local. Yeah. What are you a candidate of for your local?
I didn't say I was running for office. I said I work in politics. I'm a political commentator.
Oh, so you're okay. So
my job is relates to politics. I interact with politicians.
So what agency
sometimes.
do you work for then? What agency do you work for?
It doesn't follow from what I said that I was arguing that I work for an agency. This type of bullshit.
Because you don't work for any government. You don't work for any
I never said
government.
I do. My job.
You don't work at any government capacity.
Allow me to clarify. My job involves politics.
And after this clarification, I'm making the statement that you do not operate at any government capacity. Therefore, you do not. You said you're a political commentary, right?
Commentator.
Okay, so you probably work on CNN News, right? Or
I have a producer contact at CNN, and I do get a lot of my footage published through them. Yes.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so what other news?
I don't think we
broadcasts? No, because now I'll give you some leeway. Like, all right, shit, you got your stuff published on the news.
You can find some of the work I've done with WCCO, which is a CBS affiliate station here in Minneapolis, or KTSP. I don't actually think they push that story. Maybe not them. I don't know. Yeah, I've done some work with some regular media. I actually have 2 different radio stations that are working with me to put me on the air. Why are you asking me these questions?
All right, yeah. So, because I needed your credibility source. So, and now you've gotten that. So now I can say, all right, I guess you are a political commentary. But again, so you're saying that you what do you do with this? I should say is my next question.
I show people how ridiculous people like yourself are. Is like what most of what I do. I do a bunch of other stuff, but yeah, mostly that.
Okay, so wait a minute. I thought that you were for the people. So why are you humiliating the people now?
I think that some people are worth humiliating. I think that you espouse positions that are against the people by supporting Donald Trump. I don't know why you're interested in my credibility. We could have just talked about politics, but I don't know, man. Sounds like you're jealous.
Oh, we can talk about politics. So yeah, what do you despise so much of your president, Donald J. Trump Jr.?
Why do you despise? I listed some stuff earlier. I don't like that he doesn't follow the Constitution. I can look specifically at the sorts of things he's trying to accomplish by violating the Constitution and the things that go against my principles. So that's bad. Not illegal to go against my principles, but he's going against my principles in a way that is illegal because of the Constitution. And that results in some really bad things, like some people being murdered in broad daylight in my neighborhood and not having their deaths investigated in the way that they're supposed to be. I could list a bunch of stuff.
Well, yeah, you're supposed to list them and then provide evidence that he's going against the Constitution.
He regularly files executive orders that violate the Constitution. He supports ICE while they violate people's Fifth Amendment right to not having their possessions searched or seized unnecessarily. Pick one, dude.
Well,
there's so many.
Well, with the Homeland Security and even other officers, they operate off of probable cause majority of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not so when a officer tries to pull me out of my car or tries to solicit information, I understand. I don't view that as, oh, they're automatically violating my Fifth.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't ask you to make up some hyper-specific situation about yourself and then tell me that you didn't have a problem with it. I asked you to respond to the widespread practice. I'm sorry. If you think that the average person is like you and can't imagine something happening to somebody other than themselves, I'm very sorry to hear that, but you have to do that if you want to have reasonable conversations about politics.
So yeah, the reasonable conversation that I would have is that, again, everybody probably comes across law enforcement. That's if you drive a vehicle, you're more than likely going to come across a law enforcer. And just because that they are asking and soliciting questions sometimes.
Let's talk about a specific practice because you're just going to keep making up shit that isn't relevant to what I'm talking about. An ICE memo came out saying that it is their practice to gain entry to homes without a judicial warrant. They're using administrative warrants, which according to the Constitution is not the burden needed to search a domicile. Why is that okay?
To breach a home without a search warrant?
Without a judicial warrant, which is what the Constitution is required for searching somebody's domicile. Home.
Yeah, that's not true because there's this thing called a black bag.
I asked you a question.
Oh yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Why is it okay? So you don't believe in the Constitution either?
I do believe in the Constitution. Yes.
I asked you why it's okay for ICE to violate the Constitution, and you haven't told me why it's okay. You've just told me that it is okay, and now you're telling me that.
I was getting ready to tell you that there's such thing as called a black bag operation, and the feds actually do breach people's home without search warrants all the time. They do it unannounced, right? They do it for this, and obviously this is a completely different situation. That's like a secretive operation, but I'm just illustrating that this does happen, and it's not necessarily a breach. I mean, I guess you can view it as a breach of the Constitution, but it happens. So you know what I mean? It just happens, bro. It just happens.
From Wikipedia, in black bag operations, Federal Bureau of Investigation agents entered offices of targeted individuals and organizations and photographed information found in their records. This practice was used by the FBI from 1942 through the 1960s. In 1966, FBI Director Edgar Hoover allegedly ordered the practice to be discontinued. President Nixon in 1970 proposed the Hudson Plan to reintroduce black bag jobs, but Hoover opposed this, and approval was revoked 5 days after it was approved. Okay, so you're saying that the FBI did something bad 60 years ago? Is that your counterclaim to what they're doing? Is what Trump is doing today is bad?
No, my counterclaim is that the FBI did that, and even state officers do that to this day. They just walk in and search your vehicle or house without a warrant.
The use of black bag jobs by the FBI was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court on June 19th of 1972 in the Mamdani case, United States versus District Court.
So it was ruled unconstitutional.
In 1972. So your example of the government doing something to make it sound so constitutional is something that was ruled unconstitutional in 1972, 54 years ago.
All right.
So given that was what, given that when I described the practices of ICE, it made you think of these black bag operations, would you now agree that they were unconstitutional? Are unconstitutional?
Well, yeah. Once the state rules and once the government rules that they're unconstitutional, yeah, I'll agree.
Okay, so ICE entering people's homes without a judicial warrant, constitutional or unconstitutional?
Well, as of right now, it's not ruled unconstitutional. Then, so I would say it's.
Does there have to be a Supreme Court case about something for it to be unconstitutional?
Yeah, typically speaking, that's how case law works. Yeah. That's literally how case law
I don't
works.
think that a lot of things don't get seen by the Supreme Court because they so obviously are shown in the language of the Constitution. The idea that like something is constitutional until proven otherwise is nonsense, dude. It's not how it works.
So you're completely disregarding common law and case law, then, if that's the case?
I'm saying that when we challenge whether or not something is constitutional, we might have some case law that introduces a specific interpretation specific to a case. But the idea that there isn't language in the Constitution clear enough for us to say that it is obviously unconstitutional to do a particular thing is ridiculous.
Okay. I understand that now.
So let's try again. ICE entering people's homes without a judicial warrant. Constitutional or unconstitutional?
I mean, I guess by what you said, it's unconstitutional.
Correct. Because that's one of the things that the Fifth Amendment is very... Fourth or Fifth? I always make the Fourth and Fifth language. Anyway, the language is very specific. Can't go into somebody's home without a judicial warrant. They're doing that. It's unconstitutional. Can we go back to the part of the conversation where you were defending that?
Yeah, that's when I had brought up the example.
Right, and we found that the example was also unconstitutional.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's when you asked me the question for the 10th time, and then I said, I guess it's unconstitutional.
Okay, so are you okay with ICE doing unconstitutional things?
Well, wait, what do you mean by am I okay? Like I can't do anything about it, right?
I'm not asking.
the president.
I can do something about it. I got a lot of people listening. I influence people's perspective on these things in the way that they might interact in the voting booth or calling their elected officials. Like I have some influence over this. I'm working on it. Okay, but I'm just asking you. Do you think it's okay for ICE to violate the Constitution?
Nah.
Okay, Trump does.
So why is he not impeached?
Because the Republicans in Congress are loyal to him instead of to the Constitution.
But wait, he's already got impeached before, right?
Yeah, but not convicted.
No. He's already got impeached before, right?
Twice, but not convicted.
What is no? What do you mean by not convicted? That's irrelevant. What do you mean by that?
Conviction's really relevant to impeachment. Do you not understand how impeachment works?
If that's the case, then he didn't get impeached. Then, if he's not convicted,
I don't think you understand how impeachment works. I would be happy to explain it to you. All you have to do, the House votes to impeach the president. They just need a simple majority of the 435 or however many representatives there are in the House of Representatives. If the president gets impeached, that's a little bit like you being charged with a crime. It's a charge, not a conviction. The Senate holds the trial. So twice in his first term, Donald Trump was impeached, charged with a high crime or misdemeanor, but he was not impeached. The Senate didn't vote with the necessary majority needed to impeach him for those crimes.
So yeah, what I just heard was that you do a crime, you get charged, right? But you don't get convicted and found guilty, in which the president was not found and convicted guilty. Mm-hmm. So therefore he didn't get in. I mean, he did get impeached, but he didn't get charged with impeachment. Correct?
Well, impeachment's not the crime; it's the name of the procedure. So he was impeached twice. Mm-hmm. He was not convicted in his 2 impeachments.
Wait. So impeachment isn't a crime? That's not a crime? What?
Is a trial a crime?
If you're getting, no, but inherently it is, right? If you're on trial, you more than likely are convicted of a crime, or you're being trialed on a crime.
Right, but it's not like Trump did an impeachment. I think you have the language wrong.
No. Again, if you are on trial, the trial isn't the crime. You are being trialed for a crime.
Right, and it's the same. It's the same with impeachment. Impeachment isn't the crime. You have an impeachment if the president commits a crime to investigate the crime.
Oh yeah. So it's not a crime. It's just misconduct. Just misconduct.
No. It is about crimes and misdemeanors. It's just impeachment isn't the word for what Trump did. It's the word for the process that we use to address what he did.
So you're saying that he committed crimes and misdemeanors, which caused him to be impeached. I mean, now my question would be, was he found guilty of those crimes?
The facts of the matter are that a sufficient number of representatives in the House of Representatives, a simple majority, voted saying that they think that he did high crimes and misdemeanors, which is what the language of the Constitution says about impeachments for presidents. They thought that he did that enough to charge him. The senators voted to keep him in office because, and it was a party line vote where the Republicans voted for him to stay president, and the Republicans and the Democrats voted for him to not stay president. And I think it's pretty clear that he did the things that he was being impeached for. So when I look at that, I have a hard time accepting that the Republicans are so stupid as to think he was innocent. I think that they're loyal to him is the problem.
Okay.
And a majority did vote to convict. It's just that they need 67 votes, not 50.
Okay, I partially understand that. It's just some people may have this this white and black idea of that. You know, if someone, it's different from being charged with a crime rather than convicted of a crime.
Well, it's like, you can be charged and then you have to, as a later step, be convicted, and that's how impeachment works. You get impeached, and then as a later step, you get removed.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm just saying that some people view it as black and white. Because you can walk outside and throw something on the ground, and a cop can just arrest you and charge you, and you know what I mean. But you can beat the case and not be convicted.
All an officer needs is probable cause. Well, probable cause to investigate. I forget what the language around it is for them to have what they need to charge. But then there's a trial after. Yeah, I don't know what you're not understanding about this.
No, I'm understanding it. I'm just saying that the only reason why I began to have pushback is because I was so black and white. Like, well, was he convicted and was he found guilty? You know what I mean? As someone that understands that the phrase innocent and proven until proven guilty is pretty much not the case, because you have people like you that says, well, he was charged. I mean, that kind of stains.
If Donald Trump was convicted of, like, say, a felony, would you not want him to be president?
If he was convicted of a felony,
yeah, like if he was convicted of a felony, not charged, convicted.
It's a hard one, because I be feeling bad for felons. You know what I mean? Because like they can't get a job, they can't do. So that's.
What about like what if it was like a bunch of felonies, where it was like a bunch of them kind of similar type of crime, but lots of counts of it, which showed that he was really doing some like shady business dealings, maybe with like campaign money or something like that.
Yeah, my only question would be then, because you know with fraud and everything like that, it's a white collar crime and it's a minimum of 5 to 10 years. My only question would be, well, why wasn't he criminally charged and he was civilly charged? You know what I mean? Like, why? Like, in other words, if he committed this federal, wait a minute. If he committed this federal crime allegedly, why is he not doing federal time allegedly? Right? That'd be my only concern.
Just because you get convicted with a crime doesn't mean that you necessarily serve a prison sentence.
If you get convicted for a criminal crime, that would mean that you do have a prison sentence. Yes, that is true.
Nope.
So my next question would be, did he get civilly found or criminally found?
Criminally convicted of 34 felonies.
Dude. And he did no time served, no time at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was the sort of crime where to push for the maximum sentence, it would have been difficult to make a case for that. That wasn't just like, fuck him because he's Trump. So the judge handed a pretty weak sauce sentence. I think it was like, I bet somebody knows the exact name for it in the chat, but there's some ruling about that. But the question was about like if he commits crime. So he was found criminally guilty in a court with a jury of 34 felonies, and you said that it was white collar crime. Why are you discrediting the danger it would be to have a white collar criminal in the White House?
No, I was making the claim of it being white collar crime because I didn't know that he was criminally charged, and I was saying that's a criminal offense.
Yeah, unconditional discharge is what his sentence was called, by the way, which is basically the judge saying that you don't have a sentence. It's pretty lame that was an option. I don't think that should have been an option, especially given the number of counts. But that's just a little qualm with how the legal system works. But like once again, like he was convicted of having committed 34 white collar crime felonies. Do you see a problem with having a white collar criminal in the White House?
I mean, yeah, I did. Again, I didn't know that. I didn't know this.
It's a pretty big news story. It like happened like just a few years ago. Like everybody was like, it was on TV a lot. I don't blame you for not watching. I'm just saying it was like, this isn't like some buried legal case from 20 years ago. This is a criminal trial that happened like a few years ago.
Yeah, I was under the assumption that he was found civil.
There's a different case with E. Jean Carroll where he wasn't able to be found criminally guilty because the statute of limitations on what he did was up, which is also a shame. I don't think there should be a statute of limitations on sex crimes personally, because the sex crime that he committed happened long enough ago that he couldn't be charged. But he was found to have done it by a court, by a jury, just not criminally.
So my next question would be, what do you think about people, like I'm conservative, I grew up conservative, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And now that I graduated and stuff like that, like I would be like, dang, well, since I'm conservative, I think I gotta be Republican. But
what does being conservative mean to you?
Conservative on like, free market, conservative on, certain laws, conservative. Like it's just like you're literally conserving certain things, right? Like I don't want the free market to go away, but I don't want the free market to be complete.
Well, we don't have a perfectly free market. There is regulation in the market. And
that's what I'm saying. Like I don't want there to be monopolies everywhere, right? But at the same time, I don't want the government to own every business. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
there's an argument that gets made sometimes. It's one of my viewers brought it to me, and I really like it, which is that there's something's happened in the last few years, which is that the Republican Party is no longer really all that conservative. They're kind of regressive. They're trying to go backwards. They're trying to like go back to like a darker time for minorities, and like I find that really scary and problematic. The Democrats, the establishment Democrats, might be appealing to you. They behave in a pretty conservative way these days. I'm far more liberal than that. I'm farther left. I consider myself a progressive, or a little bit of a leftist. It gets kind of blurry, a little philosophically edgy, but I think we're far enough on the political spectrum that we don't need to talk about that nuance. But I think there's a perfectly good argument for the fact that the current establishment Democrats are a lot more like what the conservatives looked like a few years ago. They want to preserve capitalism.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like I like every like we're going to contribute to capitalism whether we want to or not. But my only thing is that like a few years ago I was more like when I was 19 I was like more left leaning. It wasn't really until I graduated, got a little bit of something. Now I'm like I'm kind of more conservative. I'm kind of more conservative and Republican. And just to provide a little bit more insight, I really don't vote. I don't really think voting matters. If I'm going to be honest, at least federally voting, I like vote locally, but I don't really vote for president.
I think it matters that Trump is president and Harris isn't, and that's the result of an election that happened.
So, like, you think all right. So with that being said, like, would the economy be better if VP Harris was?
Yeah. Trump's done some really nasty things to the economy.
Okay.
His Liberation Day tariffs were really disruptive of the global markets and created this situation where a lot of those tariffs were collected and then now recently paid back to the companies, and not all of the companies are passing that back to the consumer. So he actually just fucked up a bunch of poor people who were buying products from companies and then gave the money back to the companies themselves after the Supreme Court ruled that the tariffs were unconstitutional. And there's no obligation for the companies to give that money back to the consumer that they overcharged for the tariffed goods. So that's just one thing. There's other things.
But like for me, like, all right, that tariff was like, it's whatever. It was ruled unconstitutional and stuff like that. I'm aware of that. But like, I don't think that tariffs are inherently bad. Like now, again,
they're not.
I was gonna say how he used them was obviously ruled bad, but I just don't.
Well, no. It's not that the Supreme Court ruled that the tariffs were bad for the economy. They ruled that They ruled that he didn't have the authority to create the tariffs. Never mind the effect they have on the economy. They happen to also have a seriously bad effect on the economy.
Yeah. I guess I'd have to agree there.
Yeah, and then there's things like inflation. He said he was going to bring grocery prices down on day one, which is kind of like, we can all read that as hyperbole, but it's been long enough that he should have something to show for having brought the cost of living down. But he doesn't have anything to show on that. He has a war that he started in Iran, which was him violating a different campaign promise to not start any new wars. But the war in Iran has caused such conflict in the Strait of Hormuz that global fuel prices have increased, which is increasing inflation, increasing not just the cost that consumers pay at the pump for the gasoline for their cars, but the cost for everything goes up when global fuel prices go up, because fuel is used for fucking everything, keeping the lights on in the building where the product is manufactured, all that stuff. So there's like really no angle from which Trump's economy looks better. The S&P 500 keeps going up, but that happens during every presidency. Like, the market indices keep creeping up, not as fast as they were under Biden, but again, that doesn't really show what it's like for everyday people like you and me.
I mean, well, yeah, it kind of does. Like, what if someone made a counterclaim or a counter argument, like, well, taxes are lowered in the sense where people are paying less taxes on each paycheck. The GDP has gone up, right? And then, as you just said, the stock market is booming. I mean, for wait a minute. You could make the argument that those things add up for the average person to some kind of benefit, and then you could check the math and find, no, that doesn't work. That's not what the vast majority of people in this country are fucked over handily by Trump's economic policies and tax policies, particularly everything packaged into the big beautiful bill. Made life harder for you and me. But dude, in 2024, I was royally screwed over via taxes, dude, in 2024. This is before Trump and everything. Like, I ended up paying like 30%, dude. Like, what? Like, I was dude, I was tripping.
How much were you making?
No, not that much, but literally like
more or less than six figures.
Bro, no.
I'm sorry. You're bringing me your personal anecdote about how your taxes went, and I ask you how much you make, and suddenly you go no. Like what?
Because I gotta rub my hands together. You know what I mean? But not because that's a personal question. You are right. I brought a personal thing into it. But honestly, like, dude, I paid like 30%, and I wasn't making.
Biden didn't pass any tax policy in 2024. You were under Trump's policy.
No. Are you?
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm serious. I'm dead serious, dude. Google it.
So okay, now my next question would be: Is the new tax thing different from the one back in 2024? Or is it the same?
Well, yeah. I mean, they've changed some policies with the big beautiful bill, but across the board, unless you're making something like more than $400,000, the spending power that you have is decreased by the big beautiful bill. There are a couple things in it that on the face of it look good. Somebody can say like, oh, no taxes on tips, yay. But if you're fucked over in other places because of the bill, that sprinkles on a dog turd. It just doesn't add up to it being better.
Damn, I gotta do some more research in that. Like I said, I'm still standing 10 toes on the stock market because again, as the working class, it's like my retirement is within the stock market. So I think that is a good indicator to look at.
The stock market itself is going up at a lower rate than it should be, against the historical background of how much it's supposed to go up year over year on average, which is something like 10%. Also, there's a big problem with that I just don't think that we're seeing yet, which is that there's a bubble going on in the, like if we look at something like the S&P 500, a huge percentage of the inflated S&P 500 comes from these tech companies that are making buku bucks selling chips for AI, or training AI models and selling AI products themselves. But we can kind of see that this bubble's going to burst because there really isn't a lot of productivity happening with this technology. There's just a bunch of excitement around it. So you have companies like that, and even some other companies like Tesla, where if you look at the number of cars they sell, their actual sales figure, it would suggest that their stock price should be a lot lower than it is. So if you look at the stock market and you actually just kind of remove the companies that are non-productively inflating their net worth by people being excited about AI, you see that when the AI bubble pops, we're going to be left with a less healthy stock market than it at the moment appears. And then against that, I would point to the fact that Donald Trump has exercised every bit of power he possibly has as president to continue that process. He's trying to get that bubble to blow up bigger. He's trying to support those companies in a way that also fucks people over, fucks people who work at other companies over. So I just don't see this stock market argument being a good one, especially in consideration of the fact that these sort of like slower major market indices that everybody's retirements end up in, or like that everybody's retirement values are like correlated with, they are just ones that go up regardless of who's president. Like it doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. You're not going to be able to invest more if you like, what matters so much more in your 20s is how much you earn versus how much it's growing. Like it's the growth for your lifetime that adds up to a lot of money. But without any money to put away now, you're fucked over, and that's what these economic policies are doing to you.
But again, like you're getting taxed less on each paycheck. So in theory, you would have more to invest in. I mean, what you're describing sounds like the glass ceiling. Like I don't think that we can blame any candidate for the glass ceiling.
Trump is making it harder for people to reach or break through any sort of glass ceiling. Like he's making it harder for people to have social mobility by hurting the spending power of poor people. I think you've been lied to about the effect the big beautiful bill like had on your personal finances. If you make less than $100,000 a year, it fuck you over.
I think if you make less than 100K, like you're effed over regardless. Like
that's true. But if you make less than $100,000, the big beautiful bill made your life financially harder. And I want you to think about that while I read some donations. Because we had Rob who sent $2 to say, or that's Rob's wife, not Rob. Rob's wife said for $2, how is he debating when he doesn't get year 7 civics? Yeah, maybe missed out on some of that stuff. Lord Tomoyoshi sent me $20 on YouTube Super Chat to say, be real with yourself, caller. You were up in your feelings, bought into that you were the victims and what need to be on top. Listen to Red Pill Incels and other un-American piece of shit podcast bros and went to the right. We'll see if maybe confesses to that being what happened to him. I don't really know how he got so sure about this stuff without being educated on it.
Thank you so much for the $20, though.
Thank you very much for the $20. David sent $5 more on Venmo to say, Rodney got himself a word of the day calendar and learned some new words. Too bad he sucks at using them in context. That was from the beginning of the conversation. I don't remember exactly what he was referring to. David sent another $5 immediately after that to say, oh shit, he's a pocket watcher. Is this bitch David's son? Yeah, that's right. You were like calling me a grifter at the beginning. All right. Anyway, support the grift people. Georgia sent me $5 to say, did his God King Charlie Kirk have a job, or was he also a grifter? I wonder how he feels about Charlie Kirk. If he thinks he was a grifter, if he thinks I'm a grifter. For $1, Johnny got his message read. It says, this guy doesn't understand words so good, huh? So you think you're a political commentator because you what? Commentate on politics? Yeah, you know what? I would say almost anybody can be a political commentator. All you got to do is commentate on some politics. I get paid for it, which makes me a professional political commentator. David sent another $5 to say, impeachment must be the word of the day in December in Rodney's calendar because he doesn't know what shit about it. Yeah, he doesn't seem to. Joe Cooper sent $10 to say, sorry to be annoying. Trump was impeached twice in the House of Representatives, but the Senate did not vote to remove him from office because of politics, not innocence. This is a political process, not a judicial process, the same as Bill Clinton, who we know was guilty. Yes, that is accurate. I was making the analogy to the criminal process. I know it's not a criminal process. For $12, Joe Cooper adds, Kamala wanted to keep all of the tax cuts for individuals under $400,000, but not for the ultra rich. Also, the stock market is going up at a slower rate than at the end of Biden's terms, which I did mention. And yeah, maybe we can talk to the caller a little bit about like Kamala Harris's tax policies would have been way better for people in our our neck of the woods in terms of earnings. We'll see how he feels about that. Spencer sent $5 to say, I work for Tesla and our internal AI is shit for helping diagnose cars. It's not going to last long. Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall in terms of AI, just like not actually being the most effective technology for this stuff. And it's, people are starting to notice. But caller, you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, like, you kind of come out swinging at the beginning of this call, but I feel like you've lost some of that confidence. Like, where did that steam come from and where did it go?
Yeah, I mean, I still stand by, the grifting and stuff like that. In a sense.
Do you think that, like, there's a version, like, you might have your judgments about me, but, like, do you think there's a version of this where somebody takes calls in a public platform like this, like a publicly accessible platform like this, and teaches people some basic civics or maybe some logic and reason or maybe history or science or whatever gets talked about? Maybe I bring up some experts if it's the sort of thing that I'm not the biggest expert on. Like, do you think that what I'm doing could be at all a legitimate job for somebody to have?
I mean, yeah, if I knew your foundation, you know what I mean? Because you talked about the guy, oh, dude, it's like, well, we know his foundation, right? He went to actual...
I talked about which dude?
He talked about, Kirk, you know what I mean? We know his foundation. Yeah, we know his foundation. We knew he went to public universities, right? Like that type of stuff. It's the same thing, but I mean, it's slightly different.
Last time I was going to university, I worked in the tutoring center and I tutored 17 different subjects. I quit a job being a high school teacher to run this show. I'm a professional educator.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like to not get the jacket of a grifter, it's like, or at least like seem like the fancy grifter, you would still be doing the professional education under, because you just said you worked for a school, so you would find somehow to have your institution and your institution to be broadcast like the other guy, right? He had an institution. No,
I think that high school. No, I think that K-12 education needs to be kept really isolated from politics, which is really hard for me to navigate being a high school teacher during Metro Surge here in Minneapolis. Like, I'm glad I never had to deal with any of that contamination. I didn't have students ask me about politics. We kind of kept our heads down about it. But no, I really don't think that you can take public school education and taint it in that way by bringing politics into it. You need to give people a really unbiased look at reality and history and let them make their own decisions. That's fundamentally important to the ethos of an educator. And what I'm doing on here is very at odds with that. So I had to choose, and I chose this.
Yeah, and that's why I specifically said unis and university. And I mean, we literally are taught politics in high school. I mean, we all learned about, there's a mustache guy. I mean, we learned about fascism. We learned about certain regimes. So, I mean, I find that very...
We're getting kind of lost from, like, what is it that made Charlie Kirk legitimate, but not me?
No, it's not. Again, he was still a grifter. It's just the fact that I don't know your foundation. You know what I mean? I really don't know your cause. Like at least with him, he did.
But you're not. But you didn't say you might be a grifter. You called me a grifter. Do you think I'm a grifter?
Yeah. Again, I'm standing by the grifter because again, I don't know your cause. I don't know. I had to literally get all that. I had to get your cause out of you. I had to get your credentials out of you. I had to, I had to do that. Right.
Yeah. But instead of asking whether like why do you assert that I'm a grifter without knowing what my mission statement is or what I do?
Because I don't know your foundation.
But why am I guilty until proven innocent on being a grifter? Why can't you just be agnostic?
Because that's how it works. You literally get charged and then you get on trial, and that's when I ask you all these questions, and then that's when I'm like, all right, is he a grifter? Is he not?
But you're saying I'm a grifter before determining whether or not I'm a grifter.
But that's how the whatever is called. That's how the law works, though. You know what I mean? You get charged and then you go on trial.
Innocent until proven guilty. That's like the opposite of how law works.
Yeah, no, it's like the proven guilty means like you are convicted and charged guilty. Like you still get charged. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand that. You're charging me with being a grifter. Why are you treating me as though I have been convicted of being a grifter?
Okay, so the reason why I came in here swinging out the gate, calling you a grifter, is because I noticed that you take donations, which is money, right? I noticed that there is a lot of, manipulation in a sense. I believe that politics and political science is kind of manipulation. It's like literally you're running a whole nation. Like clearly there has to be some manipulation going on there. And you are playing on the politics and manipulating people out of money. That's why I deemed you as a grifter.
I have to walk this line of like I have financial goals for the show, and I want the show to be successful for reasons of reach, and then there's also like reasons of finance because I want the show to be able to afford me and Jessie, who's sitting in the producer chair over there, and Raven, who's editing at home. The show has 2 employees, other than me. So like there's like financial stuff to worry about, but one of the things that I do, and here the chat can keep me honest on this. Chat, tell me yes or no in the chat if, when I poll the audience, which I do very often, I usually inform the chat that I don't actually care about the answer of the poll, and I'm just doing it to farm engagement, and I'm transparent about that. Let me know yes or no in the chat if that's generally my practice on this show. Like I need to navigate it in a way that's ethical. It's hard. I wish I could just share my feelings and that would make me successful, but like I have to be entertaining. Sometimes I take a call where I know I'm not being all that productive, but like that gets lots of people watching, and then maybe I can have a more productive conversation and show it to those people. But I really push back on the idea that there's no ethical way to do this. And I'm going to read a couple donations, ironically enough, because the last one here has a point that I really want to bring up to you. Because Pat in the chat sent $2 to say for the grift, and then Blanc sent $5 to say school is very funny point considering how much the right is saying universities are liberal indoctrination these days. Yeah, he's also talking to somebody who has like reasonably good professional educator chops. But 10,000 seconds really got to the point here. For $20, they sent the message. Grifting is tricking people out of money. I was fooled into sending this unless you're in cahoots with the caller. Yeah, I work really hard to operate this show and the business structure that it has in a way that's completely transparent and transparent and clear to the audience and to the people who are sending the money. I talk about what I spend it on. I talk about some of the plans I have if the show continues to be like more profitable. So it's like, do you think it's fair to define grifting in that way, that somebody has to feel tricked in order to feel like they've lost money to a grift?
So it says a grifter is a con artist or swindler who tricks people out of money or bold or property through fraud, lies, and manipulation. So I do deem that being fair, but would you deem it would you deem it fair that I was saying that you were manipulating people rather than lying and whatever that man said? Would you deem that?
No, I just don't think that I don't do deceptive practices to make money, though. I think that's what grifting is using deceptive practices to make money.
But then I said that again, to me, right? Politics in general is manipulation because like clearly like, okay, so before we dive anymore, do you think politics is manipulation?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you. You're being genuine. All right. So
look, if you don't understand something, like I tried to manipulate you from going from a person who doesn't understand impeachment to somebody who understands impeachment a little better. Manipulate just means...
I appreciate that, yeah.
Right, because manipulate is a really vague term. It just means to have an effect on a person, right? Like... I think that the problem here is the dishonesty. David sent $5 to say, I don't think Rodney knows what the definition of grifting is. It's getting money through acts of lying, cheating, or conning. You know, like the emails from Trump saying the Dems are taking over, donate so we can fight back. Good point. Yeah, I think that Trump...
To back my claim on how you could possibly be a grifter is because, you know, you have manipulated and changed some of my thoughts and have me thinking. And now that could cause me to come in here again and give you money. Not saying I'm not going to give you money, not saying I am going to give you money, but that's why people like me hold these ideas of that, you know, you may be a grifter because like,
right. I think people should be wary of people like me and like assess whether or not they are a grifter. But I work really hard to not be a grifter. David sent another $5 to say, Oscar even says if you are struggling or have bills you need to pay, don't donate. That's very transparent. I don't really think that that's an example of my transparency, but I do say that I don't want people to donate money to me if they're struggling. Like sometimes people say like, oh, I wish I could give more. Here's only $5. I'm like struggling to pay my bills. And I'll be like, oh, that's very kind of you. But like refund, don't send me money and then tell me that you don't have money to send me. Like seriously, if you're struggling, you keep worrying about you. Don't worry about me. There's some people who aren't struggling who are worried about me and helping me do the thing I'm doing. And I appreciate those donations. But if you're struggling, don't send me money. I don't want your money if you're struggling.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there was other good donos. Like, I mean, like, we don't have to stay on the grifting thing. I mean, it probably offended you, but I mean, again, like, this is just, that's
I just think it's interesting to talk about. I mean, Donald Trump is, like, pretty transparently a grifter.
How so? Because I'm not aware of this.
He preaches obvious falsehoods about the world in an attempt to get donations. He pesters people in text messages. You can sign up for Trump's like donation thing where he'll like tell you some bullshit about the Democrats and beg for money. Like he uses deception for financial personal gain all the fucking time. Trump phone. That's an example that just appeared in the chat. They snuck into the terms of service after people put down money to pre-order these phones that they might not ever get the phones, and a lot of people haven't. Like there's like a bunch of things that he's done that are just flagrant grifts. Whereas I sit here and I sit for 4 hours a day and preach to my audience and tell people about what I'm working on. I have all these trips planned and all this stuff I'm doing, all this gear I've bought, these employees I've hired. Like I'm working really, really hard to serve the mission statement of this show. So when people say I'm a grifter, it's just kind of like, my behavior doesn't make any sense if you think I'm a grifter.
I mean, like I kind of like I can meet you in the middle, like with the phone and then the other thing. I mean, I don't wonder how constitutional that is, but I mean, like saying that like he got money for his campaign and stuff like that, and that's what I'm saying. Like
I'm talking about his campaign. I mean, he still sends those text messages. The Trump phone was like a grift that was run like recently. This is like a current scandal. Not talking about campaign money. Also, the 34 felonies that he was found guilty of have to do with him mishandling campaign finances. Not handling the money in a way that's appropriate to serve the donors that gave it to you. That's grifting.
So how is he like still like, dude, how is he still the president, bro? Like how?
Because the Republicans in Congress whose job it would be to impeach and convict him are loyal to him, so they just vote in alignment with him, even though it's obvious that they shouldn't. Like that's the problem. That's like what the whole show is about, is that like that they're not removing this guy who should be removed.
But he's already gotten removed before, so like what? Like it's like
he never got removed.
Yeah, he has been impeached. His last whatever it's called.
Not impeached, but not removed.
So he was still in the regime after he got impeached.
Well, he got impeached twice during the first term. His first term ended because he didn't get reelected. That had nothing to do with his impeachment.
So he, like I said, he still had power. He still held power, although he was impeached. The first term.
Yeah. While you're being impeached, you're not removed. Like you're still president during an impeachment.
So he was never okay. So you're saying he was never, bro? That's dude. That's great, bro. That's okay, and I can understand, bro. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like now in my head, I'm like, bro, that's lit. That's kind of lit. Like how did he do that? Like how did he finesse that, bro? How did he finesse that?
By being corrupt as fuck. All right, I got to keep reading the donations because when people start getting to the pocket watching and talking about grifting, they tend to send more donations, which I'll be honest, I find kind of funny.
Get that money, bro.
I'm sorry, I thought you didn't support the grift. But anyway, I will get that money. I'll get it from Jennifer Ferguson, who sent me $5 to say, one of the reasons you are successful is because you are financially responsible. I try to be. Light Blinded Fool sent $10 for the grifter fund. I know making that Kool-Aid and shipping it out to your followers is expensive, so I hope this helps me get my daily supply. I can't live without it. See, they're like clowning on the fact that they trust me not. They trust me not to grift. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say, Rodney, grifters knowingly lie to their base. Everything Oskar stands for, he literally stands and takes pepper spray to the eyeballs for. I did get pepper sprayed a lot on Saturday. I don't know if you're aware of that. 10,000 seconds spent, $20 again. Thank you so much, 10,000 seconds. I know you've been really making it rain today. Trump has clearly said he's not religious and he's probably going to hell, and then sells a Bible. He made a meme coin with no value and got people to buy it, and then rug pulled and made millions. Grift. Yeah, once again, just like broad daylight grifting. Thank you for the $20. Beverly sent $10 on Venmo to say, from Mother of Bulldogs, this is not a grift. Your live is very informative and you shouldn't have to work for free. This man is in his feelings. Maybe someone conned him and now he's salty. Perhaps. I don't know. Let me just check. I think, yeah, we've got a few more going on Venmo, because Jenna sent $10 to say, sending money to reverse psychologically grift you. Yeah, thank you. And then Kelsey sent a buck to say, Oscar's creating content. People pay for content. Thank you, Oskar. Also, there's just like no requirement. Like, nobody has to send me anything. Like, I don't tell people they have to do, like, I mean, like, sure, every now and then it's like, I guess, you know, people pay to have their message read on the show, right? Like, that's the product I'm selling. Is like, send me a donation and I will just read the attached message. If it's not if it's not like a, every now and then somebody tries to like grift through their grift, they'll through their donation, they'll like put their like slogan in it, like their website name, and I'll just skip it. So sorry guys, they're not going to get like a billboard out of it, but like, you know, like 99% of these messages I just read, and that's what people are paying for. But there's no promise or guarantee of anything. I'm not saying I'm going to give anything in exchange. I do talk honestly about my plans for what to do with the show, but like, anyway, Vicky sent me a buck to say, just a suggestion, reach out to Politics with Matt and Erica. Shante both have a call and numbers on YouTube. Maybe they can give pointers on the phone and number. Well, I'm solving a problem that even they run into by having it through a different account. So we're working on ironing out the kinks. Today's just the first day we added it to the workflow, so we're disorganized about it. But technologically, it is working well. Jason sent $2 to say, the impeachment is akin to having a trial where the jurors are your friends. Yeah, the impeachment system is kind of broken, is what Donald Trump has shown us. I think that's like the big thing here. And then over on Buy Me a Coffee, I think I had one more of those. No, stop grifting me. How is he still president? Fox News is one hell of a drug, and MAGA are the cult. Thank you for the $2, Lucky Phil. Yeah, dude, like, I felt pretty icky buying myself a nice birthday present this year. I bought myself a more expensive guitar than I've ever bought in my life, and I told it was $1,500. I bought a $1,500 guitar for myself.
That's insane.
I am a musician. Like, it's not.
No, I'm good with my $200 Yamaha guitar, man.
I had a $200 Yamaha. I had an FX 300C or whatever it is, like their standard busker guitar. But like, you know, a lot of people, the number of donations tagged Guitar Fund over the 6 months that I've been streaming was way more than $1,500. I had to tell people, like, guys, like, if I'm gonna buy a guitar for my birthday, it's like already paid for by the Guitar Fund tagged donations. Like, I, like, in some ways didn't spend the money that the donors wanted me to spend on the guitar because it added up to like $3 or $4 grand, and I just don't need a guitar that expensive. So I just bought a $1,500 guitar, which is a more sensible caliber of guitar for the type of player that I am. I would get the guitar, but I'm not at my home studio. I'm at Studio B today, so it's not here. But I have shown it off. So like that felt like a little icky, because like outside of that, I just like haven't really been buying stuff for myself. I haven't really like inflated my life at all.
I mean, yeah, you would just buy into capitalism. You know, you would just be a consumer.
Well, I'm just not trying to like do that with like, sure, I'm excited that I'm not as broke as I used to be. I'm eating a little better than I was previously. Like I have a girlfriend. I maybe take her on a nicer date than I would back when I was broke. But like in general, like I just don't pay myself that much. I have 2 employees. Like most of the money that gets donated to this show doesn't make it to me. Most of it gets spent on labor for my employees or on gear for the show, like plane tickets and stuff. We have some travel planned.
So yeah, so since you keep saying you have an employee, would you agree that you're a capitalist?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm doing is capitalistic. I have to participate in this system of capitalism. I don't have to like capitalism to want Jessie to be my producer and to need to pay her for her to do it.
So yeah, I mean, just following that lead of thought, I wouldn't have that thought. What you would just say, what I would have the thought, well, dang, I might have to vote red and get some tax benefits from being a capitalist.
But I'm not trying to maximize the dollars. Wait, how did we get there?
Well, if you're not trying to maximize the dollars, then why do you take so much donuts? You know what I mean? Like, why is there like a cap for the donuts?
If I was trying to maximize dollars, I wouldn't hire any staff. I wouldn't do any trips. I wouldn't do any other big projects. I would do this show 8 or 10 hours a day.
No, that's false. If you're trying to maximize dollars, you would actually have employers to maximize the dollar amount. So now you're allocating resource. So now instead of you having to do everything, you're allocating that labor.
I would have waited longer so that I could like pocket some more money, because I could just be rolling in it. Like, the show makes a lot more money than I personally need. I could just take that to enrich myself, and that would make my personal financial like relationship with the show better. But instead, I want the mission statement of the show to be accomplished, so I pour the money into that, and the amount that mission statement says that I'm allowed to get paid is a lot less.
I mean, again, like I said, we're still a capitalist and blah blah blah. I would bask in the glory of being capitalist. Like I said, I would be red and be like, all right, I want to get this tax benefit, because at the end of the day, I highly doubt, let's say Jessica or whoever is next to you, that's whatever, like your employee, right? Let's say they make you $50K, right? I highly doubt that you're giving them the money that they make you. Like, I just highly doubt that. That's just not how a business works. You know, you have
sure. I could say, even being only self-serving, I would actually agree with you that like in the long term, it is better for me to reinvest, and that's going to make my platform bigger. And that's why, like, I don't know. So maybe someday I'll be a millionaire because I was such a good political commentator. Like, possibly, sure.
Dave Ramsey.
But I don't think that the practices of my show are in alignment with the primary goal being capitalism.
Yeah, that's not your like mission statement, being a capitalist. I get that, but I mean, I don't know, man. Some people it is.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah,
you're so concerned about like whether or not I'm engaging with this ethically, but you just don't seem to like care. You lend no credence to the idea that the reason I'm excited about the show being so successful is because it will get to continue to do great things.
Sorry about that. We're getting that.
But yeah, we've already. Well, I mean, I've already told you how I believe that. You know, you can't be doing this ethically because again, the manipulation. Right, we already talked about the manipulation. We already talked about how.
Do you think if I exercise complete and like 100% transparency and honesty about all of this, like, do you think there's any ethical way for a person to be a political commentator on a live streaming platform?
No, because especially if you get paid for it. Once you get paid for it, all the ethics kind of like fly out the window, right?
If you're a piece of shit. I think you might be projecting the way you would behave onto the way that I behave. I think it's hard for you to imagine that I'm navigating this in a way that's ethical.
Well, no, I mean, like when we first
I've even been honest and told people, like, I was pretty broke for a long time. Like, I had some rough years in my late 20s, and I have some debts to pay that I'm like not, excited about how, like, of what I do pay myself, like the extra on top doesn't get to go to fun things. I just I'm paying down some debts. Like, and when that's done, I can start like thinking about building a better life for myself. I'm just being straightforward with my audience about what my situation is. There's a long time where I said that the show doesn't make enough money to cover my needs, so it just means I have to like drive Uber Eats less. And then when that stopped being the case, I said, oh, the show's making more than my needs. Here's what I'm trying to do with the extra money. And then that was a few months ago. And now I have like staff and I'm doing these things. I'm sitting here and talking to you about it for some fucking reason, right? Like I'm not afraid of telling people, like I kind of welcome the pocket watching, because I just like lay spread eagle and I'm like, examine me. I don't care. Like
90% of this money has been reinvested. The other 10% has gone into like eating.
Yeah, the worst thing I do with the money is I take a lot of Ubers and I order a lot of food because my time is insanely valuable because of the position I sit in this, which again, I think you might even be able to recognize is just good for the business to keep my time valuable.
We are going to read the donations that just came in.
Thank you, Jessie. Pay Jessie to keep me on tan so I can support the grift better, because Hetty Broccoli sent $5 to say, help, Oscar made me donate and wrote this. Shh, don't tell him. Itzax sent $5 to say, can you grift me with an uwu? Uwu. Thank you. Yelda Navik sent $5 to say, Oscar's a thief. You would not believe he stole my heart and my cat. There's music thing there, but I don't know the melody he was going for. I'm sorry, I'd sing it if I knew it. Pat in the chat sent $2 to say, for the pedal board expansion fund. Oh, dude, don't get me dreaming about more gear. I don't need a pedal board. I've got a M13 Stompbox modeler that somebody gave me a long time ago. That thing's doing fine. Don't need any pedals. I want pedals, but I don't need them. Anyway, 10,000 seconds spent. Another.
Nope, there was another one in there.
I missed it.
Those are two separate chats.
What?
There's Pat in the chat for the pedalboard expansion fund.
Oh, and then Swag sent $5 for the guitar pedal fund. I accidentally marked that one at the same time because my brain thought it was the same one. Why are we talking about guitar pedals, guys? I don't need any guitar pedals. Straightforwardly, don't need any guitar pedals. 10,000 seconds sent $20 more to say, you did grift me. I gave you money expecting you to not spend it and be poor. The lies. Yeah. And then Mario sent $5 to say, stop taking my money. No.
Thank you, 10,000 seconds, for the large amount of donation total. That
10,000 seconds is sending a lot today. Thanks, dude. Joseph sent $1 to say, is this literally just an ad and I'm not reading it? Funny. Infectious Bites sent $10 to say, oh, the manipulation got me. Yeah. And these usernames I'm reading, these are people who watch a lot, and like I joke around with in the members only stream. Like these people like hear what's going on in my life a lot. Like they appreciate what I'm doing for them in terms of activism and content creation and education, and for a lot of people just entertainment, and like they're just paying me for doing that. And I just like I don't know, it just doesn't feel that wrong to have people so enthusiastically say that they love what I'm doing and that they want to support it. So I got a few more Venmos to get through here, and then we'll see how much more the caller wants to keep pocket watching. Gidget sent $10 to say, for the grift, to piss off the emotional child in the box. Thanks for fighting for us. Appreciate you. And Jason sent $2 to say, the fact that you refused to do a 60-second ad read for a... Oh, yeah, this was one that happened recently. You refused to do a 60-second ad read for a free $700 chair. Kind of goes against the grift. I did I had a chair company want to send me a $700 like super nice ergonomic chair to replace this piece of shit that I sit on, and I said that I don't do sponsorships because I like peddle my unadulterated opinion about things, my unsponsored opinions about things. So I said, you're perfectly welcome to send me a free chair. I will sit in on the show. I'm sure it's nicer than this chair, and I will tell you my honest opinion about it every now and then on the show. I'll talk about it. I'll chat about it. When people say like, oh, you get lots of sponsorships, I'll be like, oh, I don't know, I don't really take sponsorships, but this company sent me a free chair. I told them I would do that, but they wanted a 60-second video uploaded to my Instagram of me like pimping out the chair, talking about all the features and stuff, and I told them no. I said, you didn't read my message. I told you I don't do that. And like they said, I already picked it out. We were like getting the address sorted out to have them ship it here to Studio B, and I told them like, no, I'm not fucking doing that. So no, you can't have 60 seconds of my time trying to grift my audience for a $700 chair. So if I can be bought, it's for more than fucking $700, I guess, which isn't that much money at the end of the day. Julian sent $1 to say, the Line Network runs its channels with a socialist structure. Neither of the founders of the channel even hit the top earner on the network because they don't run as many shows as some of the other members, and they employ like 30 plus people reliably. Yeah, as we keep growing, we're probably gonna have to come out with some like more formal pay structure so that it isn't just all channeling through me. Benjamin sent $1 to say, doubting the caller knows what ethics are. He seems to stumble over the word integrity. Much love. All right, that's all the donations, I'm pretty sure. They're a bunch roll in when people talk shit about the grifting because I think it's funny to like donate over top of a conversation of somebody interrogating me about financial transparency. But like, let me just speak to your heart for a moment. I feel like I've earned a little bit of rapport with you. I feel like maybe, I'm probably not just like lying through my teeth to you, right? Am I correct in assuming that?
I mean, yeah, for the most part, it's just...
So I started doing this show because I live in Minneapolis and Metro Surge was like fucking insane and crazy. And I like the first videos I uploaded were just like videos I'd taken of ICE agents while responding to them, like answering messages in the signal chats here. And I'd been watching it all get talked about, and there were like some things about the way that people run their lives that I just thought like, if I did it, I would do it in this different way, and I'd want to see how that works. So I had that, but then I also had my own personal perspective about what was happening in my community, and I just wanted to get on and share it because I saw people arguing about Renee Good and about Alex Preddy and about all this stuff happening in Minneapolis, and I didn't see anybody who was there in the thick of it getting pepper sprayed and tear gassed and shit by ICE agents, like actually talking about it. So for a long time, I was working at the school, and I would get up early and go do the security work because the kids were like afraid to leave their houses because the school where I worked is like mostly minority students. So I like did that, which like educators aren't paid enough. So like that, I was broke and paycheck to paycheck and like barely scraping by every month, trying to delivery drive and shit enough to like make enough money to survive. But I basically spent every other free second outside of meeting that goal every month just chasing ICE agents around trying to document them. And then when I started doing the show, I started like weaving that into a part of it. And I basically did this show as a full-time job for like 3 months, like without making a dime. Like, I mean, it's just like, I'm just telling you how I got my start. Like, why are you coming here and telling me I'm a grifter, dude?
Yeah, I mean, like I was getting ready to say, I get your struggle and everything, but like for me, like someone that actually, you know, has experience in documenting and filmmaking, it's like, if I were to, and again, I've had thoughts of doing this stuff, but then I have these questions that I ask you. I ponder myself. It's like, am I going to be a commentator or am I going to be a journalist? Because especially when you're getting into the documenting ICE and blah, 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 it's like, well, that kind of sounds like, again, because I hold myself to these ethical things and I think about it, I'm like, well, that kind of sounds like journalism. So you should have the political commentary and the bias stuff out of it because you already have this documented artifact.
I agree, and I draw the. I agree about the distinction, and I've always been clear to label myself an activist and a commentator first. Journalism that happens through my show is incidental. Like we did coverage of what happened on Saturday.
Is there journalism though? Like,
but again, it's not the priority here. This isn't like
it is because the integrity. Because you like to throw the word integrity.
Yeah, the
so you have less
there.
integrity when you're just a simple political commentator. That's
but I'm open about what my agenda is, and it is about my agenda. It is about me wanting people to see the world the way that I do. And when I go to something like what I went to on Saturday, the journalist would say, "Don't get involved, just film." I got involved and I was the person that everybody was filming. I was among the people that everybody was filming. I was part of the story on Saturday, which makes me not like, you know, it wouldn't be fair to call myself a journalist, but being a journalist is just a different thing than being a political commentator.
Yeah, I agree. You are held at higher standards and higher ethical integrity, and I don't actually think it's fair to say that journalists are held to a higher standard than a political commentator or an activist. I think the standards are just different. I think both of them need to be held to a high standard. And the standards are different and they are higher because I'm expecting this journalist not to have any commentary. I'm expecting them not to have any biases or anything. I'm expecting them to show the evidence, to show the whatever they are bringing to light. Just that. I don't need the commentation because that's when, again,
that's a different. Okay, so but you're still just talking about a different job than the one I'm doing.
Well, no, because you just try to say that there is some journalism going on, and there is no journalism. This is just all
there's some journalism.
This is just all you talking. This is just all your biased beliefs, right? Which creates the grifter. This is what creates the grifter, brother. It's the conflict of interest, right? You don't know if you're a journalist or if you're
journalists
a
do provide commentary. Like you can't say like the commentary thing isn't what makes it not a journalist. It's somebody interfering with the story. That's what makes you not a journalist.
Which in order for them to interfere with the story, it's typically via words or writing, which is commentary, right? So again, that's misinformation alone, right? Which creates a grifter. Misinformation that you just did of the echo chamber. That you get from this fan base that as soon as I start doing this grifting,
dude, I'm talking to you, which I think demonstrates that this isn't an echo chamber. But I like
an echo chamber,
dude. On Saturday, dude, I went and faced off with like a bunch of Nazis that came to my city, and they maced the shit out of me. You're accusing me of being in an echo chamber when I get face to face with Jake Lang? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
No, this clearly is an echo chamber when you have like 800 people in the chat.
But you're here. I'm talking to you.
Yeah, but whose ideas get shared more, me or you and this 900 other people? Whose idea is going to be heard more, me or 1,000 other people?
I give chat. Just give me a yes or no on if I give the caller a fair shot to share their beliefs. The whole show is about hearing your beliefs, dude. Yes or no? Do I give the caller a fair shot to share their beliefs?
He doesn't even understand the bias. Like he's asking his fan base, "Hey, chat, you guys disagree with me or agree?"
And as they know, I don't actually care about the answer. I'm just doing it to farm engagement.
Right, because you're a grifter. You just submitted to farming engagement, grifting. You just submitted to lying. You just submitted to lying.
I'd never lied to the chat about that.
Let's go back to the definition. A card artist that swindles and tricks people out of money. You just admitted to that. You just admitted to it.
But I didn't lie to them. I told them the truth about it.
You lied to me. You lied to me because you just said
I asked the chat to do something. I didn't make a claim about anything. What are you talking about?
But I'm under the impression that this was genuine, and then you just said it's not. I'm just doing it just to farm stuff. So that's why you're a grifter, brother. And you look like Toby Maguire too. That's a bad grift. That's a bad. Go be a superhero, bro. Go be a fucking superhero, man.
I was a superhero. I was a superhero on Saturday. I'm a political commentator today. Though I will say, Spider-Man really stole the show. I was working with Spider-Man on Saturday. All right, and he did a better job being a superhero than me, I think.
All right, man. Well, now that I've done this internal what's it called?
Critique.
Yeah. And I've made you the scapegoat. I made you the scapegoat. I apologize.
Made me the scapegoat for what? What are you talking about, dude? Like, what is this? What is your position on what I'm doing?
These are questions that I ponder myself, and I just, I'm a deep person, so I like having these discussions with other people. Because
no, best I can tell, dude, like you're like the opposite of a deep person. Your perspective on this seems wildly shallow.
For sure. But one day, you'll see me with possibly this setup, and maybe you won't. Maybe because I'll be a journalist. So we don't know. But I appreciate this talk. You did manipulate my mind. I don't know what to think now. What the heck? But
I mean, that's again like the burden for manipulation is so low. Like here, dude, here, you're gonna try to resist my manipulation. Picture a cupcake. Picture with your mind's eye a cupcake. Did you do it? Did you picture a cupcake?
Nah, bro, you're like a warlock or something, dude.
Yeah. Did I manipulate you into imagining a cupcake, even though I told you to try to resist my mind control? Sorry, language is the closest thing to mind control we have, and I've gotten really good at it. I'm sorry if that makes you feel like I'm a fucking wizard. I'm just good at communicating.
It's whatever, man. Just say keep it up, man. I'm a bounce. But yeah, I am thinking. You got me thinking now. So hey,
that's the idea. Keep thinking about cupcakes, whether you like it or not. Yeah, just like everybody who's really sad that they just lost the game, right? Like I just manipulated so many people. So many people just lost the game because I manipulated them into losing the game. So the manipulation thing doesn't mean anything to me. It's not like actually meaningful about what I'm doing up here.
All right, man. All right.
See, look, that was also so telling you guys that you lost the game was also a subtle way to push for some more engagement in the chat because it fucking worked. Oh God. All right, let's read some donations. Benjamin, thank you for the buck. Doubting the caller knows what ethics are. Oh, I already read that one. Thank you very much. There was another one that came after that though. Kyra. $3 from Venmo on Venmo from Kyra. It would be an echo chamber if you only spoke with people on the left. However, the whole point of the show is to be antithetical to an echo chamber and talk to people who do not agree only with Oscar, but the people in the chat, I agree with him. Yeah, it's just fucking, it's not an echo chamber. Like, I don't know what you think an echo chamber is if you think that this show is one. Kyra also sent a buck to say, also, for you and the others in the chat who understand and appreciate the importance of civil discourse and want the next generation to do it better than our current leaders, please look up the Close Up Foundation. Check it out. Neutral, agnostic position for me because I've never heard of them. Oh God, 10,000 seconds. Stay an MVP over on YouTube. Another fucking $20 to say, in all seriousness, I'm paying you to work on changing MAGA minds and to make the world better. I want people to be less of an asshole. That's like the biggest thing. They're like, what's your political agenda? You want to abolish capitalism? I'm like, I'm trying to teach incels how to feel. That's like most of what I do is just like, oh, that's shitty. Why are you being so mean? Don't be like that. Maybe don't be so shitty and then think about politics later. Tremav sent $5 to say, whoever said journalists aren't biased and who are you to tell him what he is? Yeah, clown kid sounds like projection. Yeah, he didn't know anything about me. Ekamlin sent $10 to say, Oscar, been watching for a couple weeks now. This is my first dono. Love what you're doing. Question, when you hear drink the Kool-Aid, what flavor Kool-Aid do you imagine? It's fruit punch for me. It is fruit punch. I'm picturing the red stuff. I don't know why. It's always red. Why is it always red? Rob's wife sent $2 to say, bro is about as deep as Tinkerbell's bathtub. Funny. Tremav sent $5 to say, he just showed everyone this is all cope and projection. Yeah, that was pretty clear all the way through. Filthy Films sent $2 to say, trainer Oscar used old rod. Wild Magikarp appears. More manipulation. All right. Jack sent $5 on Cash App to say, echo chamber. And Lucky Phil said, fuck you, I'm picturing blueberry muffins. Thank you for the $2. No, what happens next in our life, Jessie?
So we're going to push just a couple calls through here before we wrap today. The first one is a special guest. I'll let him introduce himself. Well, special to us. Just unmute when you're ready. He's in the...
Oh, I set the invite. You got him unmuted at that end.
My bad.
There we go.
You should be on.
Hello, you're on the Oskar Quentin Show. How old are you?
I am 40.
40. And what have you called in to discuss?
What's his name?
What is your name?
I just called in to introduce myself. It's Snake.
Hell yeah, dude. Glad to hear your voice. Snake does a lot of the news management on the Discord. He's a big part of the reason why I am so quickly informed of things that happen in the world.
But yeah, man, I saw you had the phone call, or the call-in line set up, and thought I'd just come in and introduce myself real quick.
Appreciate that very much, dude. And seriously, can we get like some W Snakes in the chat? Because Snake, like I wake up every morning and poke through the Discord, and there's always like, oh yeah, Snake was up at 3 a.m, like sending me news links and stuff.
Do you have a little read for yourself? Like, this is what I do. This is where to find me, etc.
Oh, sure. So, I am the self-proclaimed news guy in the Discord. I have a whole section of news threads for people in the Discord who want to check out current events and anything ranging from, U.S. politics, international politics, sports, business, whatever. There are instructions on the Discord on how to access those threads in a section called Knowledge Base. Please check it out.
W Snake. Anything else before I move on?
No, just thank you for what you do. And, quick shout out to 10,000 Seconds for being the donor of the day.
Yeah, for real. Well, we did also get a $200 YouTube super chat, so I don't want to forget. Oh, I don't want to forget his name, and I already did. Yeah, I don't want to forget Josh. Josh and 10,000 Seconds can both get a little extra love from us at the end of the show today.
All right, we're going to move on. We got just a couple more to get through, but it was so nice to finally hear your voice, Snake.
Oh, thank you guys. So good to meet you guys. Have a good one.
You too.
Later, bud.
All right, moving right down the queue. Apologies, I'm still trying to get things figured out. I saw someone else call in while I was trying to manage that. But next up is this one. And they're just getting pushed straight through because I know they're friendly.
Perfect.
Oh, wait. Hold on, it might dox them. No, okay, good.
Well, I could hover the mute button on that, too.
Hello, you're live on the air.
Hi, how old are you and who am I talking to?
My name's Steven. I am 35 years old. I was first and foremost, congratulations on getting the phone line up.
Working through the tech issues,
I don't
but
use them TikToks.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I appreciate you holding out.
So I have two questions for you. I'll save one of them for another day. Do you want a political question or do you want like a personal, like how do I deal with MAGA people question?
Dealer's choice. Whichever's burning the most today.
Okay. So I have a political question for you. So basically what I was hoping is you might be able to help me kind of work. The way I set this up might sound really shitty. Just remember, I'm on your side. When I saw you guys are going to go to like that Jake Lang protest, I almost bought tickets to fly in and go to it, but it was like $2,000. So here's because like my whole family's like super MAGA, and I'm trying to work through this concept. When we have these. Like the number of people who are allowed to immigrate, right? Like, do you agree? Or sorry, not do you agree? Do you think we should have completely open borders?
No.
Okay. Do you think we should have completely closed borders?
No.
Okay, awesome. You and I are on the same page. So where this kind of lands me is that number has to exist somewhere. The right number has to exist somewhere. And it comes back to a question of like, where do you draw the line? And where do you draw that line becomes a political question of, basically whoever's in power kind of gets to set what that line is. So where I'm kind of struggling here is like, fuck ICE. Every single one of them is a Nazi as far as I'm concerned. But like where I'm kind of struggling with this, and I was hoping you could help me kind of like think through this, is I feel like that line, whoever sets it, that's the line. And if people are coming over here illegally, like the consequence of that action is, ICE sends you home. I think the way that they're doing it is it should be considered an atrocity. I think they should all be in jail. But like, I think that there is something to be said about harm that is done to people who did come in the right way. And I don't know how to square the fact that I think what's happening is very, very wrong, and we shouldn't be doing it, with this kind of like other piece that I can't seem to get around.
Well, I just take issue with the idea. I take issue with the idea that like it does any disservice to somebody who was fucked over by the past for people to not be fucked over in the present. Like if the immigration system is hard and you had to get through it, like your grievance is with the U.S. government, not the people who are fucked over less by that system going forward.
But like, I mean, I think it's not so much of a like past versus future thing in my head. It's more of like, it's because it's so not easy. Like there's a bunch of people who are like doing this the really, really, really hard way. And then you have people who are coming in, and like those people suffer in completely different ways. And like, that's just where I'm trying to like just.
Well, yeah, I just think that like even what you said at the beginning about the exact number of people, like we don't know what that exact number is year over year. It's hard to calculate, but we know it is just more than we're currently allowing in, because the society is functioning just fine with 12 million, I guess, unwelcomed, undefined immigrants in the country, and that to me is like it's not about getting it exactly right. It's about getting it fucking closer so that we can mind it over the course of multiple years and keep an eye on the problem, and then maybe adjust our immigration policy going forward. But we need such a dramatic change that like the idea that we're not going to hit the bullseye and get the numbers exactly right on the first go is like not of great consequence to me.
I mean, that's fair. Super conservative, like rural Midwest. I feel like I have like a little bit of insight, because I had to convert. Well, I think converting is one of those things that a lot of folks don't really understand, because I grew up in this space, and I was like, I mean, I got off the train way before Trump showed up, but I was like, I grew up thinking a whole bunch of conservative nonsense. And I actually met people and went out in the world, and I was like, oh, people are people. And then I re-examined all of my beliefs. But because I grew up in that space, I do understand a little bit that there is this sort of mentality of like, I am doing everything the right way, so why should somebody who didn't do the thing the right way get the same thing that I got? And there's a sense of injustice there. And I think I need to teach people. I want them to stay. I
think I need to teach people to get over themselves on that one. Like there's no way to address that. That's if you're upset that somebody else doesn't have it as hard as you did, that's a you problem. Like straightforwardly. Never mind immigration, just in general. Like that's no way to be.
I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like that's sort of the answer, is like, that sucks, but like,
yeah, get over it. On. Yeah, I want to live in a world where we complain to young people about how bad things used to be. That's a good thing. Society should be like that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I feel like that brings me a lot closer to squaring the circle. Is basically just like, it's never going to be. It's never.
Well, we just don't want it to be, like, unless things get perfect somehow, which is, more forward thinking than I am. I don't think that far into the future. Yeah, I think that anybody who really falls back on that, and like I've had immigrants call in and tell me like, I did the process, it was miserable, it took years, it cost all this money, I was separated from my family for 3 years, or like whatever thing it is. Fucking nuts. And I'm like, yo, that's fucking terrible. I'm so sad that happened to you. Why do you want that to happen to more people?
Yeah, it's absolutely. A friend of mine was married to a girl from Belgium, like married. They were married, and Trump deported her for 2 years back to Belgium. Like, Shitty. What are we doing?
Shitty.
Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, yeah, it's absolutely bananas. The concept of like to me, when I hear a lot of this stuff, it almost doesn't feel like justice. It feels more like revenge or vengeance. Like, I need these people to have gone through the same thing. And like, that's why I was trying to square the circle, is like, to a certain extent, I can sort of sympathize with like somebody who went through a huge struggle to get here, and then somebody else comes over, and like the idea of granting them amnesty. But I think genuinely, like kind of what you said is like, genuinely, I think the answer is like, that really sucks, but so does life sometimes. And like, just
that's a life isn't fair thing. Yeah. Like life isn't fair, and if life is currently unfair because of something that somebody is doing that we can fix, then like, let's talk about that. But if life is treating you unfair because of something that happened in the past that is either not happening anymore, or like you're upset that it's not happening to other people, again, it's just like, what did these people do that they should have it so bad as you did? You know, like my childhood involved such things as alcoholism, and not with me, but like in my family, and like 9/11 and shit. So like I don't want people's childhoods to be like mine. My childhood was kind of shitty in a bunch of ways, and I want to like learn how we can lift people up so that people can still be healthy, happy people with reasonable self-reliance skills and all that stuff. Because like the one thing I will say is like, at an interpersonal level, like for a human, like for me, it's like, all right, like if I didn't have so abusive a childhood, maybe I wouldn't be so tough a motherfucker. So how do we make tough motherfuckers without giving them abusive childhoods? Like, that's a question worth studying when we look at the latent and manifest effects of education and parenting traditions. But it's a more nuanced conversation than like, my childhood is bad, yours should be too.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a bananas sentence to be able to say. I mean, I'm sorry that happened to you. It's just like, but it's like, you know, just kind of, I feel like just kind of having that in your back pocket to just be like, here's a really good example of why life isn't fair. Let's maybe not try to like fuck other people just because life isn't fair sometimes. Like,
yeah. I don't think you can. I don't know if you're watching the stream or if you can see the caller, because the call-in line caller is on a phone, not through a TikTok account. So why doesn't everybody in the chat say hello to Oslo?
Hey everyone, how's it going?
I'm having a pretty good day. I'm happy to finally have you on the show, Oslo.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do?
I am a curious red monster. I like to ask questions. I call it the Sessamocratic method.
Sessamocratic method?
Yeah, the Sessamocratic method. Please don't sue me, Henson Company. I'm sorry. Kevin from Legal is mad that I use that term, but it's a good one, so.
I've been looking forward to you dropping by.
Yeah, I'll do it more often. I think Oscar and Oslo has a good ring to it.
Yeah. I'm already seeing Osco in the chat. Saw it earlier.
Osco.
Yeah. Well, wait, hold on. So do you
can Colin hear me?
Colin, can you hear Oslo?
I guess this is not Colin. Colin line, hear me?
Colin line. He should be able to hear you.
Colin line can hear you.
Good. Yeah. So the way
Colin.
The way we have it set up is that he should hear you the same as he hears me. It's all through the same TikTok thing. So hopefully it's working.
Oh, great.
Yes, everyone is coming through perfectly clearly.
Okay, good. Colin, have you ever been to a national park? Like, my favorite is Yosemite here in Kenya. You ever been to Yosemite?
Oh, yeah. I have not been to Yosemite, unfortunately, but I have been to a few national parks.
Any national parks with like big cliffs and rock formations, stuff like that. Good, challenging hikes.
Yeah.
What if?
I mean, I don't like to get.
What if when the first person who went on some of those challenging hikes, the first bunch of people said, "Oh man, that was really tough. I enjoyed it. That was tough, and I'm not going to build a trail with rope lines and directions on where to go and signs on how to go." Then most people who go to Yosemite or wherever you went wouldn't be able to enjoy that wonderful and challenging and fun and enjoyable hike, right?
I feel like it wouldn't have been a very good first time experience to call into the show if my thought process that I brought hadn't been so thoroughly cooked. So I appreciate you
by a
bringing that
little
excellent
red
metaphor.
fluffy monster, no doubt, too.
Yeah. I mean, yes. I mean, absolutely. Just that's yeah. You did it. You did the thing.
W me.
W Oslo.
Yeah. I've got no other word. And like to be honest with you, it's a little bit like a little bit of a weight has lifted off, because like I've had this kind of internal conflict of like what is happening is wrong. I don't like it. I think they should all stay, but like, what about this other thing? Let's like the remainder in division. Like there was just this little extra thing that I was like, well, fuck, what do I do with this extra thing? And yeah, good metaphor. Nailed it.
Yeah, I just want to live in a country where
good metaphor.
Where we make trails so that everyone else can enjoy what otherwise might be a challenging thing.
Well, making trails is welfare, and everybody should have to struggle equally and have a real bad time and get poison ivy.
Well, that still happens. I mean, I get poison ivy almost every time I go on a hike. Get stuck to my fur.
All right. We are a little bit over time. Jessie, did we have anybody else waiting for phone number calls?
We had one more, so I'm going to clear the queue. It sounds like we'll hear from our caller again in the future. Thank you so much for calling in, and we'll have our last person up, and then we'll call it after that.
Thank you.
All right.
Awesome. And, congratulations on the phone line.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for calling in.
Thanks for being patient while I figure it out.
Yeah.
We're working.
We're doing tech issues today. Sure. All right, Oslo, I'll leave you up for one more call if you want. If you want to go, you can go.
Yeah, sure, I'd love to. I just wanted to tell you that Nemo stole his move from me, not the other way around. The beard stroking.
Oh yeah. If I could grow a beard, I might, just so I can delicately stroke it while I listen to the chuds. And I think I should maybe throw myself back in the center view. So I'll keep Oslo on the call, and I'll thank some donors before Jessie gets our last caller of the day connected. Jamie sent $5 to say, "Guest can't comprehend someone who actually puts his money where his mouth is." This is the previous caller, not the immediate previous caller, the one before that, who thought I was a grifter. He can go slither back into the hole that he came from, is what he said. Thank you very much for that. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Light Blinded Fool sent $2 to say, "I feel compelled to buy you a cupcake now." Yes, we did do some hypnosis on the show today. I'm hungry for cupcakes. Very hungry for cupcakes. Lord Tomiyoshi sent me $10 to say, "I'm still thinking that my previous prediction was why he supports Trump is correct. Also, him not thinking that Trump is a grifter is wild." Yeah. Kronos sent $5 to say, "Stuck on a..." That was, again, 2 callers ago. Kronos sent $5 to say, "Stuck on a plane so I can't call in. W me for giving you money at 2,000-ish feet. Beat that. W plane Wi-Fi. 20,000-ish feet? I mean, unless you just took off, you're probably higher than 2,000 feet. Poopy Bum sent $10 to say, "We're running out of things to type in these." Thank you. I appreciate it anyway. And 10,000 seconds back again with $10 more to say, that would be like women during the women's suffrage movement made that the next generation for not having to fight to vote, or people convicted of the M drug mad at people for doing it openly. That's the example I always use, is that like I had to like hide from the cops while smoking doobies all these years. Why should people in the future not have to do that? And it's like, well, it's because it was shitty that I had to do that. So let's not have people in the future have to do that. Over on YouTube, or on Buy Me a Coffee, Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, "It sucked for me. It should suck for you too. Fucked mindset. It sucked for me. Hope it gets better for you. W mindset." I agree completely. And I'm glad we were able to extol that, because that's just always an important general perspective type thing. And then where are we on Cash App? We are caught up. Fantastic. So whenever Jessie is ready, we will get another caller in here. Are you ready for a caller, Jessie?
I'm pushing them. Now they're live.
Hello. You are on the Oskar Quentin Show. How old are you?
I am 26 years old.
26-year-old. Who are you, and why have you called my show?
Hello, Oscar. This is Robert calling. Folks on the Discord know me as B, RMB.
I know you.
I'm calling in mostly. You know me. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. I've been a fan since May, possibly a bit earlier than that, before I graduated. Anyway,
that's May is 100 years ago here at Oskar Quentin Studios.
Right?
That is those early days.
And we have Oslo still, right? So that's
Oslo's here.
Yeah, here in the fur, as they say.
Good stuff. I wanted to. I mean, there's a lot that I've wanted to get your take on for a while, Oscar. But I think the main thing I've got for you today is some potential, I don't know, other guests that you might want to have on the show in the future that I just want to mention. I don't know if you've had any visits from Political Zane again of late, but I just want to plug him once again. Political Zane.
Is that Zane Gustafson?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He and I are buddies. He'll definitely be back on the show. I still intend to do maybe some more content talking about the prospect of like a constitutional convention sometime in the 21st century, because he's one of the only creators I know who has like a really firm opinion on a constitutional convention. The guy wants to abolish the Senate in a very different way than the DSA members want to. What?
Yeah, he really convinced me about the need for that. I was inspired to draft my own 28th Amendment proposal, actually, which I did share on the Discord a while back. If you wanted, I could send it to you, because I'd be interested in your thoughts. It's got a bunch in there because I just
feel free. I might ping Zane on it. We could maybe all chat about it a little bit.
Yeah, I'd love to do that at some point. That would be wonderful. I mean, I've had some discussions with Snake actually on the Discord about, because I think you and I are pretty much on the same page about like Second Amendment reform, for example, right? Just like clarify the language so that it's more specifically about like militias and independent state National Guard units rather than anything else. Yeah. But there are two other folks that I want to mention, and the first one is a historian named Timothy Snyder. Have you encountered any of his work?
No, Timothy Snyder? I don't think so.
Yeah, he's been following a lot of the developments in the Ukraine war, but also has been doing interviews lately regarding sort of our own authoritarian developments in the USA. I've been reading his book on freedom recently, which I think has really changed the way that I think about like the nature of the values that the Constitution is intended to protect. You know, he describes this American notion of negative freedom, where it's all about just like the government getting out of your way. Which he views as wrong, basically, for the reason, not unlike what Oslo was saying. You know, you need someone to go in and actually build the trail if you want to have freedom to like move around, right? So he's had some really nice commentary on political or democratic backsliding. So you might find his commentary interesting for your show. And then the last person I'll mention is I'm up in the Great White North. So as a fellow Canadian, I'd be wondering if you might be interested in having some Canadian politicians on your show.
I don't know. That's hard because demographic wise, I feel like I know I have a bunch of Canadian viewers.
I have a lot. I think that's something we could actually talk about and have it be it would have to be a special episode.
Yeah, that would be like we could have like a can. If I were to do an episode where the focus was Canadian politics, I think I'd want to do it outside of 10 to 2 and advertise it during this block to say like, hey, we're going to do Canada time as a different part of the show, or a different different show at the network, I guess, if we're going to think about it that way.
Yeah. But if you're interested, the connection I have is I'm active with the British Columbia Green Party. And so we have a really promising progressive party leader named Emily Lowen, who's doing some great work.
Wait, hold on. I think you almost got me in trouble because I always have to mention it. I am an American. I was born in America. I live in America. I've always lived in America. My mom was born in Canada. I have some older siblings that were born in Canada. I have some Canadian family history. I've visited there plenty. Just for the chuds who think I'm like a psyop from Canada.
May I make a suggestion if you do this side series?
We are.
Hold on. Let's hear Oslo's suggestion.
Oh, sorry, Oslo. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I was just gonna suggest that you call it Canucks Nook.
The Canucks Nook?
Yeah, the Canucks Nook.
Canucks Nook.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So that on the Canucks Nook, right? I'm a dual citizen, so that's why I'm sort of straddling that, international boundary as well. But as I say, I'm active with the Provincial Green Party in British Columbia, and our party leader, Emily Lowen, assumed that position back in fall of 2025 and has really brought a refreshing new sort of social democrat take to local provincial politics. So if I could somehow get a hold of her team, I think it would be really cool to have her on for some of that international dialogue to maybe, I think like progressive solidarity across borders could be really useful, not only for like progressive political causes generally, but also for like restoring some of the diplomatic trust that we're seeing eroded between the USA and Canada, which is so tragic, right? I was joking on the Discord. It feels like, you know, I'm watching my parents fight in a broken marriage or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, as a person with Canadian connections, it is sad for me to deal with like how poorly our current government here in America is treating Canada. It's like that's frustrating. But yeah, I mean, message me on the Discord and we can talk about doing a Canada hour or a couple of Canada hours.
Sure. Yeah. And I will mention, I mean, people will say that like Trump lost the Conservative Party in Canada, the federal election recently, which is arguably true. But one thing that like might not be super clear to folks looking at Canada from the outside is that one of the things that the rightwards Overton window shift in USA does is it allows room in Canada for more milquetoast conservative policies to be popular. We've seen actually Conservative Party members change party affiliation while in office in the Canadian legislature recently to align with this more centrist Liberal Party. But yeah, I mean, that's huge, right? And it shows that the sort of the fear mongering that we can do, or that that our political leadership can do, of like, oh, those scary Americans are trying to infringe on our sovereignty. We need our own energy sovereignty. So we're going to build a bunch of fossil fuel pipelines and we're going to infringe on Indigenous treaty rights to do it because we're scared of Americans. It allows for the rightward Overton window shift to affect other countries as well in a pretty dangerous way.
Yeah. I mean, and I always say, I think the Overton window is getting wider. It's not actually moving. Yeah, I honestly would just need to get better educated about Canadian politics. I'm perfectly happy to admit that I'm a terrible Canadian descendant. I'm not at all up to date on Canada. So I'd need to, perhaps you could get me a little bit better educated on the Discord if we're going to do something like that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you know, the current Carney government, the big sort of green critique is environmentalist policy, but we've also seen like we're doing massive military budget expansions now as well. Arguably,
don't blame me at the moment. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Everybody's arming up because the global order is collapsing, but it's like, man, wouldn't it be nice if we could spend that money to like pay teachers and nurses better? You know, like, wouldn't it be nice if we lived in a different political environment that made that feel less politically necessary almost? So that's the kind of thing that I think the response, as you say, to the regressive political movement running to the right is to have the progressive vanguard sort of pulling things to the left, more or less, to keep things balanced. But yeah, what I'll do in that regard, I'll at least send you just some documents that might be relevant for what we've talked about here, and I'll. You know, it's slow going, getting ourselves organized in the Green Party in BC, but I will let you know as that develops to see if we can get some international dialogue going.
Hell yeah, dude! I'll look forward to the message.
Cool.
All right, I'll appreciate you, and Jessie, I'll let you down.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, here's Canucking at you, kid.
Appreciate you very much, also Oslo, for hopping up today. I'll let you wave goodbye and remind everybody to get following to you, and I'll say see you soon, because I'm sure you'll be popping by.
Yeah, I'll see you soon, for sure, definitely.
Early, but thanks for joining today, sir.
All right. I believe it's just me on the panel now. We're getting the kinks worked out with the call line. But hey, for the first day having it, it was reasonably successful. We had a couple of interesting conversations, and I think once we get it more streamlined, it'll be a lot easier to get some more of the randos in, because the randos are a little bit less likely to accept that the first call doesn't go through, and we have to figure out a custom message for the message box and all this random stuff that we got to do. But that's the sort of thing that we're going to spend our time and money on, is improving the show here at Oskar Quentin Studios in, where is it? Studio B, where we are live from today. Anything else before we sign off for the day, Jessie? Am I forgetting anything important?
If the last caller is still listening, that was the least graceful letdown I have done in a while, because I forgot I didn't have that computer's headphone. I'm sorry. Okay, everyone else got let down really nicely, and him, it was just like, bye, later.
Goodbye. Well, you did fine. And I even have a hard time getting the disconnection time right when we have callers up. So make sure you're following the backup accounts as well as the COLIN line account over here. If you're watching on TikTok, if you're watching on YouTube, you don't have to do anything. Anyway, without any further ado, we'll be keeping you guys posted on Spider-Man's legal proceedings, as well as what's going to happen to Jake Lang and his cronies. And there's more content of that coming out, because I still haven't sifted through all of our content about it. So keep an eye on the Instagram and the Facebook and all the other places I post clips, because can't put all that violence on TikTok. Some of it's going to be posted elsewhere. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central Time, every single day here on TikTok and on YouTube. Goodbye, TikTok, and goodbye, YouTube.